too, they said there's still people on the road.
I believe it. I'm glad they didn't do that kind of thing. This is a much better idea.
for the community. Hopefully we can all get together and have a consensus on it. I'm sure there's going to be some debate. John Pearl, a recent Ford retiree. I did 42 years with Ford, and I started at the Wixom plant, and there was a lot of people at Ford Wixom that lived in Livingston County when I moved out here 36 years ago. So I moved out to the country to be in the country. John John Pearl. He is in Papa, U-R-O-L. Papa Utopia Romeo Oscar. We're both veterans. I'm a Navy veteran and he's an Army veteran. He got me involved in the Veterans Committee at Wixom 28 years ago.
Hopefully everything works out.
Yeah, he's my neighbor. This is a good paper packet, VPE, but they ran out of them. This has got a lot of information in it, but I gotta find out how to get one now. Yeah. Now, are you with 7 or 4 or 2? Okay, you're with 2. So you got Steve Colbert. We were talking about Jimmy Fallon coming back on today. Yeah. So, yeah, what do you think? You think they'll use it or what? 10 or 11, really? Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. Last time I was on the news was a long time ago. It was that shooting at Wixom, that Gerald Ashton shooting the place. He was assistant plant manager, Gerald Ashton. He shot and killed him. I was on the news out in the parking lot that day. That's the last time I was on the news. So I hope this has a better response. Yes, sir. Thank you. You want to be on the news? You should have introduced him. We could have started the podcast. Yeah. Get your chicken here. Here it is, right here. Here's how who do we thank for? Here, hold on. Okay, Supervisor Mike Addington, Howell Township. This is the DPU supervisor. So we got to get to the news. Want to read that one?
If there are empty seats, continue the next person for a non-state for someone else. If you could kind of move it towards the middle, it looks like we're going to be a very full house. And just to give everybody to see, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Cowboy Pants.
There you go.
Cowboy Pants to Cowboy Pants to Ricky. Hi.
Hi, my name's Amaya, and I'm with Channel 10 in Lansing. I heard that you're kind of on the fence about the situation, huh?
Yeah, hey, but I'm here to get information, like everybody, I guess.
Yeah. Do you want to do a quick interview with us?
That good?
It'll take a couple seconds.
Okay. CBC, that new one next to 242.
I got history with those guys. They're friends of mine. I could go back. I was one of their original families.
I got into a men's group there on Tuesday, every other Tuesday. We're Band of Brothers.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they have dinner every evening before the meeting. It's really cool.
All right, we'll be really quick.
Oh, no
first
problem.
off, easiest question, your first and last name, the spelling.
John, John, Pearl, P-U-R-O-L.
How long have you lived here, John?
36 years now.
In Howell Township?
Yes.
Alrighty, so when you heard about this, what was your initial reaction thought?
Yeah, there's definitely a need for more information. There's not that many jobs involved from what I'm understanding. So, and I didn't really have that on a shopping list when I was looking for a country home to be on the doorstep of an industrial area. So I'm definitely on the fence, yes.
So right now, if someone was to say, are you pro or anti, you can't really give the exact answer just yet.
Just yet. I'd like to get more information and see what the consensus is of a lot of my neighbors. Some of my neighbors are a little closer to the actual property that's being talked about, but I'm real close. So it's going to be on my doorstep, and I'm sure it's going to have an effect on the neighborhood and the immediate community. So,
Thank you so much for your time.
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would move to reconvene, reopen the September 23rd, 2025 Planning Commission at 7:07 and proceed with tonight's scheduled agenda.
Support, or we have a motion, reconvene the meeting and support. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. Normally we have like 3 people at our meetings. So if we seem like we're Luke Bryant or something, or Elvis or something, we're not used to a big crowd. So I ask you to have some grace on us. I just want to say a couple of things that I said back at the hall. We're all neighbors and residents. We need to be respectful of everybody. There are going to be 4 different times that you will have a chance to come up and to talk to us, ask us questions, make comments. However long we need to stay here is how long we will stay here. A couple of things. There's an agenda. I don't know if we have the agenda, if there were enough here for these number of people. We'll kind of be cognizant of that fact that we don't have the agendas. I just want to make note of 2 things. We have 2 calls to the public for our bylaws, and then we are actually having 3 public hearings tonight. We're going to open 2 of them together. There's a rezoning request and a definition in our ordinance change. So we will open those together. Like I said, there's 2 calls to the public. If you want to come up to the stage, we will give you 3 minutes to speak. When you're at 2.5 minutes, the secretary, Mr. Newstead, will notify you at 2.5 minutes, and then kind of wrap it up before the 3 minutes. The call to the public, the beginning and the end of the meetings, are for anything that's not on the agenda. The public hearings, we have a time, and you'll have 3 minutes in that public hearing to speak to the planning commission. So use that. If you're here for something else that's not on the agenda, feel free to come up and you'll have 3 minutes to talk. I just want to let you know that the remarks from calls to the public in the public hearing are to us, and us 6 members up here. They're to us. We can't respond to you. We're going to listen to you. We can take notes. When it comes back to us for deliberation, we have a chance to ask the applicant or planner. Give you a background on the public hearings. We will open the public hearing. We will have our planner speak. Paul and Brady at the township planners. We will have them speak. The applicant will have a chance to speak. We will then do a public hearing where you can come up, ask questions, and if you can't give you an answer, we'll be taking notes to be, and then we will have a chance after that. We'll close the public hearing, and then we will deliberate between ourselves. We are free to ask the applicant, anybody on the any questions. So that's how that's going to go. That's how that will be for tonight. If you have a cell phone, turn it off. I think most people are inclined to do that anyways. We always have some people at church that phone goes off. If it's important to answer, it can go on. But the last thing that I'd like to tell everybody is the Planning Commission we are a recommended body. So anything that we decide, there's no finality to that. We evaluate different ordinances and site plans and everything. But everything ultimately has to get approved by your township board, our township board. So we just want you guys, everyone in the audience, to know that. And then rezoning requests do have to also go through the Livingston County Planning information as well. So whatever action or inaction we take tonight is not the final thing. I'm not passing the buck on anybody. I just want everyone to know what the process is and the procedures are. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the agenda, and the fourth thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept as presented.
Second. And we have a motion to support and approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion from any commission members on the agenda? Okay. Go ahead.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
The new business.
That'd be okay with that.
So we have from Commissioner Stanley an amendment, a motion to remove business items 12A and B. Do you want to make that 9 and 10? Okay, we'll do that. Is the you okay with that? Here we have a motion with a friendly amendment that's been accepted. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the amended agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a revised agenda. Next up is the approval of the minutes of our August 26th, 2025. Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes. Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Bowl and supported by Commissioner Busak to accept the minutes as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, so that passes. The next item is our first call to the public. Remember, we have a call to the public, and then we have one at the very end of the meeting. So, is there anybody, and help us out, we don't have cards or anything like that. So, if you wish to speak to anything to us or to anybody in the audience about anything, I would just say raise your hand or just proceed to the podium over there, and then we can go from there from people. So, and remember to keep it limited to something that's not on the agenda, if possible. And yes. The appropriate time to speak to something on the agenda is when it's there, but you can go up to the mic and tell us a joke if you want to. And then we would ask you that you state your name and address prior to speaking. And remember, you have 3 minutes, and we will tell you when you have 2.5 minutes. Politely.
So I guess I'm missing the mic. My name's Timothy Parker. I live at 26.
Go up to the podium. Podium's up.
All the way up there?
Yeah.
Is that microphone on?
Try it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can you guys hear her?
Yep.
Hello. All right, hi. My name is Vanessa North. I live at 2950 West Mar Road, and that's about 2.54 miles from where the proposed site is being built out today. And my first question is, one is protection for residents for the electric and the water. Do we have any processes or procedures that are being proposed that are becoming in effect that will then require the infrastructure that are required by the excessive use of power or water. Generally, those are passed on to the residents by the electric and water companies whenever infrastructure updates are required. Can we have something in effect that says, if you want to come to our city, you are responsible for paying for those upgrades and not the citizens of our township? Also, one of the other things would be for the noise thing, are they also proposing, so without a site plan, are they proposing to build any barriers for sound mitigation for any of the surrounding residents, as well as using a closed cycle water cooling system over regular air conditioning? Since closed cycle water cooling systems only use 5% of the water, they use all the water to fill it up, but then annually they only need to replace that water 5% of it every year, instead of having it continuously drain from the water source. A closed cycle cooling system would use less of our natural resources. I also wanted to find out if there's been any groundwater mapping, because after reading the MHOG, which is our Marion, Howell, Osceola, and General Water Authorities, they said that they can pump enough water to then give all this water to the data center. They can provide it, they can pump it. But has there been any groundwater mapping to prove that the water is actually underground to meet the needs of all of this demand?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Denise Policella. I live at 4200 Sweet Road in Genoa Township. I'm also an attorney specializing in municipal and land use law, and I'm the co-director of the Coalition to Stop the Lapse in PUD. And very respectfully, the meeting you're having tonight violates the Open Meetings Act. Section change of venue is by definition a rescheduling of a public meeting, and under MCL 15-265-4 requires at least 18 hours notice. So quite respectfully, I'm doing that because I think that this hearing should happen, but I think that it has to happen in a way that's lawful and in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. Everything that happens tonight will be challenged in court. Thank you.
Yeah, we can move on, please.
Joe Farkas, 7 Circle Hall. And my one question is, what, if any, abatements will this company be receiving?
You're just addressing us. We cannot respond.
What's that, I'm sorry?
You are addressing all of us here. We cannot respond to you, but we are taking notes of whatever we're saying.
Okay, you can't respond to my question?
Correct.
That seems a little bit up.
Before any decision is made, I respectfully request that the township set a moratorium in place to fully study the long-term effects on the community that this data center will bring. This would include researching other communities' successes and their failures, studying the U of M report in detail, and consulting with the researchers who are experts in this area. Once we have done the responsible thing of doing our own research and not just believing what is presented to us by the petitioners, we can establish some ordinances that would serve to regulate this monstrosity that may be in our backyards. I believe that projects of this scope search out areas that have residents and elected officials who may have never dreamed of this coming to their hometown, and therefore have no ordinances and no first-hand knowledge of what is at hand. Don't be mistaken. We are vulnerable due to our ignorance on this subject. This will be a life-changing decision that will affect our health, our property values, the environment, our resources, our infrastructure, our first responders, as well as many other areas of our lives. I also believe that there has been a lack of transparency, which has now led to mistrust. Transparency must be first and foremost going forward. We need truthful information about how this will affect the aquifloor and our personal wells. We want to know about the energy use and why this has become so expensive for other communities that have allowed these data centers. Air quality, hazardous waste, cooling systems, and changes to the immediate area's natural climate all need to be considered. What will happen also if this area...
That's 3 minutes.
be considered? That you put a moratorium on this until we can get some appropriate research.
Hi, my name is Olivia Christie. I'm from 385 Diamond Road in Palm, Michigan. I'm a mile away from where the data center was supposed to be, and I'm 12 years old. I'm just tonight because if you ever want to happen to something in the future, the show can with you. The plan of the zone where for Michigan Water's data center worries me. The data centers use huge amounts of energy every single day, and that means more pollution from power plants and more noise from traffic from trucks and construction. All that changes the air we breathe and the land we live on. In school, that once nature is destroyed, it's almost impossible to bring it back. If this property is turned into a giant data center, it will be strongly avoidable in space anymore. It will be concrete machines forever. That means fewer trees to clean our air and fewer places for animals to live. I know I'm only 12, but I will be the one making these decisions for the rest of my life. The choices we make today will shape the kind of community that kids will grow up in. I want to be proud of public place my home, not worried that my health, the environment, and the future are faded away. Please think of the long-term effects, not just the short-term gain. Protect our land and our future. Please say no to the Northwest data center. Thank you for listening.
Dan Wallahan, 8162 Majestic Boulevard, Fowlerville. And I'm speaking because I'm 46 years in Livingston County, lifer, live in 4 different parts of Livingston County, Brighton area, Genoa Township I live, which is the subject of many development issues right now, and I'm down in Fowlerville area. And I could live in a whole bunch of new places. If I want the city, I would live in Lansing. I don't live in Lansing. I don't want to be in the city. I'm from the country. I like to keep the country. I especially west of Burkhardt Road, a major development building that takes away from what makes Lewis County a great place to live in, a small town. I support property rights in line with the zoning. That's why we have zoning. And we need to keep Lewis County a small town and a rural place to live. That's a huge issue right now. And I think if you want to protect your township board members, I'd recommend not changing zoning because your friends might get recalled otherwise.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrew Pavica. I live at 840 Lucy Road, and I would kindly ask that anybody holding applause, I get my full 3 minutes in, okay? Sweet. All right. So moving along, you're going to hear a lot of comments about the water consumption. That's a huge deal. You're going to hear a lot of comments about property tax. You're going to hear a lot of comments about diversity. I think everybody's here for valid reasons and concerns. So moving through that, because you guys already hear enough of it, or maybe not. You guys know that we use 1 to 2 million gallons of water per day. Okay, moving along. One of my main considerations, I've been doing ethical hacking and pen testing for just about 10 years now. I've worked on penetration testing teams. I'm curious how many people on board are tech gurus and anyway. It's okay if you're not. I'm not a farmer. I know tech. But if you don't know tech, we have to know what this country's greatest adversary currently is. China is the answer. What attack surface is most likely cyberspace. What are most of the servers made with? Computer chips. Technological items made outside of this country. 98% of chips come from China. Why is that a big concern? We all know data breaches are going to happen. It's not a question of if, but when. Aside from wanting Howell, Fowlerville, and local areas to stay, wanting to be small and remain small, my concern lies with the cybersecurity aspect of it. Being that something as simple as a distributed denial of service attack, which is when tens of thousands of computers are taken over to send traffic to certain computers. What that does is slow down and break things. Why is that a concern? Well, I'm trying to be in our biggest adversary in the cybersecurity world. Being in everybody's phones, everybody's computers, now we have a data center. Well, how does that affect anybody else? All the local small businesses will be affected 30 seconds in the same rough way. Once the data slows down, the internet service providers such as Comcast, Spectrum, whoever it may be, will also be deeply sabotaged by this. That means problem running your credit card, problem getting gas, problem getting food. Is Howell really want to be a possible target? Absolutely not. So I urge you to reconsider having anything this big in this area. That's what Silicon Valley is for. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Burka. I'm at 10099 Stowe Road in Conway Township. Thank you all for having us tonight. I'm a tech executive for the last 25 years. I've spent half my life traveling around building technology companies. I currently serve at the C-level for 3 different companies right now. And I've worked in AI for a long time and spent many countless weeks, months of my life in data centers. What I can tell you is the bigger they are, the louder they are, and the more they consume. And what you propose is a very large data center. So just be aware of that. It would consume that of a small city. So you'd literally be turning on a small city right next door. This is my primary concern, is that we don't have the infrastructure in Michigan to support this. My power was out for 2.5 hours today while trying to work. beyond just the power outages, we also have power fluctuations, which will affect all electronic devices within miles and miles of radius, anything on the grid. Now, that's electricity. I'm also concerned about water, as everybody else here is. Well, Michigan's a great state of water. We can't be using our water for this purposes. We need to water our crops. We need to keep water in the ground for our drinking. We shouldn't be wasting it on data centers. Data centers should be mounted where they should be pools. Again, I work in this space. I understand the need for the data centers, but strategically they should be put in places that will not affect large communities. I also work on the noise pollution. Okay, having worked at these data centers, I am keenly aware that the noise silencing devices they erect do not work very well. People within small radiuses suffer gravely medical conditions, mental conditions, sleepless nights. I would not be impacted by this, but I would not wish any of my neighbors that. I do consult for the federal government. I am in D.C. working, I work with both administrations on a pro bono basis. I am happy to consult with any of you with my knowledge. And again, worked in the space for 25 years. I am easily available, happy to work with you. The only question I want to leave with today is, why is something that has such a large impact on our community not on the ballot? Thank you.
Couple things real fast. I'll bring it up again. I mentioned that all earlier. Our senior citizens receive no notice of these meetings. I think as you being service to us, you guys should make that part of your agenda every month. So let us know what's going on. I don't care if I'm not saying nothing. I'm just second and last, I know you guys don't want to take a vote, but I'm going to take a vote. How many people are for this? Can I get a shout or hand?
Sir, you're addressing us.
Okay.
Please vote.
All right, I'll talk to you and ask them. Are you against it?
My name is Henry Petrovich. I live at 5205 Warner Road. Not much of a speaker. I moved out here over 25 years ago to get away from the city. I grew up in Rome. Watch it turn into like there's a shithole. I raised 4 children out here. Now I'm raising my grandchildren. I plan on retiring in 3 years, and I don't want to retire and be able to sit on my porch and see a massive building 300 feet from my home. And as everybody has said before, the infrastructure out here cannot handle that kind of a power surge. They're going to consume so much electricity and water that nobody's going to want to live out there, around that place. You're going to watch property values down there drop. And what am I going to do? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me time to ask some questions. I have read the packet of information that was provided, and I have some questions. Who is Randy LLC? Okay? I'm sure there will be a number of questions that you will be able to answer. I'm going to ask them anyway. What are the projected DB levels to be emitted from this facility? Any idea? Okay. How much excess water capacity is available without jeopardizing the aquifer? Okay. excess electricity is there available? I lost my power today during the storm. I have lost power many, many times, and for that reason I have a backup generator. Thank God. Diesel generators are a significant source of really toxic air pollution for any communities living nearby. Remember that when you get all the details. I don't know if you will. Who wrote a data center facts - Livingston County? It was included with this packet. There's no author. It does not state anything about who wrote it. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Ronald Fordell, 3620 Allen Road. And one thing nobody spoke of, there's a few of them spoke some of the things I want to ask, so I won't repeat them. But there's the roads. And you know, put in a 5-lane highway immediately from the data center all the way to the freeway. Is that coming? So probably not, because nobody's planning that. All the traffic on Grand River, everybody knows to get in and out of Howell right now. You can't even do it some days, literally. And what's going to be done with that? Nobody addresses that at all. The water issue, that's a gigantic issue. I mean, everybody needs clean drinking water, and that should be a right, not a privilege. And also, see how many people turned out here? 2 people raised their hands that they were for it. And count, well, these people also have the right to remove you and the board at any time. If you like the job, it's a pretty cushy job overall. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emma Silva. I live at 322 West Washington. I don't have any questions, but I do have some comments. When it comes to water consumption and stuff like that, data centers hold servers and they use a lot of water to cool down those large servers, which would drain our local water supplies. That water is not cleaned and recycled after use. Much of the time, it evaporates due to the heat of the servers. The servers are sometimes placed in large bodies of water, like the ocean, so that the ocean itself is used to cool it down. Of course, that's obviously not what is going to be happening here if it goes through and this gets approved. So instead, you may be dealing with low water pressure if this data center is built, as well as a rise in your water bill costs, because everyone is trying to get more water than they can. Large data centers can consume around 5 million gallons of water in a single day, the equivalent to the water use of a town between 10,000 and 50,000 people. Howell has around 9,900 people living here. That would at the very least double Howell's water consumption. When it comes to electricity, data centers use a lot of it to run. Howell's power grid is, to be frank, is a bit outdated. We cannot support that level of electrical need. Since data centers need so much electricity, that would strain the grid, but it would also rise the cost of electricity, which has already been increasing in previous years. It also, sorry, I already covered that. I know plenty of people who can't deal with a rise in cost when it comes to water and electricity, and especially if, depending on when this ends up being built, if it is approved. I mean, hot summers, cold winters, you don't want to be without electricity, no AC, no heat. Data centers can become outdated pretty quickly, usually within 15 years, and they may be very big, maybe the last 20. Occasionally, they have been known to stink of chemicals, making the local air smell bad. The idea that it was noted in an article that some of the defense that they should come here, that it is that it would bring hundreds of jobs, which is incorrect. Many data centers employ people that they already have working for them. And either that or they bring in people from elsewhere. You and I will not be getting a job there, but Mike from Illinois will.
You have 17 seconds.
Our tax revenue and infrastructural upgrades can be done in ways that are less harmful to Howell. We don't need some eyesore of a building that's built on farmland to steal our water and strain our grid. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chuck Smith. I've lived in Livingston County my whole life, and I'm 69 years old. 36 Fleming Road, approximately 2,500 feet from this facility that you're planning on building. I have a lot of questions. I worked on a farm growing up on my grandfather's farm in Gregory. I know if I was a Dave Builders, I wouldn't want anybody telling me what to do with my farm. Okay? However, I got a lot of questions, and I've got a packet that big over in my chair that I can't address because I get 3 minutes. So I'm going to run this down real quick. Was an environmental impact study done? And if so, who did it and where can I get a copy of it? Number 2, was the Michigan DNR and EPA approved any of these site plans? Number 3, are there any endangered species on this property? I go past there every single day, and I love the fact that that big field, there's deer, there's sandhill cranes, there's I love it. I have a degree in natural resource technology from Lake Superior State College. Okay? I love hunting, fishing. I love it. Just you name it, in this state, I love it. Okay? Another of my main concerns about water consumption. Okay, everybody's talking about water consumption. What are you going to do with the wastewater? Where is that going? And what's coming out of that facility? Who's testing it, and how often do they have to report it? I am currently a quality assurance manager at Spiral Industries in Heartland, Michigan. I have lived in Heartland, I've lived in Brighton, I've lived in Howell, and I now live in Fowlerville. I've been all over this county. The next thing is, because of that, I am also your environmental manager at Spiral Industries. So I've read a couple things about the environment, which I'll share with you at a later time. Okay, how loud will these generators be that are going to be producing the electricity? Again, I'm 2,500 feet from this. And if it's going to stay, and it's going to vibrate, and all these things vibrate, how many computers can we have about vibrating? Is that it? 30 seconds? What are the pros and cons for out my neck of the woods, being 2,500 feet away from you? What have you checked into? Because I guarantee you, I will. I've already heard that this is not going to affect my taxes, at least I've read it. But I want to know that it's not going to affect my taxes. And I want to see that it's not going to. I live on a dirt road. I don't want to pay.
Good evening. My name is Dan Bernal. I live at 3531 Warner Road in Howell Township. My wife and I, Dan, moved out here 32 years ago, built our home, forever home. We have here for tonight about a lot of proposed data center will affect the water, electricity, property values, and quality of life if it's approved. I'd like to address an issue that hasn't been discussed much. For those of us that have lived in the township long enough to have gone through other projects in the township and county that were sold as the best thing that could happen to us, let me tell you a couple of stories. A while back, Livingston County wanted to expand our small regional airport to, according to them, bringing commercial jobs to the area, including the FedEx hub and several businesses that have corporate jets and hangars with several flights going in and out every day, comparing it to the Oakland County Airport in Pontiac. At the time, several residents, including Howell Township board members,
and that several people will lose their homes, including a significant family farm. The county rolled over the majority, and our objections went through the project anyway. All the homes on the south side of Bowen Road between Tully and Burkhart Road were demolished, as were homes in the path of the Permian and Burkhart Road, and homes on Tully Road, including the house Sebago family farm. For what? None of the things the county promised in their arguments for the airport came to fruition. Here we are, 8 years later, with hangars being rented for storage. There is very little to none increase in flights, and most of the flights are for heavy planes at the cost of millions of taxpayer dollars. Those that opposed the airport were right, but that's little consolation considering the financial costs and the disruption to those that live around the airport. Then came the Van Gilder subdivision on Tully Road between Bowen and Warner Roads. Around 2008, the Van Gilders wanted to rezone some of their property from AG to residential to build a development over 500 units in Howell Township. The residents on Warner, Tully, and Bowen Roads were opposed to it, citing that it would bring more traffic down the roads and the infrastructure wasn't there to support it. Besides that, the subdivision would be directly below the flight pad of the airport, and any reasonable person wouldn't want to build a $500,000 home in that location. Dan Gilder ignored the residents and pushed his plan, and the township and their Panuquism approved it. Because there was no water, sewer, gas lines to that property, the residents on Warren and Bowen Road were compelled to abandon their wells, septic fields, and propane tanks to accommodate Dan Gilder's pet project. Between Burkhart and Tully, you can see the big swath of land that they destroyed, and now they stuck the township with that property. It's not fair to the residents, and I can see that happening now. It's just a land and over the package. And
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Joe Fulton, and I live at 3528 Warner Road. Typically, at a meeting like this, I'd have a ton of questions for you. However, the movers and shakers of this project kept us all in the dark until this package was given to us tonight. After reviewing that, there's some falsehoods in there for sure. On Wednesday, September 17th, I was informed about the data center project by my neighbor. Over the next week, I engaged with 100 or more of our township residents about the proposed project. I realized very quickly 3 things in common with everyone I spoke with. First, there was no one that had any knowledge of this large project being built in our community. Second, no one I engaged with believed a data center is in the best interest of the residents. And third, no one resident I spoke with was in favor of it being built in our community. It is abundantly clear that this project and those behind it did not include the community's input or provide us any facts whatsoever. That speaks loudly as to how inappropriate this process has been. This is not the way to move forward on such a large and impactful project in the neighborhood. It is clear to all of us that a select few has decided that they know what is best for this community. That a select few believe they know what this community requires to have a bright future. The same folks that planned and approved, these select few are the same folks that decided we required for high school. The same folks that planned and approved new subdivisions and hundreds of water hubs that would be built on Tully and Warner Road, but yet no subdivision is ever being built, and the residents were left paying for it all. There is a pattern of gross misplanning and allocation of money being spent in this township. Multiple township and state representatives keep mentioning tax revenue that will come from this project. He explained to my fellow residents that reside near this planned project how we were going to get our money back when our house values drop. Many in this community are middle-class folks, a lot of our wealth is in our house. This will impact generations of our families. Representatives keep mentioning local jobs. This is a false narrative. I work for a large contractor that builds data centers. We are currently building one in Newcastle, Indiana. I work in Michigan. We gave the same promises to the local members of Newcastle, Indiana. Low bidder gets this work, not a local company. Additionally, they have concerns over power usage utility costs, water usage, pollution, noise, and urban blight. It's hard to understand the impact of the project regarding these concerns, considering we have had zero information. Recently in Saline Township, elected officials voted down the zoning request for a data center. This is due to the outpouring of residents against the proposed data center. When the people of Saline showed up and spoke, so did their township officials. I ask you to do the same.
My name is Jody Holton. I'm raising a young family at 3528 Warner, 1.5 miles from the site. Make no mistake, local and state governments are trying to push through the rezoning and approving a data center to be built here in Knoll Township. This is being done with almost no notice and without allowing a vote from us residents or the greater community. We've been kept in the dark, something that is rarely done when everything is on the up and up. Our elected officials are put in office to represent us and speak on our behalf. They get to vote. So let me make my voice loud and clear, so that when they speak for me, they know what to say. I am a resident of Howell Township. I am against the rezoning of any land in Howell Township to research and technology. I am against the data center being built in our community. I have serious concerns over the impact a data center will have on our home values, our water and electrical infrastructure, and about any potential health effects that come from living near these facilities. It is a safe assumption that we have been kept in the dark for a reason. To our elected officials, to my elected officials, when it comes time for you to vote, I hope you use your voices to amplify what we have to say, not cover them up.
Hello, my name is Darian Wolf. I live at 804 North Michigan Avenue in downtown Howell. And I'm concerned about the water that will be wasted by such a center. So the current packet we got just tonight states that MPOC has 12 million gallons per day of production capacity with a peak demand of 4.5 million gallons per day during the peak summer months. That's 4 townships, mind you. The current plan requested for 1 million gallons per day for the initial building. The actual demand, however, will depend on the cooling technology selected and final usage may remain well below the maximum projections. Now, that being said, that rings some alarm bells in my mind, and I decided to do a little bit of research. The University of Tulsa has thankfully done this research as well. Unfortunately, and they say, unfortunately, many data centers rely on water-intensive cooling systems that consume millions of gallons of potable drinking water annually. A single data center can consume up to 5 million gallons of drinking water per day, which is enough to supply thousands of households or farms. It would instead be going to one data center. The drinking water used in these data centers is often treated with chemicals to prevent corrosion and bacterial growth, rendering it unsuitable for human consumption or agricultural use. This means that not only are data centers consuming large quantities of drinking water, they are also effectively removing it from the local water cycle. This or it evaporates. Either way, this beautiful fresh water that our state is so famous for will be gone. We will not be able to use it for agriculture. We can't drink it. We will not have it. It's gone to a useless source. I hope that you think about this when you cast your vote, because I'm frankly not a fan of
industrial and high-power. I did read somewhere that they wanted to be good neighbors, but it didn't sound like there was even restrictions, parameters, procedures we would have to follow if anybody raised any concerns. And every document I received tonight shows how great this will be. It was interesting to me that it was all positive, it didn't have one negative in it at all to address. And I also feel like other people have mentioned, everything is so great. Everyone will be touting it in the streets. There's no articles on this. Everything came out when we all found out about it about a week ago. So in summary, I respectfully ask the township and planning commission to vote no on this rezoning. As residents, this is a major concern for us. I understand you guys are residents as well, so I assume it's a concern for you. I'm asking you again, please not approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Cosin, 2512 Easton Drive, Hull Township, about 6 miles as the crow flies to this data center. Like many others here in attendance, I'm very against this data center. You and the prospective builder say that this is not going to have any real environmental impact, but we've heard this story time and time again from other companies in Michigan, companies like Dow Chemical and Wolverine Worldwide, and many others, including paper mills, which is a heck of a lot smaller operation than a data center. That being said, I think it would be wise to not risk the pollution in our area. It's going to damage our drinking water and take water away from farms and homes. And speaking of farming, once you take this land and develop it into a data center, it can never go back. You can tear the building down, you can remove the soil, but that soil is going to be permeated with filth. It's going to be disgusting. Nobody wants to eat food growing in that filth. You're making a mistake with this data center. Flat out. Almost everyone here will agree. Almost. I think it's clear, and it should be clear to you, our elected officials, that this data center is a Goliath. And we are going to be David. We will kill this data center. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina Frederick, and I live at 418 Lake Street here in Howell. I want to first say thank you to everyone for being here, taking time out of your day to share your questions and opinions, and doing so respectfully. I'm so proud of how many of us showed up today, and I pray that God protects and blesses us all. I was sad to learn that we would only have 3 minutes to speak to each other, as I prefer to get to know everyone in support of this plan and a deeper level to understand your thought process, but more importantly, your values and morals. As a longtime resident of Howell and someone raised in Livingston County, I can't imagine raising my own family, supporting local markets and businesses, or continuing to volunteer with nonprofits I do now with the addition to this data center. All the things I respect and love about this community cannot exist happily, healthy, or safely anywhere near a data center, and this will cause harm for us and our environment for generations to come. Just because the plan suggests that these things can exist side by side with technology does not mean that they should. We can always create more jobs and find other ways to bring money into our community and schools, but the moment this plan is approved, it will already be too late. There is an abundance of real, credible source, terrifying scientific research proving claims in this plan to be incorrect or inaccurate, while also having limited sources to back up those claims. Unfortunately, my passion, determination, and credentials cannot be shared with everyone within this 3 minutes either. However, I am here today to speak on behalf of not only myself, but many farmers, mothers, and workers in the community who couldn't be here today. We were all shocked, but not surprised to hear about the proposal so late in the game. So please listen and hear us when we say this. We do not want a data center built near our homes. We do not vote in favor of an attempt to deplete and demolish the resources, wildlife, and community of this county. Collectively, we decided to ask one question. At what point do we draw the line across the line, people?
Hi, my name is Anna Rail with the Z. I reside at 4379 Indian Trail. I think I'm maybe
Van Gilders, I don't know which one you are, but you're in here, just say you're lawyers. Yeah, raise your hand.
You're talking to us. Please keep your.
No, see, you're wrong, you're wrong, I'm talking to them.
You can talk to them.
Yeah,
Towards us.
it's gonna go out there, Van Gilders. How does it feel to screw over everybody here? We don't want it. We don't care for you. Leave. You got your grandkids taken care of. I don't have my
Please
kids.
do not engage with.
All right, I'll engage you. Who are you? What's your name?
My name, this is called the public.
You don't want to tell me what because I can't read it. It's too small.
You are talking to us, and you're not
And
replying.
you're not going to tell me what your name is? You don't want me to tell you my name and my address, but you don't even want to tell me your
can't see your name right here!
So, we're not,
You're talking to us.
I'm talking. Take notice, everybody, because if this goes forward, all of us have no problem showing up to vote you out, and that's
I'm Debbie Samples. I live at 4302 Cornwall Lane in Whitmore Lake. I came over ways because I have concerns. So I did a little research. I've been hearing about data centers. And I saw an article from the OECD. And it talks about, it was written in November of 23. And it talks about how data centers are going to use 6.6 cubic meters of water. Now, to 1 cubic meter of water, that is 248 gallons of water. So I did a little math. And now I don't know, but it says 1.743522. There's an E in there. I think it stands for exorbitant, excessive, perhaps. So that is the water that they project that these data centers use. Now these are the ones that are like already in place, right? Not accounting for the ones that don't want to build now. So I'll give you a few more numbers. Less than 3% of water on the planet is fresh water. That means that 8.2 billion people have to share that fresh water. Not to mention the trees and the grass and the animals and everything else that resides or lives off of that water. So our Great Lakes, then, if we look at that, 3% of water, right? 68% of that fresh water is inaccessible because it's in ice caps and glaciers. So that leaves about 30% of that 3% of water is groundwater. 0.3% of the 30% of groundwater is surface level water, like lakes, streams, rivers, swamps, our Great Lakes, which is 21% of that. 6 quadrillion gallons are in our Great Lakes. Now that seems like a lot of water, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. But I wonder how fast that'll go away. Because as we've learned from a few people already, data centers, they don't recycle the water and put healthy water back in. That water's gone. It's done. It takes a long time for the aquifers and for that water to replenish. So, 8.2 billion gallons. Let me tell you this. The average person in their lifetime uses 2,312 gallons of water. Okay? So I'm wondering, we as humans are stewards of this place that we call home. And we have to speak up for the voiceless, all the plants and animals and things that reside here as well. And I'm wondering to myself, if the economic progress that this data center promises is worth essential life-sustaining resources, are we really willing to exchange our natural intelligence for artificial?
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Angela Barbash and I live at 4211 Cranberry Road, about 2.5 miles away. I want to be clear from the start that, like so many people here tonight, I'm here to oppose the creation and use of a research and technology zoning category. I've been an investment advisor for over 20 years, so I understand the importance of strategic, long-term investment. This proposed data center is a poor investment for our community, and it fundamentally conflicts with the vision and values of Howe Township. Our master plan is a clear and powerful statement of what we value. We create master plans for a reason. It is a reference tool to guide future decision-making processes for our leadership. The plan explicitly emphasizes the preservation of our agricultural and rural character. A survey of residents during the last master plan update found that 88% considered the preservation of farmland and providing support for agricultural use to be important or very important. The plan notes that the majority of the township is intended to remain rural, with low-density housing on large lots. Approving a research and technology zoning category on a massive scale is in direct opposition to this vision. Based on what we have learned, this proposal is a direct threat to our community's resources and quality of life. Furthermore, this is not a matter for negotiation or compromise. This is about protecting our community's future. The master plan is our guide. It's why we have them. It's very clear on this point. We must preserve our rural character. It's why everyone chose to live here. And I please implore you to pass these messages on to your fellow leaders and know that we will all continue to show up at every single hearing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Delilah Barbash, and I live at 4211 Cranberry Road with my mother and the rest of my family. And, look, I'm a kid, so I don't really know much about this data center, but I do know that it is probably going to ruin our beautiful lakes and the beaches because of the water. And also, who thought of the idea to put a data center in the middle of a very peaceful neighborhood? And I would like it to stay peaceful, and I think I can find a lot of people who would agree with me. So, I don't know what y'all were thinking. I don't know, maybe an idea floated around and got misread. I don't know, but could you please put the data center somewhere else? Like in the middle of the desert?
So a lot of people come up here and they talk about, surveys and research and all that. And I can do that, but I just like to break it down a little bit. We all have phones, we all have technology, we see computers, we all have laptops, we all have desktops at home. Think about it. How many times you hear that fan going off on your desktop? That's just a fan, all it's doing is blowing some air around. Take that from one desktop, make it the size of a rubber building. Imagine the noise coming from that thing. Like one of them said, look, I can hear it just from here. That's like a light. This is one light. You like to go fishing? Take a bunch of water, pour a bunch of heavy metals over it, or pour it over a bunch of heavy metals, and then dump that in your lake. See how many fish you catch after that. You like to go hunting? Put 8 million lights up. See how many deer you see walking around. None. Because they're all going to move away. They're going to put up fences to block people from coming in. Because that's a security risk. I don't want people coming in there. What's going to happen to animals? They're not going to be able to go through it. Because again, there's fences up. They can't go through it. You can't go through it. I can't go through it.
migratory patterns move, animals move, everything gets changed. That's all I have to say.
Good evening, my name is Richard Allen. I live on the Shiawassee-Livingston County border. And something to know about me is I've been a citizen activist fighting against industrial wind and solar development in rural residential agricultural neighborhoods for about 4 years now. There are some very valid comparisons here. And you might want to consult with Shiawassee residents and county officials as to what the developer promised out there and what actually happened. Because people are still experiencing noise and flooding. And now, at 5 years after this operation came online, the developer is now talking about possibly placing some noise-reducing equipment. 5 years is a long time to wait. Did you ever reach out to Facebook to try to get some assistance? It's not very likely that you'll get somebody to talk to. And that's exactly what we'll have if you have a problem with noise or any other issue. I've been to countless meetings in mid-Michigan regarding wind and solar, and I've heard many developers pitch pie in the sky, unreasonable things that never turn out to happen. And I can tell you firsthand that it's whatever they're promising you, it won't come to fruition. I, like many others, have some serious concerns about changing the zoning of the property in question. A 1 million gallon daily water draw from a joint township community well is an insane amount. The electricity required is another huge hurdle. In the scheme of things, the way electricity is prioritized is hospitals and emergency services first, data centers next, and finally residential customers. So there could be situations where this data center could be noisily humming along while residents are left in the dark. That doesn't sound like a community benefit to me. It was asserted in a handout that the footprint of this data center would be about the size of a full-service mire. A full-service mire with parking and outlots is about 8 to 12 acres. What would the extra 950 acres be possibly for? Is it for noise and site buffering, as claimed, or could it be eventually used for industrial solar and battery storage? Each of these uses bring their own issues to the forefront. And once the zoning is changed, it would be much easier to bring anything industrial to this neighborhood. There are far better options in which to locate a data center. It's interesting that Myers was mentioned, because there's a location on Pearson Road near I-75 where a Meyer once sat. The old Buick Motor Division site in Flint has over 300 acres available as a former AC spark plug factory. Jefferson County recently installed the Curragani pipeline directly to Port Huron for the specific purpose of catering to industrial and data centers. A beefed-up power grid is already in place there as well. These sites are zoned industrial, manufacturing, so additional buffering wouldn't be needed. In any case, no decision should be made on this proposal this evening. What should happen is a request should be tabled, and the Township Board should enact a moratorium of 6 months or longer to seriously study the proposal and long-term effects it would have on the community at large. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Cornia. I live at 3287 Hill Hollow Lane. Moved out here back in 2020 with my wife. We moved away from the city because we don't like the city. We like the quiet life. Had a son, started a family, and we moved out here to get away from this stuff. And now it's coming in right next door. These big tech companies don't care about our community. They don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about their employees. They don't care about how much power they use. They don't care about how much water they use. They don't care about the effects that it affects on the environment. These people are scumbags, and they need to go away. And it's sad, and it's actually kind of ridiculous. I was here, I think last year, because my neighbor wanted to put up a pole barn in his backyard, and I got a letter in the mail saying somebody was going to be doing something near my house, so I came over here. I got a letter in the mail for somebody building a pole barn, but nothing about this. I hope you'll sell out to these voters. They're scumbags. Thank you.
Hi there.
My name is Danielle, and my family is located on Homestead in Howell. I'm curious how much money was offered under the table to vote yes, and I pray for your vote. Sustainable and regenerative farming practices. And while I appreciate your lightheartedness, Mr. Chairman, you also mentioning church, this is a rather quite heavy-hearted matter for not just our land, but our children and future generations. Spiritually, we are called to be stewards of the earth. People have mentioned water usage, but what about the toxic and contaminated water and runoff from these plants? I have worked with multiple groups helping to plant and clean soil and to help with runoff that contaminates the land of locals. What kind of systems would then have to be in place to clean this water? There is the usage of the water, but also dealing with the byproduct of this plant, of this size. Not to mention the harm to our ecosystem. I work as a natural health educator and therapist, and I have seen bizarre health elements daily, specifically of those who live near plants, who also live near conventional farms and lakes that are sprayed with herbicides which is paid for with our tax dollars. I have family who lives near data centers who have been directly affected by these data centers with dry wells, depleted land, and contaminated land. This is unethical and a spiritual battle that we must fight for our children, and you cannot serve two masters. For our community, we have to say no to AI and eliminate our usage and dependency on it.
Three blocks from this proposed site. I've got some questions, and I hope you guys write these down. One, exact size and capacity. How many megawatts will this data center require at full build out, and will there be multiple phases? Number two, water usage. How many gallons a day or a year will it withdraw? Will it use potable groundwater or recycled industrial water? And is there a binding limit in a permit for this? Power and infrastructure. What new substations, transformation lines are needed? Who pays for them? Ratepayers or the company? Backup power and pollution. How many diesel generators will be installed? How often will they be run for testing? And what air quality control for plant? Noise and visual impacts. What is the expected noise level at this property? Will there be 24-hour lighting, 24/7? Will there be any visual buffers? Community benefits. How many permanent jobs will be actually created after the construction? And the best one for last, transparency and oversight. Will annual water, power, usage, and emissions be reported publicly? What enforcement mechanisms do we have to ensure these limits are followed? Thank you.
My name is Liz Rouse. I live on Tully and Howard. I'm going to cut my comments down because some of the data I have has already been shared. But the word multiplication scares the heck out of me. The multiplication of data centers. I've read over and over again. Once you have one successful data center, more will follow. How many more data centers do we need? The answer is always more. There is a gentleman I'm going to quote. He's a plant commission chairman in Santa Clara. Previously, he had been in favor of construction of data centers in his community, but not any longer, and I quote, "I consider data centers to be the tapeworms of the city. A data center is its own entity. There's little it will add to the community. It consumes, it grows, it uses resources. It doesn't kill you, but it doesn't make you healthy. I fear that the building of a data center here will drastically change the look of my community, of our community, and negatively impact the quality of my life and your life. I fear that one data center will lead to more."
opportunity to address you this evening. The topic that I want to address is the impact of environmental contamination on property values. I work in planned giving and donor development for a nonprofit in Lansing, Michigan. I've worked there for 17 years. We are a nonprofit church entity and do estate planning and legacy planning creation for our donors. My direct supervisor is the director of the association, who is responsible for receiving, inspecting, buying, and selling of properties within the larger framework of philanthropy. When property is donated, it is immediately subject to an environmental inspection. This inspection is to determine viability, value, and any costs associated with remediation in cases of contamination. Because environmental factors are included in the valuation process of property and influence the decision-making of a purchaser, proximity to the source of environmental contamination inherently affects property value. In our experience, properties within a 5-mile radius of industrial, commercial, or global energy production have almost 100% chance of environmental contamination of varying degrees. Depending on the severity of the contamination, donated property values near industrial, commercial, or energy production decrease from between 20 to 100%. With this in mind, I want to share a scenario with you, which I hope would explain the monetary impact to the township, as this proposal seems to be a discussion more about dollars and cents than the people who live within that 5-mile radius. There are approximately 5,500 homes in a 5-mile radius of the proposed data center, according to Google. With nearly 100% contamination rates of properties within those 5 miles, that would mean that all of those homes would have some sort of environmental contamination. The degree is yet to be determined. To give the benefit of the doubt to our new neighbor, the data center, let's suppose that only half of those properties are contaminated to one degree or another. That would be 2,250 homes. Then let's say that it is a very slight contamination, like noise or air quality or light pollution. Let's leave the water contamination and CO2 emissions off the table for a moment.
30 seconds.
If 2,250 homes were contaminated with the lowest degree possible, that would mean a reduction in property value of 20% according to our experience. The median homes sold in Howell Township was $370,000 in 2025, which values $833 million. A 20% loss of $833 million is $167 million of taxable value. How much tax is paid on $167 million to our township? I hope you will consider this as you evaluate the true financial costs of this project to Howell Township. I don't envy you your decision, but I want to respectfully go on record in opposition to this rezoning request.
We shouldn't take 3 minutes, so I hope that you guys will make your voices heard. If we can't appeal to your moral character in this matter, then let it suffice that you will be voted out coming next September.
My name is Kayla Vance. I live at 3701 Cedar Lake Road in Marion Township, and I'm speaking tonight because I refuse to watch our community get sold off behind a shiny sales pitch. We are being told this data center is a gift, jobs, tax dollars, progress, but let's get real. A facility that pulls up to 3 million gallons of water every single day is not a gift. That is water for our families, our farmers, and our children's future, and they will depend on it. And once it's gone, it's gone. Who gets priority then, us or a corporation with billions of dollars, a corporation with billion-dollar lawyers? We're told this power grid can handle it, but how many of us already see rising rates and outages when the storms hit? This facility will devour electricity around the clock. What happens when we're asked to pay more so a global tech giant can keep its servers cool? Sorry. And the promises, let's talk about the promises. They say jobs, well, what kind of jobs? 1,000 temporary construction gigs, and a handful of permanent tech roles that most of our kids won't even qualify for. They say millions in tax revenue, what they say, but what they say is how much gets eaten up by incentives, abatements, or loopholes before it ever touches our schools. And here's the part that should make everyone here pause. They still won't even tell us the names of the company. If this is such a blessing, why the secrecy? Why are we being asked to gamble our water, our roads, our peace, and our property values on a deal we can't even see clearly? This isn't progress. This is about power. Their power over our resources, our infrastructure, and our future. If we don't demand enforceable guarantees right now, legally binding protections for water, energy, schools, and residents, we will be left holding the bag while they walk away with the profits. I am asking this board, I am asking my neighbors, do not rubber stamp this. Do not sell us out. If they want to be here, make them prove it. With contracts, not public relations, that our community comes first. Because once we say yes, we don't get a do-over. We can live without that. We can't live without water. We shouldn't have to choose between powering homes and powering corporations. Don't sell us 1,000 temporary jobs and call it salvation. If this project is such a blessing, why are we being kept in the dark? No name, no trust, period. What happens when they break their word? Who pays then? Us? We are not against progress. We are against being sacrificed for it. Thank you.
Next matter.
I am a water, and I do not want a data center. I do not want to run with water. The center will use and pollute the water my family and horses drink. They are worrying about the water safety. Please do not let them build a data center. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I live at 7196 Mary Lane. And I would like to refer to some direct quotations from Howell Township's master plan to remind the planning commission of your responsibilities and priorities and contrast them with the current data center proposal. The plan cited a survey that found over 88% of residents felt preservation of farmland was a high priority. Your residents are trusting you to bear their interests in mind, not just the single wealthy families. The vast majority of the land in question is zoned agricultural preservation, which according to the plan are areas intended to, keyword, remain rural, to, among many reasons, maintain the existing character that residents feel is most important. This proposal is an insult to the purpose of the current zoning, and the developer's claim that your plan allows for such arbitrary zoning changes is an insult to your commission. The plan provides a chart detailing the commission's goals, among them being, very explicitly, to provide appropriate safeguards to ensure land uses are responsible and respectful of neighboring property owners, the environment, and the overall vision of the township. This proposal is anything but responsible and respectful of those interests. The strategies to provide safeguards include explicitly maintaining zoning ordinances based on the master plan and open planning processes to ensure input from the community. This proposal directly contradicts the strategy of maintaining zoning ordinances as a safeguard of the community. And the chaotic, secretive way this meeting has come about has been anything but an open process. So there is concern over whether the Planning Commission is committed to upholding the integrity of their own stated goals and plans. Additional goals are to encourage land use based on existing character and developmental patterns, as well as support continued growth of industrial uses in appropriate areas. Again, this proposal flies in the face of both of these goals. Sticking feathers up your butt doesn't make you a chicken. Surrounding a data center monstrosity with some patches of grass and shrubbery and calling it research doesn't give it a rural agricultural character or make this location appropriate. As a new resident of this area, just minutes from the site in question, we relied heavily on the local zoning and the master plan that you've heard and are about to hear about the environmental impacts, the effects on our utilities, and the dubious claims about local tax revenues, none of which have been adequately independently evaluated. But more fundamentally than those well-documented harms from countless examples across the country, what is the point of a master plan if residents cannot trust the Planning Commission to adhere to their very clearly stated goals, plans, and outlines? These are created to promote the good of the community. They are used by people to make informed decisions about where to invest their livelihoods and futures. Changing the rules on a whim is inherently unethical and unfair and will only plant seeds of distrust and confusion, which will drive away many residents like us, driving property values and tax revenues even lower. You have an obligation to the entire township to adhere to the plan, not be lured by false promises of riches for the coffers. Thank you.
My name is Autumn, and I live 2 miles from the location of the data center site, and I think that changing the zoning is not a good thing. This huge company wants to buy this and to build a big, loud, horrible data center. It will be very, very loud and will pollute all our water while also draining it to keep their building cool. They might tell us that they won't pollute and drain all the water, but they cannot promise that, and other centers like this one have done that. Why should we believe this one will be any different? Their data center will also pollute the air and will chase all these poor animals from their homes. They could have all these horrible bright lights and make it hard to see all the stars at night, which is one of my favorite things about living in the country. Please say no to this ridiculous idea of changing zoning. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Steve Dennison. I'm a 20-year Army veteran that recently retired and just moved to a location within 2 miles from the proposed location of the massive industrial data center. I urge you to reject this rezoning request. The developers promised jobs and revenue, but both our township's own master land use plan and the record from other Michigan communities like those near Grand Rapids show that those promises don't hold up. First, this proposal contradicts Howell's master land use plan. The Carlisle Working Review confirms that this land is designated agricultural preservation. Areas meant to remain rural, support farming, and preserve township character. The recreation plan also calls for permanent protection of wetlands, woodlands, and scenic vistas. A 1,000-acre industrial complex that buffers is not preservation. It permanently changes the land and undermines the community vision the residents approve. Second, the water demands are staggering. The ERG's technical memorandum, the one that's the same one that's included in the propaganda packet, which also doesn't have any sources included on the FAQ, I noticed, by the way, confirmed the facility could use up to 4.5 million gallons per day, nearly as much as the combined summer demand of all 4 townships. This threatens households, farms, and the Shiawassee River, a recovering EPA Superfund site that the township plans specifically aim to protect. Third, the energy demands raise costs for residents. In Grand Rapids, after the Switch Data Center was built, residential electricity rates rose 25% and now sit 17% higher than the national average. Switch secured a 200 megawatt tax-exempt utility bill while families face 10 straight years of water rate hikes, 49% above the state average. That is the reality behind these promises. Fourth, the jobs argument is misleading. Once construction ends, data centers employ few people. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce itself says ongoing operations support only about 157 local jobs annually. In terms of taxes, in Grand Rapids, Switch's tax exemptions resulted directly in funding being cut for the Caledonia schools as well as county districts. Finally, we must protect farmland and quality of life. Between 2017 and 2024, the U.S. lost 74.7 million acres of farmland, much of it to industrial sprawl. Once farmland is gone, it cannot be restored. Our master plan prioritizes farmland preservation, rural identity, and community values over speculative development. This is not progress. It means higher utility bills, lost farmland, strained water, weakened schools, and minimal jobs, all for corporate profit. I urge you to protect our community's future and deny its rezoning. That's all I've got. Thanks.
My name is Melissa Rucker. I live at 7171 Manor Lane. I'm within 2 miles of this proposed site. And unless the Board and Planning Commission has received substantially more information than the public, there is absolutely no data to support the applicant's claims that this proposed project and rezoning will have no adverse effects on the people who live in close proximity to this site. They state that municipal services will not be affected, but they make no mention of groundwater, which is what most of their neighbors rely on for private wells, whether they'll be drilling a well for construction or dewatering their site. They make no mention of what they'll require for security lighting all the way around the facility. They make no mention of noise from running their cooling systems or backup generators, no mention of their PM 2.5 emissions. They only say that they will follow all applicable regulations. And frankly, Michigan does not have comprehensive regulations for data centers, and the EPA is in the middle of rolling back their air quality and water protections. So I am deeply concerned that we are not prepared for this project to proceed in a way that will not cause harm to this community. The project developers also tout high-paying jobs, stating there will be hundreds of employees, contractors, and service providers badging in and out each day. I want to translate this for anyone who does not understand that this means that the company will employ a bare minimum of well-paid salary staff, and even to get to a vague promise of hundreds, they have to count the security, janitorial, catering, and groundskeeping staff to get there. These are primarily lower wage, low impact jobs that do not translate to livable wages for people in our community. A recent study published just a few months ago by U of M School of Public Policy found that data centers do not deliver the promised economic benefits. And I want to be clear that as Howell and Fowlerville grow, I would fully support some commercial and industrial growth along Grand River, consistent with the zoning. However, this proposed project is not confined to Grand River. This project sprawls over 2 miles into agricultural and rural residential areas. It would occupy over 5% of the total township's area. Just to look at some other sites, you could do so many other things with the frontage on Grand River that is more consistent with the master plan. A corporate headquarters, for example, could employ the same number of people on a 40-acre site. From a local jobs impact standpoint, this project has one of the lowest possible returns on investment, aside from property taxes, which Celine just recently learned would not provide all of the promised benefits. There is very little to be gained here for the community and a lot of risk. I urge you to reject the addition of the RT zone and preserve this land for agricultural and residential use as is outlined in the master plan. And if economic opportunity is what this community seeks in the future, to wait for a better project that will not disproportionately demand resources and actually provide economic opportunity consistent with the master plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Bernard, and I live over on DB Road. And I don't have any questions for you tonight. There are no questions to ask. All the research is there, it's done. The information is there if you want it, it's out there. This is bad, it's not good. There's something called the Digital Gateway Project. I don't know if they're part of that or not, but as of right now, approximately 23 million square feet of land across 2,100 former acres of farmland is currently being used for data centers, and that is growing. They are buying up former farmland to build data centers. It is what they do. and they do not care about the communities they build in. They do not care about us. This is built on lies. That's why the information isn't there for us to read. But if you go online, all this research is there. There is nothing that they are offering that is true. This is not true. Temporary jobs, it obliterates the wildlife, property values, scenery, offering temporary, low-wage jobs in return. Just obliteration of all farmland, the communities around it. There is nothing, there's no return on investment of this that is going to make it worth our time. This will destroy this community. I have no questions about that because I've done my research and I'm telling you it's all out there. The answers are there. And they are selling us lies. Lies. And it's been mentioned that this will use, what did it say, about, 5 million, something like 5 million gallons of water daily? And in the article I got telling us of this meeting tonight, it said that one of their backup plans for that is to use rainwater. Rainwater.
30 seconds.
We're going to depend on the weather to rain, the same thing my grandmother does to water her tomatoes, to be able to provide just the water that this will take up. The physical space, this whole mire thing, this physical space is nothing to the resources it will steal and take from this community. This is not worth it. Please do not support this. And to you up there, who are elected, that's a temporary position too. Go look at the Precious Data Center where you're not elected to work for us.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Matovsky. I live in Howell on 4149 Sonata Drive in Osceola Township. I was born here in Howell off of Mack Road in 1983. I am a Northwest Elementary graduate, Howell High School graduate, class of 2001, and I'm currently teaching 5th grade elementary here at Southwest, which is just about a mile away or less. I have 2 children enrolled in Howell Public Schools, and so far I've taught many hundreds of kids. I love what I do. I live, breathe, teaching. I love helping others. I serve my community. Gentlemen before me and the 2 ladies, I wish there were more. You are all trustees, and I just want to remind you that you have legislative duties that you are obligated to abide by. You have key responsibilities, including managing the finances, overseeing public services like the roads and cemeteries, administering zoning regulations for community development, and ensuring that community needs are met through policy and engagement. Look at all of this engagement. This is wonderful to see. Wonderful. I urge you to go to a PTO meeting sometime. We'd love to see you. Now, trustees act as a public trust holder. They are responsible for making decisions in the best interest of their residents while maintaining transparency in their official conduct and operations. That last part, I'm a little disappointed in myself as a Howell lifelong resident. I'm a lifer, even though I'm 42. I'm a little disappointed in the transparency and the quick switch of the meeting location. And also I'm disappointed in this FAQ. It's lackluster. Again, no concrete research was provided. I think you underestimated our intelligence And that is unfortunate. There are no cited resources whatsoever. Most of this document is incredibly vague. Especially, I took interest, how is this going to benefit schools and local services? Man, listen to this. It will generate millions of dollars, potentially becoming the largest taxpayer in Livingston County. Potentially. And then it goes on to say there are profound benefits. What are they? Sorry, I'm curious. I would just love more clarity, transparency, and evidence. I think we deserve it.
Hi, my name is Christine Brondike. I live at 5707 Crandall Road. I have a 56-acre farm, and ironically, 4 years ago, I left Southern California. The pollution, the traffic, the extensive drain on the resources when my husband became injured from intoxication or being early on fire on a job. We came back to Livingston County. I grew up in Brighton because it is rich. It's abundant. The clean air is good for my husband. The abundant waters make me feel like I'll never be dehydrated like I was in Southern California. The heart and the abundance of the passion in the people here and your rapt attention to this issue makes me feel heartened that speaking up for healthy stewardship of the resources of this township and Livingston County as a whole is not only possible, it's probable. I had a young woman who had completed a permaculture certification visit my farm. She lives in Midland. And when I asked her why would she drive all the way from Midland to want to do some permaculture gardening on my farm, and I was horrified when she told me that in Midland, Dow Chemical has polluted the ground so badly that you cannot grow any food there in the ground. Your job as our representatives, as stewards of the wealth of this township is immense. It is grave with responsibility, and I am so grateful that you're willing to do this job. I could not sit in meetings like this. I am so grateful to you. $1 billion initial investment, that's a lot of money. But what that means to me is that they recognize, this company and other tech companies recognize the value of our commodities and resources in this township. Things that they cannot get just anywhere. Land, water, power. And I have to say, if you invite them in, they will out-resource this county and this township. And we will not be able to have the influence that you have now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Clint H. E-A-C-H. I live at 11388 Owasso Road, in the next township over, in Cohocton Township. Now, I'm on the Cohocton Township Planning Commission here too, so I know firsthand the difficult job you guys have. I've been there myself, and I don't wish that on anybody. Now, I'm not sure if you heard lately, but we've been battling a large-scale industrial solar complex out my way on the northern end of Owasso Road by the same landowners opposing their data center at the southern end of Owasso. In between the 2,000-acre industrial solar complex and the 1,000-acre data center, DTE and at least which two other corporations are actively leasing thousands of more acres of prime farmland along the Wausau and Fleming roads from my township to your township. Now, according to the University of Michigan Ford School of Science, Technology, and Public Policy, they've got a name for that. It's called the sacrificial zone. The sacrificial zone, from Kahakta all the way down to Iosco. That's how our communities, our residents, our families are viewed now, as the sacrificial zone. As a fellow planning commissioner, I don't have to remind you of your job. To look after the health, safety, and well-being of our residents. We do that by taking our time, looking at evidence, by taking our time, looking at facts, by taking our time. And above all else, listening to our fellow residents. Now, there's no reason to take action tonight, but there's about several hundred reasons not to. We need to pause, to slow down, to think, to ask more questions. Have more meetings, as many as it takes, to continue to address the very real concerns of everybody here. Now, we may all live in the sacrificial zone, but that doesn't mean we just have to lay down the paper.
Good evening. My name is Heather Rashko, and I own 377 Buckback Road, Fowlerville, Michigan. It is approximately 0.4 miles, door-to-door, to Dorn, and it is about a tenth of a mile as the crow flies. I would like to start out by reading an excerpt from Article 5, Section 5.01, which is the purpose of research and technology. The district is intended to permit only those uses which emit a minimum of noise, vibration, smoke, dust, dirt, gases, offensive odors, glare, and radiation. I would also like to note, and I'm going to paraphrase this one, Section 5.02, principal uses and the examples of what this sort of zoning includes. Airport-related office services for public relations, leasing, financing, literature, photography, art, graphic art studios, administrative and professional offices, educational facilities, public and organizational offices, medical offices, healthcare facilities. I don't hear in any of these proposals something that is an office or would have the same level of pollution, sound, or barriers necessary for a photography business or an art facility, a school. This is these aren't photography studios, they're not libraries. There will be a strain on our water, our electricity, and damages to our environment. They will be noisy, they will emit gases, there will be glare. This proposal does not meet the zoning requirements for RT. This is an industrial proposal, and I ask that this be completely taken off. Another argument that was made about this project was that it was selected for its benefit to the community. I urge the township and all of you to question why the property was never available for public sale. With its rich history compared to Dodge and fully operational agricultural status, it surely could have been made Randy's LLC, which I would love to see the background on that one. I'm not very comfortable with. It wasn't offered because his family purchased it at AG pricing, reaped the tax benefits, and now are asking to rezone to increase the value of their land artificially. Nothing changes about this property by rezoning it except the number of zeros added to their bank account. This proposal is a short-sighted grasp at profit. This sells out our community, our health, and the future of generations yet to come. I implore the township to follow the community's lead and vote no on rezoning new parcels, barn, and home that were built by Matilda Dodge Wilson.
My name is Joshua Lind. I live at 5640 Fleming Road, a little over a mile away from the proposed area. I'm making it short and simple, but I have two reasons for why I'm here. around me, there are people who have livestock and of course farms. And all that noise and air pollution and environmental pollution could affect their livestock, which can affect their livelihoods. And my other reason is that yes, it may bring in more tax revenue, but I feel it's a better outcome if we invest more in local businesses instead of one which is probably not even based in Michigan, and all the profits will be going out of state, far away from right here. That's all. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Agnieszka Pispikas. I reside at 2511 Little Sunset Trail in Tacoma Township. Tonight we have heard lots of information from qualified individuals. However, I'm here as a citizen to share my voice and echo that people here do not want a data center. As a resident of Livingston County, I want to go on record that I am in opposition to the rezoning to research and technology and amending the definition so there is no confusion what the residents want and which direction we want our community to move in. Please be a voice for us and do not recommend us to move forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie First, and I live at 2575 West Smart Road, Howell Township, with my husband and our farm animals. We closed on our 1940s farmhouse and moved to Howell just 1 year ago this last Friday, after working and waiting many years to escape living in Dearborn Heights, which, if you didn't know, also used to be farmland in the 1950s. Look how that turned out. I want to go on the record to second all of the public comments and questions that have been stated before me, and I want to be clear that I am largely opposed to this data center. As a new resident, I want you to consider that this rezoning matter will put at risk all of the beautiful aspects of this area that drew us in. Those that stand to gain a few dollars in this transaction are sacrificing the immeasurable value of a vibrant and lively future for this community and its natural resources. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Jones, and I appreciate this very public discussion in the community. This is a wonderful public discourse. My being here is going to be certainly going to be contradictory. I've spent 26 years of my career in the internet and cloud infrastructure industry and building facilities for liquid web events in Michigan. I've seen firsthand how these projects can be built responsibly and how they can bring tremendous value to the community. The data center is part of the story of progress. It will drive productivity, expand access to education, it strengthens our economy, and creates opportunities that reach far beyond the walls of a single building. Today, we are looking to the rapid adoption of artificial intelligence, a tool that, when used responsibly, has the potential to improve healthcare, education, manufacturing, and nearly every part of our lives. And here's something that we sometimes forget. Every one of us relies on data centers every single day. All of us use services hosted in data centers to communicate and organize tonight's meeting. These facilities are the backbone of modern life. This project will generate new economic activity above what we have today. It will create direct jobs at the data center and indirect jobs supporting it. These kinds of opportunities are not common in Michigan. They are highly skilled, high-paying, and can lead to meaningful, fulfilling careers. They keep young people here instead of leaving for Chicago or other coasts. Will it be thousands of long-term jobs? No, but it will mean a significant net increase from the 1.5 years. The tax revenue and secondary effects of this project will support schools, infrastructure, and public services while bringing money into the area. Expanding the economic base is one of the most powerful ways to lift everyone up in the community. That's exactly what I saw happen at Liquid Web Lansing, and I know it happened here too. We employed hundreds of people and built valuable services that help individuals and businesses grow. We created new opportunities. Much has been said about water, power, internet access, cybersecurity, noise, and other topics tonight. I'm happy to discuss these items in great detail, but these are complex topics that I can't briefly cover. and the concerns have been exaggerated and or incorrectly portrayed without proper context. With proper engineering, planning, and construction practices, these facilities are safe. With proper engineering, power outages will not increase, the internet will not slow, the groundwater water will not improve. This is not an industry.
This is for president.
I like this is a popular opinion, but I don't come out to offer a perspective.
Hello, my name is Richard. 4505 West Mile, which is in the first part of the Clinton. I've been out here, I was a city boy. I come out here a few years back, I just retired, I'm on God's country. That's what I call it, my little postal stamp. Now, for you individuals up there, I believe it's shameful for what y'all did. We need to get transparency. I would like to know the who, what, when, where, and how. And I don't know what the next step is. I did get a letter though. I did get a letter. You guys did give me that respect about the data center, but I didn't understand. There's a lot of emptiness on this letter. I'm just hoping that we need to get more transparency all up there. Amen. And I want to address the light pollution because I'm 0.4, 0.5 miles from this. I like going outside in the back, looking at the stars, thanking God that I am still alive in God's country. It's peaceful, it's quietness. I want to know, or you ain't got to tell me, but does any of y'all up there live right near this data center? I hate to move out of Howell, because I've been here since 08. I was a city boy, I'm an import. I love the people out here. It's just a giving. It's just so much love and hugs out here. The American Legion, I've joined them, and they just, they've been here forever, generations. Just the people. The people are connected. You meet one person, and that person knows this person. It's just one big family. It blows my mind. It's just everybody knows everybody. It's family, one big family. Y'all up there need to decide on, okay, I understand the AI, okay, it's here, it's been here for years. It's just starting to roll out now. Somebody mentioned that chips are coming from China, Taiwan. Okay, now they're going to shut us down, they're going to send us bad stuff. I would like to address the major thing is the wastewater. What are you going to do with these turbines? I don't want to hear turbines. I'm right down the street. I like the crickets and the birds and everything doing their thing. And animals, what's going to happen to the animals? I mean, without a farm, I met a lot of farmers here. Let's see, the light pollution. I like the messed up. You ain't gonna keep the lights off, turn them off for me so I can look at the stars. And the bottom line is, who's the owners on here? Why are you not letting us transfer? Who's the owners of this? Yes, I mean, we voted you in, and for us to come here in a packed place like this, and we still do not have answers. This is the first meeting that I've been to, and I'm guilty. I ain't been to all the other meetings, but this is a shame that y'all ain't got more answers for us. And I hope that on the next one y'all get some answers. That's all. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Hobian. I live on 4408 Ellis Road, Fowlerville. Yes, Fowlerville. It's not Howell, but we're 6 miles away from this zone where the data center is going to be. I came here not knowing a whole lot about what was going on. In fact, I found out about this on my way to the Friday concert on Saturday. Just saying. I came here on behalf of my family and obviously the residents around the area. Now, I don't have all of the questions that I had coming here have already been asked but not answered. I honestly gotten their hands dirty in various avenues that incorporate this, whether it's environmental science, whether it's construction. I believe them over the experts that have been here today because they don't have a monetary investment in this. I am here to talk about dreams. Full disclosure, I am a mom. My husband and I moved to the area almost 4 years ago on a whim. We are now living that dream. Both my husband and I are sole proprietors. I actually work out of my home using our horses to help better the children of this community. If this data center comes in, we are 6 miles away from this data center. Now, it's not 0.4, it's not 0.2. God love those residents that have to deal with that. I can't even imagine that. But when livestock is concerned, I am truly scared that our horses cannot give and do what they enjoy doing, working with the kids, and me being able to do my dream job that I have had since I was 17 years old successfully because of the noise and their heightened sensitivity to sound. Not only the water, I will tell you right now, when we lose power, which is basically when the wind blows, where we are, the water is also affected too. And I'm telling you, many of these people came to live out here because they have a dream, because they wanted something better for their families. They wanted the country living. Our residents are our dreams, not sacrificial property. Thank you.
I'm Jessica O'Connor. I live at 5495 Layton Road, Fowlerville, in Howell Township. This is not my cup of tea being out here, so bear with me. But this is my family I am concerned for. We are less than 3/4 of a mile south of the property proposed. We have lived there for 15 years, raising 4 young children to succeed in life, enjoying the benefits of being a highway finder. We are able to walk on our backyard, enjoy the nature, teach our kids to hunt, have a garden to provide food for our family, have honeybees that we enjoy. We live on our property and are on site all the time. We have the highway noise, but this will be a new level of noise being introduced. The constant humming, the impact of the noise, the light pollution, the air and water pollution, the water, what does that impact have on the home that we built? What happens if the well runs dry or becomes contaminated and have no water for our cows? Or explain to my children why they have to watch the vegetables that they're growing because of air pollution. Please help me understand how this will benefit my children. I do not see any benefits for my children. Please preserve our land and not change zoning for the proposed property. I'm asking now, which one of you would like to buy my house when I put it up for sale if this is approved? Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Austin Brewer. I live in 1414 Steeplechase here in Howell Township, and I've lived in Livingston County essentially my entire life. You might recognize my name because I ran for the State House of Representatives last year, and I did so because I see issues like what so many others here have already spoken on. Transparency from our elected officials, having people who represent us actually listen to us and represent us, and to make sure that our rural areas remain rural and put our interests first. It makes me so happy to see so many in our community here making our voices heard, and that's wonderful. This is an absolutely integral part of the process. But one of Michigan's biggest industries is agriculture. Food needs will never decrease, and land use for farming is the most valuable. While tech is an important growing industry, everything has a place, and Livingston County is not a place for a data center, and it's draining on resources and its pollutions. Look, I love visiting big cities, but nothing beats getting to come home from a vacation and feeling the peace and tranquility that Livingston County offers and being able to see the stars. I didn't hear about this proposed data center until literally tonight. It's supposed to be we the people, and those who are supposed to represent us would rather enrich themselves instead of improving what's already here. We need sidewalks, protections for the water we already have, high-speed internet, not slower. We need to improve our power grids so we don't lose power so often. Focus on those issues. This site was clearly chosen because those who would actually benefit feel they can get away with enriching themselves at our community's expense and health. The main takeaway from tonight should be people over profits, communicate and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Gentlemen and madam on the council, my fellow Howell residents, thank you for allowing me this time to come up and speak on peace and concerns and First Amendment rights. My name is Richard Cassell, and I'm right here in Howell, Michigan. I've been a lifelong Michigan. I've been in this area for over 60 years. And I've also served as the United States Navy Corpsman in combat medic. Thank you. Our corpsman pledge, part of that is to be able to help, if it's a sacred trust and privilege, to help stand up and take care of our families, our neighbors, our friends. And I have a lot of friends and neighbors in this farm and ranch community. And as I'm sitting here listening to all this today, I'm noticing that there are several elephants in the room. So we're going to go on. In January of 2025, Georgetown University did an extensive study about data centers, about soil pollution and watershed contamination. Now, when they did this study, I'm Italian, so I'm sure you can hear me in the back. When they did this study, they didn't do it on a state level, like Georgetown. They didn't do it on a local level. There was enough information, enough things around, that they did it on a global scale. That's going to tell you the scope of it. And what they determined was that with the rapid expansion of these centers, oh yeah, there was a lot of problems. And the problems, and I can tell you from my experience in the military, so I was a medical professional, operations, logistics, and hazmat qualified, both ship and shore. Hazmat's a nasty thing. If anyone's fired here, if you guys were fired, if you guys were working on chemicals, you know the suggestions I'm talking about, and they're nasty. Your center, if you decide to do that, and I don't know if you're aware about this, so please. They have diesel fuel storage that they've had problems with leaks. Diesel fuel.
30 seconds.
Diesel fuel in the ground is bad. They've got coolants, antifreeze, cleaning agents, paving, run water. And the biggest thing is, all of that is carcinogenic, cancer-causing, neurological disruptors, and reproductive. And I want to know one quick thing. 99% of the people here are against this. So how in good conscience can you support it? Because if you do this and this leaches into the ground, you're going to kill us. You're going to kill this area and the children. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg Lear. I live at 25302 Tudor Road. I want to express my concerns about building a data center. I know I've heard many people talking about water demand, electrical demand, noise, health, and environmental issues, so I'm not going to continue to talk about those issues again, but they're very prescriptive developers. If a data center is built, every home is valued in close proximity will show a significant decline in value. People are relying on this money for retirement, nursing homes, and something to pass on to their families. Our elected officials need to understand thousands of hardworking people don't want this, and they're very concerned about home values or even being able to sell their homes. So I did a little research. I'm pretty sure it's pretty accurate. Did you know that the following 7 homes currently owned by the Van Gilder family are included in the rezoning? You got 4680 Rosso, 5780 Mar, 5785 Grand River, 5600 Grand River, 5510 Grand River, 5490 Warner, and 5472 Warner. So it appears the family does not even feel comfortable with their case. What about the ones directly across from the data center that did not get filed? I feel for these hardworking people, which was across from the proposed data center, there are over 350 acres of land for sale on Fleming Road. Property has 2 lakes, which would make a beautiful high-end subdivision generating a large tax base. If the data center is placed across the street, this land would never be sold, or if sold, nobody would want to buy it. Why would you even think about satisfying the zoning request for one company and one family when you would totally hurt so many people? I don't know how to deliver yourself. Keep in mind, if you approve this and things go bad, when our water and people's wells dry up, many people will sue the township for negligence. So please make the right decision to reject the zoning request. We are counting on you to protect the residents of Howell.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Roe Beach, and I've raised 4 kids in Howell. We've been here almost 30 years. We've worked hard to get out of Redford, come out here into the country. Recently, we decided to build a family compound, and we bought 40 acres about a mile from the data center off Owasso Road. First thing we needed to do is basically meet with the Planning Commission. We met with them, and ironically, we were told, you know, family compound is not part of our master plan. Which I found rather odd. Anyways, to make a long story short, we went back and forth for about a year, and it got approved, and now we're currently buying or building on it. We're building, 5 homes for myself and our 4 kids. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been in the data center arena for about 33 years. And I recognize, AI's of the blue, and I recognize the country needs more. I just don't want it in my backyard. That's the long and short of it. And as soon as this zoning gets changed, make no bones about it, there'll be more of them. These data centers are put up in pods. Do some research, jump online and see what I'm talking about. They don't put up one, they put up several within an area. And we already see this going on in Marion Township with the solar farms. And it'll just continue until we don't have any farmland out here for our kids. And that's all I can say. Other than anyone wants to go on the FOIL request, I'm in.
Good evening. My name is Joy Dudley. I'm at 2516 Purdy Road. And I want to address the story being told around this proposal. It's the story that in order to meet the growing demand for data infrastructure, we must rezone our farmland for industrial use. Developers present this as if it were inevitable. Data centers must be built, therefore farmland must be sacrificed. But that story is misleading. The truth is townships already set aside land specifically for industrial purposes. The purpose of zoning is to separate high-impact, heavy-use facilities from farmland and residential neighborhoods. If new data centers are unavoidable, then they belong on land that is already zoned industrial, not on agricultural land that has Other communities have faced the same issue. In Prince William County, Virginia, farmland was rezoned for data centers, even though industrial zone land was available. Why? Because farmland was cheaper and easier for developers. And in Council Bluffs, Iowa, Google was given massive tax breaks to build on agricultural land, while local residents shouldered the long-term costs. These weren't decisions of necessity, they were decisions of convenience and profit. So the question before us is bigger than just zoning. This is about what we value. Do we treat farmland as expendable, as a bank of land waiting to be converted whenever industry comes knocking? Or do we honor it as irreplaceable, as land that nourishes us, grounds us, and defines our community's character? Before even considering rezoning, we deserve clear answers to these questions. What industrial zone parcels have already been evaluated? Why is farmland being targeted instead of underutilized areas or brownfield sites? What protections will remain for agricultural land if this precedent is set? This is not just a question of profits, this is isn't a question of morality. It is about whether we as stewards of this township have the courage to protect our land for future generations. If we sacrifice farmland now, our children and our grandchildren will inherit a township of concrete and noise instead of fields and food. We cannot let short-term corporate gain dictate the permanent loss of our agricultural heritage. You have been elected to represent this township. I fully expect you to vote no to adjourn. Thank you.
I don't want to be a jackass to you guys, or these guys, or not for my family. No, because it's meant to be. Again, I'm not trying to be a jackass because thank you. I came here against Dr. Roberts. I see many senior citizens up here with gray hair. Like I guarantee you 50% came from the city of Detroit. I moved out when I was 18, praying, Lord Jesus, I want a home that's beautiful, a town you can see your animals, your children are safe. So, you have up here ordinance violation. To my knowledge, Howell Township has a priority to promote the health, safety, and welfare of my residents, my neighbors, myself, and my family.
Yes.
And there are a few things that comes up about the ordinance. I believe there are ordinances against noise, ordinance against pollution. This is all Howell Township, by the way. But ordinance against odor, smells, public nuisance, land division, dangerous building ordinance. There's so many more to just name. Obviously, 3 minutes doesn't give you the time. But a couple things as far as the Van Gogh family. The Van Gogh. My question to you all, and all your legal representatives here, they're not going to take my side, or you consider it, or probably even.
Please talk to us.
I am. They are part of us, right? Formula.
You're addressing.
Well, are they not part of it? It's their property.
They're making them up.
So does it come off? Can I work with it? So this is the deal. The Van Gogh Builders family, you were here for many years and you were able to provide for your families. You know, I don't have a problem with you wanting to sell your land, but can you consider, please, for the rest of this community, selling it for the right purpose? The government has given several farmlands, hundreds and hundreds of acres in Livingston County, a bankroll to not plant any food on their farmland, literally, whether it be 3 months, 3 years, I don't know. But to make our county and our country that you're no longer independent, I have a problem with that. There's concerns about that. When I was little, we had problems with the oil. Where did we become dependent upon for oil? And they don't even want our own township to plant vegetables. Lord forbid. I hope, for all of your sake, that you do consider not letting this data center be here.
Zach Repsick, 8139, Justin Boulevard, Fowler. Good evening, Howell Planning Commission. Tonight, I urge you to reject the proposal to rezone valuable farmland from agricultural residential to research and technology, which would pave the way for Michigan's largest data center. Right now, this land is zoned agricultural residential, preserving farmland, open space, and the rural character that defines our community. If we rezone to research and technology, we eliminate the protection. Instead of safeguarding farmland and the possibility of thoughtful, community-oriented growth, we'd be left with a large data center that serves a multi-billion-dollar mega corporation, not our local families. This shift raises serious concerns, replacing farmland in residential areas with corporate infrastructure that offers little direct benefit to Howell and Fowlerville. Regarding energy usage, a single large-scale facility can consume as much electricity as a small city. That means higher demand in our grid and accompanying potential rate increases for residents and increased pollution due to generators on site that they rely upon in the case of power outages. A single data center can rely on as much as over 100 diesel power generators to serve as backup. The University of Michigan study found that when data centers lock in long-term discounted power contracts, utilities often shift the cost of new infrastructure onto residents and small businesses, thereby increasing their monthly electricity bills across the board. Regarding the water issue, cooling these massive server farms require upwards of 5 million gallons of water every single day. That's water that would otherwise serve our families, our farms, and our future. In times of drought or stress on aquifers, who do you think will be prioritized? The multi-billion-dollar mega corporation or local residents? Regarding the pollution and noise, these backup diesel generators must be tested regularly for releasing pollutants into the air. The constant hum of cooling fans creates noise pollution. These are 24/7 realities for anyone living nearby. We were told this project will bring jobs. Truthfully, once construction is complete, the data center will employ minimal people. That's not the long-term job creation the community needs. Under legislation signed by Governor Whitmer, Senate Bill 237, House Bill 4906, data centers will already enjoy decades of tax breaks in Michigan. These laws would likely exempt them from sales and use taxes on equipment and extend these exemptions out to 2050. Is that really the best move for our community?
Hello, my name is Dominic Rodriguez and this is Mayor Jessica. We're residents of Howell and we own acreage on Burkhardt Road. Myself and many other community members have become extremely concerned with the future rapid conversations of large projects like data centers, utility scale solar arrays, both being helped by financial incentives at state levels. Everyone appears to win except the residents and the environment. The loss of farmland in Livingston County is mind-boggling. Taxes seem too easily be used as an incentive for those big-scale projects, but not to preserve farmland. We should be paving our productive soil in our community and using massive amounts of fresh water from our water shield for cooling purposes, and certainly not acting on this project without full understanding of the ramifications for pollution, noise, habitat loss, and night skyline. Mind you, is very close to our Howell Airport. And I'd like to point out that data center of this scale should be at least 5 miles away from an airport, as it possesses great risk, removal of farmland production, and so much more. Shane, I ask you to uphold your slogan when running for trustee. Let's work to make your property yours again. Please fight with us against the data center, as it will cause astronomical financial hardship. Tim, stand with us as you stated. Don't make here like there. Managed growth is why we are here, and a large-scale data center is not managed growth, but yet catastrophic plunge into the unknown. And Bob, when running for trustee, you stated that the Shiawassee River was being polluted and that you wanted to help stop this from happening. Are you aware that not only the Shiawassee, but also the Red Cedar River will be within close proximity of the proposed data center and reduce water supply, impact aquatic ecosystems, and potentially harm water quality and its wildlife? We as a community hope that some of you board members remember what you stood for and promised when we voted you into your positions. And believe me when I say how residents don't want a large-scale data center, we don't. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Boyle, and I'm here because I don't want you putting this data center here because then it will dry up our small creek in our backyard and it will ruin part of my playtime.
My name is Sarah Porter. I'm from Conway Township. I'm going to try to connect some dots for everyone. Spoiler alert, the same common denominator is one family and one utility company in the following. 2,000 acres of solar in Shiawassee County installed, 2,400 acres of solar in Conway Township's current application, 1,700 acres of solar in Iosco Township, rezoning requested. Now 1,300 acres of a data center in your township. An ITC transmission line that's coming out of the west. These projects were put in place a long time ago. Why is this family trying to actively destroy Livingston County? It's my understanding that 2 other local farming families were approached for this project and they turned it down. To them, I want to say thank you. Our townships in Livingston County were to band together, to fight together, to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of all of the residents. When one township makes a decision, it has a domino effect that ripples to all of us. People choose where they want to live, they do check master plans, they check, at a minimum, out their window. We raise a family, we put money into our homes. We choose not to live in an industrial processing center. We choose to drive longer to work every day, every place we go, to shop, we drive family. I get tired of hearing buzzwords like spot zoning and legal land use. For the life of me, I cannot figure out why we are not talking about brownfields. They're all over, the utilities are there. Farmland in the U.S. is becoming a big concern. Why in the world would we not be looking and enforcing as a township, as a county, as a state of Michigan, and our elected officials, that these types of projects go to a brownfield? It's more expensive for the developers, but guess what? Not our problem. I respect property rights, but more importantly, I respect zoning. One property owner's rights stop at the point that they affect another property owner's rights. That is now all of these are residents in the surrounding townships. There seems to be great urgency in this request. I urge you to stop listening to the people that will make the money from it and make the best choice for all of the residents. Finally, for the research warriors that organize this community in 6 days, I have one word for you: referendum. Enough is enough.
Good evening, Planning Commission. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Lee Graham. I'm the Executive Director for the Operating Engineers Labor Management Education Committee. But before all that, I grew up working on a farm. I know firsthand the value of hard work, the respect for land, and the pride that comes from making a living with your hands. The background is what led me to the skilled trades right here in Howell. 35 years ago, I went through the Operating Engineers Apprenticeship Program. I worked as an operator, later as a business representative, then served as a training director at the Operating Engineers Construction Career Center just down the road. Today, as Labor Management Director, I can say from experience, the skilled trades offer life-changing, family-supporting careers. Projects like this proposed data center is how we keep those opportunities alive. They mean real jobs for local workers and real chances for the next generation of apprentices coming through our doors. Too often we watch projects like these slip away to other states. This is our opportunity to keep that work and the prosperity it brings right here in Livingston County. OE 324 is proud to call Howell home. Our Our construction career center sits on 560 acres and is recognized as the gold standard in training. Just last year, we opened a $24 million indoor arena. Every year, thousands of students come through our programs, many right here from Howell Township and Livingston County. We're also proud to be a partner with the Michigan Urban Search and Rescue, the state police, the FBI, Homeland Security, and more. Our facility just doesn't train operating engineers. It serves the broader safety and security of our entire state. We take seriously our role as stewards of both the land and the workforce development. That is why we have hundreds of members living right here in Howell and across Livingston County. We grow this community, and we want to see this grow responsibly in the future. This project represents $1 billion investment that will create over 1,000 construction jobs, generate millions in local tax revenue, and provide permanent high-paying jobs. It's a chance to keep Michigan competitive, to ensure our young people have the work they need, and to make Howell a leader in the industry of tomorrow. On behalf of the operating engineers, I strongly encourage your support for this project, and good for our workers, and good for our families, and good for Howell Township. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Corey Balchin. I live here in Howell Township. A little bit to say about facts and figures, and a lot to say about what you see here. Facts and figures, Washington County Board of Commissions last week just said we need to do our due diligence on these facilities. They are a threat to our county. These kinds of facilities are an all-out assault on our county environment, and these data centers. We're seeing water usage, energy issues, quality of air issues, and most importantly, human quality of life issues. Everybody keeps talking about this University of Michigan paper, what happens when data centers come to town. You hear about all these great things, if you actually look at the research, data centers do not bring high-paying tech jobs. That's what they discovered. Data center tax rates only benefit corporations. It goes on and on and on about all the false information that's out there. But most importantly, you guys, you said it, sir, in the middle there, we're neighbors. You are here to walk alongside of us and represent us. I knew about this for the first time as a resident 9 days ago. The biggest change in our county in decades should have been spoken to the masses by you guys. It should not have come from a Facebook here that existed 6 days ago. We had 7 members. Standing here in line, we crossed over 950. We are one of the fastest growing pages in all of America because these people care about what is going on in their community. They are rallying around something they believe in. At this point, it is a no-brainer. There's no discussion to be had what the people want. At this point, I'm just going to read a little excerpt that all of us have put together. We've worked tirelessly to stand up for the people, for the voices that haven't been heard, that should be heard, for the people that we've seen crying over this, the kids that are up here crying because of futures that they don't believe in anymore because of this decision. This is a no-brainer. I urge the board to vote no in rezoning the parcels listed in file number PC 2025-20 and the text amendment file PC 2025-21. Tonight, you can put this all to end and be done with it.
Hello, my name is Brian Brubaker, and I reside at 5761 Warren Road. My mailbox is 20 feet from the property. I moved to Howell back in 2020 for the same reason I have stayed in Howell. Peace, tranquility, a slower way of life, easier living, if you will. The proposal of the zoning of this property is frankly beautiful. Chapter 6 of the Howell Township Master Plan states the importance of agricultural preservation. And I know you're all aware of it, seeing as most of your names are on this document created less than 2 years ago. But just to jog your memory, the master plan states a concrete vision for our township, with ideas and opinions shared by residents and stakeholders who provide input during the planning process. Again, this is the vision of the people. More and more productive farmland is lost in Michigan each year to development. It's a pretty strong opening statement, and one that we aim to avoid. In Chapter 6, you state 3 goals. Encourage farming to continue without the interference of urban-type land uses, which conflict with it. Resisting the encroachment of residential and commercial uses into areas planned for agricultural purposes. Develop strategies to make agricultural lands a more viable part of the community's economy. I'll list just a few of the strategies that you've set in place to accomplish these goals. I think you'll get the idea. Focus residential, commercial, and industrial development in areas that will not encroach into prime agricultural lands. Limiting infrastructure development into agricultural lands. What happened? Now all of a sudden we forget our goals. We abandoned the exact vision we had for our township because a few people with flashy clothes and nice watches take us on a bus ride downtown. I'm in sales, I understand sales. Have any of you actually talked to the people who live in those areas? Or would they not let you off the leash far enough to see outside of their sales pitch? Of course, they tell rainbows and butterflies. Of course, they tell you all the amazing things. But have they mentioned a single downside? Throughout the process that you have all kept so very hidden from the people that elected you to your seat, you have only talked to the salesmen, the people that have everything to gain. You've spoken with DTE, who is set to receive a large investment with extremely great profits. You've spoken with MHOG, who again stands to gain tremendously from the deal. You've spoken with the land builders who plan to sell off the majority of their land for an extreme amount of money. Yet you sent out a letter to the bare minimum. You hid as much of the facts as you could. You attempted to push this right past the very people you were supposed to represent. And if we hadn't come knocking on the door tonight, you would not listen to a single person that would have been affected.
3 minutes.
Celine shut this down, and we know why you're in a hurry to push this through. There is no glory in being the fastest pig to slaughter. Do not resign. Do not allow the day to go through.
Good evening. My name is John Ryan. I live at 3457 Byron Road in Howell Township. I moved out here with my wife in 2023, and we fell in love with the area. Loved that it is an agricultural community. But I am not blind that progress is coming up the Grand River and all the way through. But progress does not mean it has to be a data center. It does not have to be zone RT. Once it comes back, once it goes to RT, it's never coming down. If something that would be beneficial to the community, anything, there's more negatives that I'm hearing tonight than positives, and not very many ideas other than just a data center or ag zone 1. We need more than just that. Even how a proposal of even being like a giant Livingston County softball baseball field complex, something other for the kids, because even for something, even just this is a hypothetical, for even if something that is like that, there are large in these pitches, those types of areas in Tennessee, that nationally these teams go to play. They're charged a lot of money to play there, and it is revenue for that, whoever owns it, or even that municipality that runs those areas. It's something different other than just a data center. Just phase 1 is only 250 acres, what's currently being proposed. It's going to be massive, because if it goes in, it's just not going to stop. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
I find that the tech center teams are not for researching technology. I'm actually going to quote right from the packet. Data processing, a facility or facilities used to house and which are operated, maintained, and replaced from time to time computer systems and associated components, including but not limited to. That is the part that scares me. Telecommunication and storage systems, cooling systems, power supplies, and systems for managing property performance, including generators and mechanical and electrical yards, and equipment used for transformation, transmission, distributing, and management of electricity, including private substations, internet-related equipment, data communications, connections, private communication towers, environmental controls and security devices, structures and site features, as well as certain accessory uses, buildings or structures located in the same lot, such as utility buildings, offices, warehouse, cafeteria, guardhouses, diesel storage tanks, water storage tanks, security fences, and other similar structures, improvements, and apparatuses. How is that researching technology? That sounds like industry bundled under a blanket of text that is so vague and yet so specific. If you approve the text amendment changes, you are allowing an industrial plant guised as researching technology, and you're opening the floodgates for others to follow in the community. The next thing I want to talk about is taxes. I've heard many people talk about it. I just want to say a bipartisan bill has passed in Michigan to where these data centers will have no sales or use tax. To be able to do this, yes, they do have to have some borders with some grass and some shrubs, but they only have to employ 30 people in the region. That's not Howell Township, that's not even Livingston. That's the region. Also, there is a tax abatement called Industrial Property and Tax Abatement Public Act 198, which allows governments to cut property taxes by 50% for 12 years. They are promising $20 to $30 million. I have a hard time believing that with these two tax laws. If they are getting $20 to $30 million, how can you guarantee that my vote is the same as theirs? I feel like everything will go through them before it comes to us. Thank you.
My name is Jessica Burke. I'm at 1039 Stowe Road. I've sat through a lot of zoning board of appeals in my career under architecture, and I will say that in general, I'm feeling part of it's probably pretty vague because, hey, maybe the architectural plans, the MEP plans, all of the aquaculture plans, or whatever type of consultants need to be coordinated to build this facility have not been involved and engaged yet, or maybe they have, I don't know. But I will say that when this project comes in $20 million over budget, what are you going to allow to be valued in a year? Are you going to allow them to all of a sudden cheap out on the all of the items that would help keep your water clean or to keep the noise down? I'd ask, what are your bylaws? I'm sorry, I found out about this last night. I haven't had a chance to look through the Howell Code, the municipal code for Howell. But I sure hope that you would tighten it up before you allow this company to come steamrolling, because there's going to be so many loopholes that they can get through. This is under industrial and research and technology. That's usually the most lax in all the municipal codes that I've ever read through are PUDs. The strictest ones are in residential and municipality. You are allowing a data center to basically have free reign over the farmland of this community. And I would like to say, I'm not sure what type of monitoring you're going to be putting in the local wells, the local aquifer, to see what happens when all of a sudden the water plunges. But there's sure a lot of monitoring out there, and I sure hope that you are going to require this company to install that monitoring if you do in fact allow them to build this data center. On one other note, I would just like to pose just the question. What happens if your house starts on fire, much like the residents of Colorado, or much like the residents of LA that had the wildfires? What happens when your local fire department hooks up to your fire hydrant and there's no water pressure to put your fire out? And all of a sudden your house burns down and your neighbor's house burns down. Who is liable for that? Is it going to be the taxpayer? Is it going to be the insurance company? Is it going to be the data center that has sucked the water dry? That's all I have to say. I just hope you keep consideration of making sure your municipal laws are very tight before you allow a company to come steamrolling over. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Lynn Redwine. I live at 444 Inverness in downtown Iowa City. And when I moved there, I've lived in Howell since 1999, been coming out here since 1985 because of the beautiful lakes and all the water. It's just amazing here. When I moved downtown, I found out pretty quickly in the spring that I get Lake Inverness, or people on the street they have me call it, Lake McCall, in my yard. All the water that comes in goes to a low spot in my yard. So I went to the city and I asked, well, can I dig this out, make it a pond? You know, so that it's not making such mess. It's half my yard in the spring. It brings ducks, it brings the cranes, it brings deer, which is amazing. They said, no, we can't do that, because that water goes into the walls. That goes down for the rain. I immediately understood what we've known for a long time, and that is that the quality of life is in direct association to the quantity and quality of water. If we lower our water table, if we lower and we allow pollutants to come in, we can actually lower the quality of our lives. We may not live as long, we may have more diseases, things that we deal with. I don't fertilize. I don't use weed killers because I understand that the quality of water for all the people here depends on what I do in my yard. If I know that, yeah, why don't you know that?
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd really like to identify myself, but unfortunately, I signed a non-disclosure agreement this morning that prevents me from identifying myself in public. I understand that some of you may have signed NDAs, I've worked in sales and done some big deals, and we had our clients sign NDAs before we did the deals. So we know a little bit about that. I know they told you that it's because they don't want their competitors, which, by the way, this is either what, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon, or X, right? One of those things. It's Meta. Everybody seems to think so. I read an article in the paper that said one of your trustees said it was Meta. So, they tell you, oh, competitive information, we don't want these other guys to find out. If you don't think those other guys already know what these guys are doing, and they don't talk about it, please. So, the reason they had you sign NDAs is to keep us in the dark, not the competition. Back in the day, Facebook, now Meta, changed it to Meta because Facebook had such a bad reputation. Maybe people would forget. Zuckerberg himself said that, the founding principles, the driving force, the mode of operation in this company is move fast, break things, right? This is the move fast part right now. This is what moving fast looks like, okay? You can stop this, okay? I don't think we want to get to the let them break things part, okay? So thank you for your time. Please stop this in its tracks and vote no tonight. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gus Hartson. I live in downtown Howell, and I
historian. If you've ever spent any time around one of the most prominent preserved structures in the city of Howell, you'll notice the historical marker for the Ann Arbor Railroad Depot. Back in the year 1885, the city of Howell enticed the Toledo, Ann Arbor, and Northern Michigan Railroad Company to come into our city. They actually raised the money. And along that railroad site would eventually be built a factory that is still there that spun parts for the Rouge plant that would inevitably make parts for the war effort. Today, I go through the city of Howell, I go through Howell Township, and I see all of the industrial sites with various flags of nations flying alongside our. Now, I know one thing, and it's that didn't come about from backroom deals and the type of things that remind me of the 1880s in the worst possible way. You managed to fill almost the entirety of Rod Bushy Performing Arts Center with individuals who are opposed to this measure and opposed to this data center. If the people want industry, they will say they want industry. And I see an entire room of people that say no. Thank you for your time.
My comment, what I'd like to state is, if this was such a good project, why was there no transparency? I didn't find out about it until like 5 days ago. None of my neighbors knew about it. So if it was a good deal for the community, why not be upfront and show them all the benefits that they would get and be transparent in those things? But that wasn't done. Now, I work in the service industry, and so I talk to a lot of different people, and I don't know the Van Gilder family or how long they've been here. I've only lived in Howell like 13 years. But someone said to me, well, you know, it's the Van Gilder family, it's not wrong for them to take the money. And I say it is, because you are affecting the whole community. And the issues of the water, the electricity, all those things have been brought up. But for you not to be transparent about it, on top of the Van Gilders not being transparent about it, and I find it very ironic that they just had a farm tour on their land, and then turn around 3 days later and want to sell it to a research and development. This is ridiculous. My last thing I have to say is, if you do vote this in, and the Van Gilders do sell this property, shame on you and shame on them. Because I know people really, you can't make money.
My name is Peter Reporter. I'm from Michigan. As a man who has a lot of industrial background, I'm telling you, this is going to screw this community over. The people don't want this. All my youth heard that. I'm championing the same words. Do not listen to these greasy car salesmen. This is going to screw this community over. Please vote no and end this. Have a spine, all of you. Please. For our families, for our children, and for the future. This is not what this community wants. This is not what Livingston County wants. Please, do not do this. Thank you for your time.
My name is William Stable. I live at 535 Warren. I live in directly across the street. Interesting thing about my properties and my neighbors, we have no culvert under our driveway. The land, the watershed, is actually two watersheds. One goes out to Lake Michigan, so the rain on my property goes to Lake Michigan, and then this property drains out to the Saginaw Bay. And I was kind of curious because 3 years ago, the farmer there just spent a whole lot of time and money and effort putting drain tile on that whole field, and it just seemed surprising to me that they want to do this. But as an engineer most of my life, I've worked in RT. This is most definitely not RT, research and technology. This is industrial, whether it's like median a penny. The consumption of water, electricity, and very few personnel involved. As an engineer, I work with others. There is going to be a vast amount of jobs. This is an industrial facility that just requires maintenance. So my primary concern is with the water table. And I know they're getting water from the cities, but I think they're also going to be draining. I'm just curious if this is the most beneficial use of the property. For what do people want? You know, if they want industrial, is this the right place for industrial? So, I noticed a lot of nice professional science, and I'm just surprised by the suddenness of this and the lack of transparency, people can say. So don't be afraid to push this off if you can't do what you're saying. Thank you.
My name is Brian Green, and I live in Powell. We are here today as residents and caretakers of something greater than ourselves. The waters of Michigan, our Great Lakes, our rivers, our groundwater, our sacred trust. They are not infinite. Only about 1% of the water in the Great Lakes is replenished each year. That means that every withdrawal, every decision matters. The Howell Township Master Plan speaks of preserving farmland, open space, and the natural character that many of us came here for in the first place. Howell Township's recreation plan warns that climate change will bring heavier storms, hotter summers, and even the possibility of lower lake levels. The people of this township helped write those words, and they should guide us now. This board has taken an oath to serve not only today's voters, but tomorrow's children. Michigan has already ratified the Great Lakes Compact into law. That compact declares that these waters are held in trust for the people, and the governments, including this township, have a duty to protect them from unreasonable use. This is not only a moral duty, this is a legal duty. Even if everything is paid for with this project, is it really reasonable or ethical to let one corporation use as much water as nearly half of the 4 townships that MHOG services? What about that much energy? Why should we let one corporation use more than all of us combined? We know industries are pressing into unprecedented demand. Dam centers alone can use hundreds of millions of gallons of water a year. If we do not ask the hard questions now, we risk dry wells, contaminated aquifers, and the unraveling of an ecosystem that makes Michigan our home. Zoning isn't just about red lines on a map. At its heart, zoning is about protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the people who live here. Most importantly, zoning is not about serving one developer. It is about balancing private property rights with the public good. Every rezoning and text amendment should answer one question. Does this change truly serve the health, safety, and welfare of Howell Township today and for future generations? We are not powerless. We are united. We are neighbors who care deeply for one another. We are asking you, our elected board, to stand with us, represent us. We are asking you to put the health of our people and our farmland and our resources above short-term profits. Please vote no on this rezoning. Protect what cannot be replaced. Let us be remembered as the generation who chose wisely, who honored our duty, who left our children with the gift that we inherited, clean, abundant, living water. I urge you to vote no on the rezoning parcels listed in File PC 2025-20 and the text amendment in 2025-21. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming tonight. I'm sure that we all share the same vision. My name is Thomas Randy, and I'm a native Detroiter. Came out here in Fowlerville to create a business, raise farm, live a healthier life. We all talk about the water, the air, the health, the land issues. I'm going to spend a couple minutes just talking about the health of any of us. If any of you have done any research at all, let me ask you a question. Have you ever questioned somebody how close they live to the power lines? Anybody who lives 5 miles within that data center is going to be affected. Every living creature living within 5 miles of that data center will be affected. Cancer, dementia, arthritis, lung and liver failure, depression and anxiety, the list goes on. The EMF, the electromotive force that will be distributed from this fine facility, will be responsible for lack of communication to our fire and our police department. Medical equipment, you got a pacemaker while you're riding by that thing? Look out. If the master plan of Howell is to keep zoning to an office, medical, and technology advancement, why are we here fighting for our property? Why are we here fighting for our property? Why did we even get to this level? Why wasn't this shut down before we got to the Gosh Darn Zoning Commission? My personal experience, it took me 8 years to get an occupancy permit on a property that I renovated. You're trying to jam this down our throat within the first year. What in the world's going on? Why are we fighting for our property? Anybody who lives within a 50-mile radius of this will be affected. I said 5. You can't imagine how far this EMF is going to transfer through the air, through the air, like a chemtrail. Dan Gilbert family, you don't have to fight for your property. It was inherited to you. What would your grandfather do if he knew that you were going to sell his property to Toyota for the test center, for the data centers, all of the property selling off your father's farm for profitability?
30 seconds.
You know why Jim Van Gilbert is no longer a lawyer at your firm, at Van Gilbert? He couldn't stomach what was going on. I personally met Mr. Van Gilbert. He told me he left the family farm because he couldn't stomach what was going on in the legal arena. Good day. Thank you all.
How you doing today? My name is David Logan from Falco. My questions are, why is this not being done down in Detroit, where the water and the power are easier to get and the land is already polluted? It's because the land, the taxes, and the politicians are more expensive. Once our environment has been compromised, all the money that they've been paid for your votes won't clean the water and won't cure our cancers. This is being shoved down our throats without consent or votes, just to pad the pockets and enrich a select few without care for your neighbors. This is why this is in no way any more of a benefit to us if it's close or miles away in Detroit. It's just a longer data cable and we don't need it in Michigan, period. Not sure if you know this, but we basically live on an island. We are surrounded by water. This is about as smart as Grant bringing in garbage from Canada to pollute the island in the middle of the largest freshwater supply in the world. Let Whitmer and crony politicians get their kickbacks elsewhere.
Hi, my name is Katie Corman. I live in Osceola Township. I also own a business just on the other side of the county line in Weberville. So I drive that Rock and Gray River to my job every single day past that property. Yes, I was pretty shocked to hear about this a week ago. I don't know about you guys, but my business and my home electricity bills are way too high. So we already heard plenty about that. I didn't write a speech, I'm just winging it. I wanted to come up here because I wanted to address something that I haven't really heard anyone else address. And that is, I've heard, murmurs online of some of the people in support of this project saying, well, they have to sell it for some sort of development because no one wants to farm anymore. And, You know, I'm a veterinarian, I'm not a farmer. I want to be a farmer. I would love to buy 100 or more acres and farm the land, but I didn't come from generational wealth. I didn't come from a farming family. Part of the reason it's so difficult for people to get into farming is because of the high cost of purchasing the land. And how can we possibly compete with huge mega corporations owned by billionaires trying to purchase the same land? Of course, you're not going to find a farmer buyer if you're trying to sell 1,000+ acres that wants to do row crops in a traditional way. That model may not be as applicable anymore. There are a lot of people who want to farm, and there are a lot of new and creative ways to do that if you want to take the time to learn about it. Lost my train of thought, sorry, it is after 10, I know we're all pretty tired. There is a great website called MI Farm Link, or Michigan Farm Link, and it's a place where people post looking for connections for land to farm, and there are hundreds of listings, way more than there are of landowners who are looking for opportunities to start farming. So there's no need for us to change our zoning in this township. There are plenty of people who would be willing to farm if we made it more available for them. Also, I came from Metro Detroit. I moved here to get away from that. There are lots of underutilized industrial areas already that would be much more appropriate for a project of this magnitude. It doesn't need to be here. Thank you.
Lauren Prevenda. I live at 930 Gully Road in Howell. First, I just want to say thank you. I know this is a lot. I appreciate you listening to all of our feedback, and we're all tired, and I know you're in a really tough position. I want to also acknowledge the more than 1,935 people as of this moment who have signed the online change.org petition to stop this development. I started the petition late Friday evening, and the number of signatures collected in such a short time period shows how incredibly important this issue is, and also further highlights the significant community opposition. Just as an FYI, I sent that petition to you all as a public comment yesterday. We've witnessed numerous corporations exploit and pillage Michigan's natural resources for their own gain. Nestle has exploited our water laws, extracting billions of gallons of Michigan groundwater for free to bottle and sell. Tri-Bar Manufacturing released 10,000 gallons of toxic hexavalent chromium-tainted water into the Wixom sewer and thereby the Huron River system, and didn't report the incident for 3 days. What's the point? The point is that history shows we cannot rely on a corporation's goodwill or on being a good neighbor to do what's right for Michigan residents or the environment. And based on the applicant's lack of transparency and their vague, unsubstantiated claims in the meeting packet regarding the impact and details of this potential project, that's exactly what they're asking us to do, and I say no. As an example, the applicant estimates that they will use 1 million gallons of water daily for the initial build of the center. What about after that? What about 5 years from now as the demand for AI increases? 10 years? Will the company disclose its water usage as part of regulatory measures regularly? Are there caps on the amount of water they can use annually? How will residents who live incredibly close be impacted by this? Has an environmental impact assessment been completed by an independent party that is not tied to or paid for by the applicant? Those are just a few questions I have. We would be doing a great disservice to Howell, to our neighbors, and our children if this rezoning request was approved today with such little transparency and zero clarity on the project. My other concern is that this project does not in any way align with the township's master charter or future land use plan, which specifically highlights agricultural areas as, quote, intended to remain rural, and emphasizes, quote, limiting infrastructure development into agricultural areas as a key goal. If this rezoning is approved, our master plan is forever tarnished. We might as well just throw it out the window, and the floodgates will be opened for more data centers. This proposal jeopardizes our water, our our environment and the very health and longevity of generations of Howell residents to come. What could possibly be more important than that? I urge you to deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gail Flores, and I live at 3223 Button Road, and I have been a lifelong resident of that property. This is a major a plan that is a huge change for Howell Township and MHOM with the water usage, the electrical usage. It should just be up to Howell Township Board. More information is needed, more research is needed, and it should be up to the people in the township and the county for the vote on whether to change the zoning for the property. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Pachita. I live at 3252 Warner Road. I'm actually not here to say I don't want a data center. I'm not educated enough about data centers, probably as most of you. I don't know the environmental impact. I don't know our infrastructure. I don't know enough. What I do know as a Howell Township resident is I don't want to change the master plan. If they want to put a data center someplace already zoned for R&D, so be it. But as a township resident, I want the master plan kept and upheld. I don't know much about data centers, but as a finance controller, I know a little bit about headcount, and we've heard a lot tonight about these jobs. How many jobs are on an 1,100-acre farm? I don't know, but I can guarantee it takes more people to run an 1,100-acre farm than to clean an office building. Where are those jobs from? Where are those people from? That's a consequence of our children. I'd also like to point out, you can tell a lot about body language, and as I've sat here for the last 3.5 hours, I have watched the people on this stage. Probably you aren't expecting to hear this, but thank you. I can see every one of you engaged, listening to the residents, taking notes. I actually came here thinking you had your minds made up, and I'm leaving here not believing that. I actually believe that you are listening to what you're saying. I know it is your job, an application was submitted, you have to have a hearing. I know that you have to do that. For the suit sitting behind me, I sat in the second row, and I also read their body language. The people who want to be our good neighbors. Every time someone mentioned the word water or electricity, they threw their heads back, they rolled their eyes, they laughed, and I'm sure if you look right now, there's one gentleman asleep 75% of the time. As a finance controller in charge of headcount, he'd be fired tomorrow. Anyhow, I just ask you to listen to the things you heard tonight, to follow our master plan. I'm not saying no data center, I'm saying no data center there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie McFarland. I live at 2885 West Lamar Road. I'm approximately 2 miles from the proposed site. I just had a couple questions. One, speaking on transparency, when was this actual proposal brought in front of Howell Township? I mean, this isn't something that just happened overnight, so that's a question that needs to be answered. Since we addressed ourselves for recently giving notice. Another question I have, Mr. Bob Wilson shared a PowerPoint presentation to the Howell Township Data Center Facebook group that was created. He shared that 4 days ago. The PowerPoint presentation was in regards to a field trip that was taken to New Albany, Ohio to visit several data centers. When was that field trip? Was that just 4 days ago? The pickup for the start of that field trip was from the Van Gelder farm. Who paid for that trip? Who from this board joined that trip to review those data centers? Who besides Bob occupied the executive coach, which was 36 passengers, and a student that was 14 passengers? I just
to be overdramatic, but every day we delay these AI data center and factory projects, the Chinese are all getting closer to being more coherent. The USA is doomed. We have already lost to China. Plan on mass unemployment and chaos while the Chinese robots start coming across our lawns. Do not take these words lightly. If we continue to push these projects out of the USA, count on the USA ending and becoming a Chinese citizen. There are limited places we can put these, and we need multiple in every state. We have the choice to become third world or to lead the world again. It is our choice as citizens to compete on a global scale or to all learn Chinese. I suggest everyone opposed to this project to pitch in and purchase the land yourselves, to keep it cornfields, or to convert it to a youth sports complex as suggested. As for Meta, I have a perfect location for this in Jackson County. I will live on site myself and love every minute of it.
Hello, my name is Carol Bush-Clemens. I'm at 2988 North Dakota. The main thing that I'm here about is I'm concerned about the air pollution. But before I do that, let me back up. I didn't live here. We lived in Southfield, and then my dad, with his job, moved a lot back and forth. So finally came out to Livingston County when I was in, I guess it would have been 6th grade. And then by the time we came to Howell High School, I started my freshman year here. That was back in 1981. I graduated in 1985, and I loved Howell from the minute we got out here. It used to be in this where, you had so many friends and so many people, but there was so much, you were just a number out there in Southfield. You come out here and your teacher knew your name. They knew who you were. Come to find out, I go uptown and the same, it's not here anymore, but the same pharmacy knew my name. The neighbors knew your name. The community. I mean, you run, anywhere I go, you run into people I know now. So my husband and I bought our house in River Road. We've been there now 28 years. We love it there. But I have seen things come through the township hall that have not gone through. And so my question to you is, if you're looking for jobs for the community, why don't you turn down the casino? What happened to that? You know, what happened to that 400 or 500 subdivision that was supposed to go onto a road? I know the original guy that was supposed to do it went bankrupt, and so just those people in that little square had to pay. And I was one of them. We paid over $25,000 for assessments, but there's still not anything there for it. I mean, why are you guys putting that money? I can think of other choices of what you can do with this. So that's one of the things I have a question about, is there going to be a chance where maybe we can suggest other things, like they're saying, like a sport utility place, something that we could use the land for that still stays within what Howell is known for. Howell has a lot of tourism here, whether you think about it or not. We have we have the 2 festivals in the summer, our Golden Fest and our Howell Milk Fest. You have the Lake Fest. Fowlerville has a fair every year. A couple of years ago, Fowlerville had a witch
30 seconds.
and something like that. And so my point is that people come out here for this, not for an industrial place. But lastly is quickly, I had pneumonia back in June. I didn't have any infection. They checked everything. Come to find out it was Canadian wildfire. But still managed to bother me over here. Just imagine, I'm not even 2 miles from where this place is going to be. Who's going to pay my insurance if I get pneumonia from it? And I guarantee what's happened to me is going to happen to me. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Hello, board, and hello, neighbors. My name is Calvin Heckman, and unlike some of the 2 supporters that I've heard this evening, I'm not afraid to tell you where I live. I am your neighbor, and I live at 6420 Warner Road, which is going to wind up being the epicenter, it looks like, if you guys change the name of this farmland.
started the meeting off as it was posted at the Howell Township Hall. We began the meeting and we did do the pledge of allegiance at the meeting.
So I missed that. Okay.
That's fine. I thought that was important enough to clarify.
Well, I think it's important to me. You know, I think it's very important. We still, I mean, this is American dialect, right? We're supposed to be able to communicate about the problems we have. I think that's really important. So anyway, basically where I'm going with this is, I'm requesting that you guys do not change the zoning, okay? It's not fair to your property owners that surround this area, okay? We were also your constituents. You wouldn't buy a house next to a pig farm and then complain that it's a pig farm, right? See, I want a house next to a farm. And I don't complain that it's a farm. But I would complain that it's a data center, okay? So I'm asking you not to do that.
And the question to me is that, so that property is zoned agricultural residential at this time. And I am not opposed at all to any property owner making their money off their property if that is so be. If they want to be great. Abide by the zone. Abide by the sell it to a developer, build a subdivision, whatever. Not this crappy data center. This is not. Here is a perfect example of what I don't understand when it comes to this. Why can they push this through so easily, get stuff rezoned? A year ago, I built a pole barn, and I had to ask all my neighbors through the township if that was okay if I put it on like 10 acres, that no one could see from the road anyway. But these guys don't have to ask their neighbors. That's what I want.
Yeah, answer that.
Well, Steve Smith, Broadway County Township. The Livingston Daily newspaper recently asked its readers, what about our county drew you to live here? The number one response was the rural small town feel. Good quote. Our readers appreciate having plenty of agriculture next to smaller towns and cities. Commissioners, this data center complex doesn't belong here. It will destroy our rural nature that we all love so much. A previous speaker suggested Detroit. That is an excellent idea. Estimates range, listen to this, estimate range that there are from 24 to 40 square miles of vacant land in the city of Detroit. That is 15,360 to 25,600 acres. And they are tearing down 3,000 to 4,000 more structures per year. Put it there, and that will be a win for everyone. Hardworking, honest, rural people like ourselves, we tend to be trusting. But do you really think a Fortune 100 data company, which hasn't even been named yet, has our best interest at heart? Developers always throw out how much money it will bring to the community. Please don't be fooled or tempted by that. The Bible teaches that the love of money is the root of all evil. Now, I'm going to say something here. I know 3 of the Van Gilders personally. They're nice people. However, I just do not understand their constant need for greed. And I'm sorry to have to say that, but it's true.
Get behind me.
Jesus also asked, what does it benefit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Likewise, I ask, what does it benefit our community to have more tax revenue and lose our character? There's a couple people here that spoke for it, and I hope they're listening now.
There are some people that say you can't stay in the way of progress. I ask you to think.
30 seconds.
Progress towards what? This proposed data center is only progress towards the construction of a rural small town community we love so much. Commissioners, you should have realized this is no pole barn, as people have said. This is the potential to change our entire community, not just Howell Township. Conway and Handy are right next door, our whole community. This so reminds me.
3 minutes.
I'm going to go on. This so reminds me of what happened with the utility scale solar in Conway Township. Again, it went on for about a year before the public even knew about it. There's a lot more I could say. I will accept my 3-minute limitation.
Good evening, board. My name is Connie Johnson. I'm a resident of Cohocton Township. I want to thank the board for your tenacity in this evening's venture. I came here because of the connection with Headland Solar, which was proposed up in Conway and Cohocton Township, where I live. I'm within that 5-mile radius from this project as well. And I wanted to bring to light a fact that this doesn't start with the Van Gilder family. This starts with the state of Michigan with the goal of converting 1% of our agricultural land into renewable energy. And this application for this data center is contingent upon purchase agreements for that renewable energy, like Headland Solar. They wouldn't be able to do this without it. So I have some recommendations for the zoning board that are practical, and this is something that you should take note of, please. On September 18th, Cohocton and Conway Township issued a joint press release stating that Headland's approval was conditional and required Ranger Power to meet a local ordinance standard with non-compliance risking revocation. This is what local control looks like and should be required in this project by this commission and by the Township Commission. In addressing water usage concerns, there should be a third-party hydrological study to assess cumulative water draw, to enforce water-efficient technologies, and any contamination issues from an environmental impact statement. Additionally, DTE pre-committed $2 billion in funds to absorb data center-related costs, like preventing rate hikes. And I would highly recommend that this commission demand that there would be a cap and a limit of increases on residents of 0.5% on an annual basis. Additionally, I would urge this commission to either vote no tonight or table this discussion until such a time that any of these analyses can be provided so that more in-depth information can be made for a proper assessment of the impact of this type of installation. I would also encourage everybody here tonight in Livingston County to reach out to the health department and ask them to require a health and safety data analysis. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, David Foreman. I live at 6126 Pheasant Ridge Drive. That's happening in Conway, over a few miles north of Oslo Road. My wife and I own a equestrian training facility out there. Beautiful area. Without data, we're just another person without information. I was said by a very famous statistician, Dr. surprised that we are not seeing the data. And another quote from Dr. Deming is, God we trust, everybody else really needs to bring data. And what I find ironic is we're going to the data center. And what are we doing for community improvements, and what are you doing to negotiate for the community? 50 jobs isn't enough. If they are the largest taxpayer, then are there tax breaks for those people that are living within this area? And are they going to subsidize our energy costs? So what is really truly being negotiated for us? And with that, what is the investment plan that they have really to invest in new technologies to reduce the need for water to cool those systems? And do we have really the infrastructure, and have we looked at the infrastructure for treating that wastewater? The next thing I think is very important for the future is a decommissioning plan. Is there a decommissioning plan for this facility? When the facility is no longer useful, is it just going to be a gigantic facility and eyesore sitting there rotting? Are they going to take it back to a natural tillable state and produce crops? What is their plan? I would also like to say that on July 30th, 2025, Detroit Energy is in talks with data centers representing up to 7 gigawatts of new potential energy within Michigan.
30 seconds.
The DTE CEO, Marcia, his salary was $12 million a year. He just left, and there's a new CEO in place that is now earning $3.4 million. So the question I have now is that DTE has tens of thousands of acres of land, 100,000 on the west side of the state. Why are they not putting it on their own?
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Devin Elsman, 6815 Sharp Road. I wanted to congratulate you or thank you for all your time. And I know that you will listen, I'm confident in you that you will listen to every concern about water, electricity, environmental impact. And you will not just consider the words of today, but the impact 50 and 100 years into the future. Confidence in you. Tonight I would like to introduce to you Walter Donaldson. Walter Donaldson grew up in Royal Oak Township along Woodward Avenue. He had a small, I guess, vegetable farm, and he saw in his day, he lived about 100 years ago in that area, 80, at least 80, maybe 90 years ago in that area, and he saw his farmland community be devoured, kind of like we're doing right now. And so, instead of going out farther Woodward Avenue, he came out Grand River, and he bought about 80 acres at the corner of Owasso Road and Grand River. That's part of the parcel that is being considered right now. And his son, who fought in the Second World War, said to me that someday Grand River will be city from Detroit all the way to Lansing. That's almost true. It's almost city all the way to the city of Powell. And I think that the words of his son are true. And I think no matter what you do tonight, you will only, if you don't say yes, you will only delay the inevitable that will happen in the next 10 or 15, 20, 50 years. And so I just ask you to to keep that in mind. I think that if this doesn't go into the center, it's have to go into solar, and as many of our townships have found out, there's hardly anything that you or anybody else can do. I think that this... Okay.
Hello, I'm John Paul. I live at 563 Curzon Street, apartment 203. Meta in Hebrew, I was told, means death. And one of your committee members may have disclosed information. And maybe they bore a false witness, but I'm a man who says, my neighbor is dead. Why do I say that? Because my God is the God of the living. He's and to him all things are alive. Now this community has a rich history, and many people have lived here and died here. And the new person that we're welcoming into our community, who maybe is too afraid to say their name until they really know who we are, know that this is a community of people who aren't always concerned about the worldly things, but can really see the God that concerns. And I'm happy to welcome them into this community, to know that sometimes God shows mercy. If I say my neighbor is deaf, and God has the mercy on me to say, well, Mark, I bought you lunch at Garden Fresh once in San Francisco, and if you're showing me mercy by saying, John Paul, I'm not calling you to death, but I'll be your neighbor with Meta, and so forth. I think many times we forget to see God's mercy in the world around us. We fall to our traditions, and sometimes spirits, stir us up and say, oh my goodness, we have these traditional ways. Many people in this community have seen those spirits that fall into the traditional ways of farming and lives that we love so much. There's something new that's coming into our world. Well, you see our weakness, but you never know our strength.
Hello, my name is Craig Zuby. I live at 1560 Woodhaven in Howe Township. I grew up in the city of Detroit, so Detroit is actually a great place to put this. Detroit is a whole and around with all the rats. I don't think we want the rats out here. WHMI said that the Saline turf is down. And the reason why they turned it down was because the places are actually smaller than what they're going to put here in Howe Township. But Saline Township turned it down because they're going to use 30 times electricity than the whole city together, the whole township together. Just one thing is using 30 times. That's not me, that's from WHMI. They also said they're going to use 200 gallons of water a day in a small little input here. So where is this all going to go? This is a joke. This whole thing shouldn't be here. I did not hear about this until Friday. And I only heard about it because I saw a petition. And I signed it because I don't want this garbage here. Most people here don't want the garbage here. If you're going to use the land for something that people can use. Not for what this. Where's the board? Why don't I just clean it up? All the deer that are on that property, the raccoons, everybody. You guys don't seem to care. Years ago, I lived in Marion Township. Marion Township had a board meeting like this, and people got up and talked about they wanted to build 1,000 homes. But everybody asked the question where they were answered. But here we're not being answered, which I don't understand why. I don't understand that. Which means we don't know if you're understanding what we're saying. But you have a few people here that, want this. And those are Democrats, we know that. That's just how it is. Democrats are morons. And that's the truth. That is the truth. And if you know that, we pay the treasurers and everybody's salary up here. We the people do that. You the people work for us. And we the people don't want this shit here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for listening. Diana Dombrowski, Hogback Road, Fowlerville, Handy Township, just on the way. My only, well, I have a lot of concerns that have already been said, but one that hasn't is, I'm a retired teacher in Fowlerville, and I am really concerned if any of this stuff about, I think it is true, about the air quality, about the noise, about that 5-mile radius. We've got our entire school complex 2.5 miles as the crow flies, just in Handy Township. I am concerned those kids come and they are captive there all day long. I don't want to be running the football thing with the lights coming from this place. Howell, you're about 5.5 miles, I think. Please be thoughtful of where those school districts are when you're putting this right smack in the middle, a little closer to Fowlerville. That's my concern. Thank you so much. Democrat who doesn't want this.
Good evening, everyone, and public, thank you for your time. I just want to try to see if I can poke the bear a little bit more about like facts, right? Let's try to get a little more data about this project. What can we get concrete numbers about investments back into the community? I own a tech company myself. I'm a very pro tech guy, but I'm not seeing any data like we're getting $1 million a year to local school, or we're getting $1 million over 100 years. Like, what is the actual data? I think before people can either support or deny this, I think we just need more data. So that's I guess my take on it. Another piece would be is a building the size of Myers doesn't take 1,300 acres. I don't know whether that's true, right? I'm just learning about this with most people. But if you build one data center working on it, instant response with the U.S. Navy, and building data centers in quite a couple of people around here, by the way. They are about the size of Myers. So what's the other 1,250 acres for? Just adjust with that scale, or everybody just going to support 100 data centers, like when there's a line of stop, and if this board thinks Howell Township's ready to go to the war with Meadows lawyers, or any other, framing companies lawyers, we're kidding ourselves. We don't have the legacy of that type of infrastructure in our community, so we haven't had to build our tax bill around it, we haven't had to build our township regulation around it, so I don't think we're ready to go with that. So allowing them to come in now when we're not ready is, at least a personal opinion. And I guess people have been pretty clear that you're elected to represent the township and the people of it. By the way, I'm an old resident, that's the part of lifelong. I own land on Byron Road, and I guess I'm not necessarily fully against the data center, but I'm fully against the data center without the data to vote for like that. Let's get a little bit more information on what type of community benefit will be seen, and get some facts, where's the contracts around that, what guarantees we have, because we got 4 years along the way, and I'd love for them to have better school, I'd love to have, at least have more funding and these promises, but we're just worried about. 30 seconds. Where's the contracts, where's the actual dollars and cents on it?
I'll try to make it quick, so on last month, you guys to do a bathroom break, I'm sure you all need. My name is John Belcher. I do not live in Howell Township, I live in Handy Township. Since I can hear everything they do with the corn maze, I'm pretty sure I live close enough to have an opinion. I've lived here since 2007. We came here because it reminds me of the town I came from. It's the community I wanted to live in. It's the place I wanted to raise my family I have. I now have a granddaughter, and it's the place I expected to raise her. I agree with everybody here. You do not have the transparency. You do not have the guarantees. And you do not have, you guys literally are quoting, we're going to need minimum standards. For what? Because we don't really have data centers at this level yet. So our minimum standards aren't going to meet the requirements that we need. So there's just a lot of information you guys are missing that you just haven't provided to people. And I'm going to tell everybody here, as I'm on a school board, I am super proud of everyone in this room because you're super articulate. And they found out more information in 6 days, then you guys provide me, from what I understand, you're working on this. If this is truly a good ideas don't require secret bus tours with influential people. They don't require NDAs. They don't require you to put together vague talking points that have no mineral information, but are supposed to make people feel good. And they don't require you to go to local entities like school boards and try to bribe them with the investment you'll give them if they'll fill out your pre-filled out, pre-made-up letter of support and mail it to you. That's not necessarily a good idea. A good idea supports itself. And I am a solid conservative. I don't care Democrat, Republican. I'm a conservative. It's your land. I only know a couple of land builders. I apologize. I've been lived here long enough, apparently. It is your land. You can do with it if you see fit. But why do you have to ruin the community after that? That's my point.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight? Okay, seeing none, I would like to move that we take a 10-minute recess. And I'm sure I can come back at 11. Actually, let's make it 15 minutes. To 11:15, make that motion. I gotta go to the bathroom. We don't need a motion to close the public comment. It's just, if no one else wants to speak, it just closes itself. We still have a meeting, all I'm asking, all I'm looking for. I'm just asking for us to recess until 11:15. I'm not asking, okay, I give a motion in support to recess until 11:15. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're back in our meeting. Just started. I would like to thank everyone that spoke. I know it's sometimes hard to come up in public and speak. I didn't see any stage fright in anybody, so that is good. We're going to move on to our meeting. Item 7 is zoning board of appeals report. Our appointee on the zoning board is not, he's the chair of the meeting, and he's the vice chair. The privilege of being the chair tonight. He's not here, so we're just going to skip over that. Township board report, trustee Bull is here, and we have the draft minutes.
Is that better? Okay. So the minutes are in front of you if anyone has any questions concerning them.
Any questions? Seeing none, let's mark those as received and filed. Ordinance violation report. It was in our packet. Does anyone have any questions to ask of Jonathan? Okay, seeing none, we'll mark that on. Scheduled public hearings. We have A is a public hearing for SC Development LLC to rezone portion of vacant land on the corner of Grand River Avenue and F59 PC 2025-19, parcels number 4706-28-400-016 from regional service commercial to industrial. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 11 o'clock. I usually go to bed at 10. So I apologize for that. We're going to move to our new item 10, which is new business. And first order is Union at Oak Grove. We have a major change to approved site plan. How would you like to open that and discuss that?
Yes, you have a report that's in your packet, but I'll briefly go over it. So this is a site plan amendment for the Union at Oak Grove. The applicant submitted a request to amend a site plan that was previously approved for 220 unit for lease multifamily housing development located in a multifamily residential zoning district. It's 52 acres. It's on Oak Road. It's just north of the boundary of the city of Howell. That was approved in December 15th, 2020, and they have by and large built that facility out. There is a requirement in section 7.07B of the zoning ordinance that requires at least 10% or at least 3 acres of land in a multifamily development to be commonly owned recreation activity area. Previously, they had 3 tot lots. They built 2 of those, and they decided that it would be advantageous for their residents to have some other recreational amenity, and they're proposing to put in a 9-hole disc golf course that would kind of traverse throughout the site. There was a site plan in your packet that shows where the course would go. The density remains the same. They're not changing any of the buildings. There would still be 23 buildings, same number of units. Health dimensional standards stay the same. The open space remains as 65.82%, exceeding the 10% minimum. We did have a couple of questions, and I don't know if the applicant is here to speak to this, but we recommend the Planning Commission consider these following. Will it be just reserved for residential use only? How will they ensure that other folks aren't using the facility? Safety and placement, just making sure that the layout and the design doesn't conflict with any pedestrian pathways or residential units or other activities. And then what's the long-term maintenance plan for Generally, we think that it is a one-for-one in terms of recreation for recreation, so it still meets the intent of the ordinance, but there were those couple of questions that we felt might be worth discussion on your part. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you all. Do any commission members have questions of Paul? Is the applicant here tonight? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did have one question.
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
So basically, according to your report, they're meeting all the same requirements, they're just changing the structure to be a first.
Correct.
You had some questions in our packet that the applicant isn't here to address or answer.
I was looking for two. But safety, to avoid conflicts with pedestrian paths, visual units, that would be more looking
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to table this request until we have the applicant.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bowl and a second by Chuck Jessica's. So we to table this item. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of tabling this, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, this is tabled. We move to the next item. It is the Pirates Cove self-storage request for extension of approved site plan. There was a letter from the applicant in the packet. Paul, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so only that the applicant has requested an extension of their site plan approval. It's my understanding, they just indicate that increased cost on material and interest rates postpone their ability to move forward. Nothing has really changed in the zoning ordinance in terms of the standards that would be applicable to the site plan. So we don't really see an issue with an extension if you all see fit to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions of Paul from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve it.
So we have okay. Second. So motion from Stanley to extend a 1-year site plan approval to the applicant, and it's seconded by Francesco's. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, carries. So the next part, the next thing on the meeting agenda is what actually, which we jumped into earlier. And that is the SC Development LLC. It's a rezoning of vacant land on the corner of Red River and Entity 9, parcel number 4706-28400-016 from rezoning request from Regional Service Commercial to Industrial. This is a public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to open the public hearing for us to development LLC to use on vacant land in the corner of Marina Road and 2025-4.
We have a motion and support to open the public hearing to consider this and just kind of telling you again what we do for the public hearings. We're going to, our township consultant will explain what the applicant has asked. We will have the applicant, if they're here, be open to us to ask any questions. And then this is a public hearing. Anyone that has anything wish to speak about for this agenda item in this public hearing will have time to talk to us about that.
Brady's going to present this one for us.
All right, so the applicant is requesting to rezone a portion of a site that is located southwest of Grand River Avenue, and it is 20.24 acres total, but they want to rezone the western half, which will be 11.64 acres. So the Trans-West Industrial Park is on the west side, adjacent to the facility. It includes facilities for trucking, storage, automobiles, heavy equipment, manufacturing, and processing facilities. If you turn to page 2 on the review, there is a visual that will better describe it. The site is next to Bacon to the north, Grand River Avenue is the east. The Gate Church approved site plan to the south, and industrial and manufacturing buildings to the east. So the future land use map on page 5 designates the subject site as medium density residential along with the parcels to the north, east, and south, and the parcels to the west are designated as industrial. With the current zoning of regional service commercial, it does not allow light industrial manufacturing uses to expand industrial park on the west side. So the proposed zoning is industrial, which will allow them to do that. The applicant has indicated that their intention is of using industrial zoning to build a connection from the Trans-West Industrial site to the portion of the site that they're planning to rezone. The remaining area of the site will remain as regional service commercial to allow commercial uses to go around the rezoned portion. So looking at the findings, whether the rezoning is consistent with the policies and uses of the proposed area in the township's master plan, it is not consistent with the designated land use of the future land use map. However, the land immediately adjacent to it is zoning and planned for industrial, and with the Grand River and Avenue and the highway, it would not be possible for the zoning to continue to create outside of this rezone. B, whether the uses allowed under the proposed rezoning would be compatible with other zones and uses in the area. The surrounding area parcels on the west are zoned I for industrial. It would be a logical extension of industrial park. The applicant will want to rezone a portion of the property so that commercial areas can still happen around the site. And these commercial buildings in front of the industrial site will provide a buffer, so you won't be able to see it from Grand River, Highland Road, or the mobile family residential buildings to the south. It appears that there will not be any impact on public services or utilities for this
zoning. And it is unlikely that a site of this size and location would be developed for regional service commercial uses. So the proposed rezoning would be equally or better suited for that.
I'll add one more element. The Transwest site does have a road stub or a road right of way that's stubbed to this property. I believe it was always intended that it would be extended here, and as Brady mentioned, this would kind of be the end of that development because you do have Grand River and the highway, and then an existing development surrounding that area, so there would be further development after this one. And we do, as always, encourage you to go through those findings and make your own determinations as part of your deliberation. And then ultimately, this is a rezoning, so the township board has the final authority, so you will be making a recommendation to the township board based on your decision.
I'd like to open the floor to the applicant to address the board or the commission.
Yes, thank you. I'm Steve Schenke, a principal at SC Develop, applicant for this project, and all of these previous spots, but much more than you can get back to. So I think the consultants covered it well. And there's an access issue really with ours. This site's pretty well pinched. So Grand River is running diagonal north to south on the right side of that plan. We can really only get one curb cut there. There's obviously a concern on accessing Duke, which runs with the counter development. It being a little parcel to the north that fronts 59 is really both landlocked with that parcel that's shown on, but it's also MDOT has already kind of ruled against getting a curb cut there. So what this allows us to do is send traffic through the plant stop, the industrial park, still leave from all the Grand River frontage for regional services development, whether retail or similar. So it's a good blend. It sends some traffic back to the Transwest Park. It meets really frankly the market demand for the facility while still having a healthy portion of Grand River RIC front. So we feel it's sensible. We feel it meets blended market and planning. Certainly it's planning commission of the board's decision on move forward.
Okay. The applicant has spoken. I'd like to open the comment section from any of the public that has anything to say about this project or this rezoning request. Yep. Would you please kindly come down to the mic and state your name?
Thank you for taking my question. My name is Patricia Murphy. I live at 139 Lakeshore Vista in Powell. My question is, this seems to be connected to the data center. And I just want to be clear that it is not. Because if it is connected to the data center, it shouldn't be separated out to be approved or disapproved. It should be incorporated in that rezoning request. So once again, those initials and that they, whatever company it is, I'd like clearly a response from the applicant that it is not connected to the data center in any way. Thank you.
Steve, would you like to respond?
So, it's no way connected to the data center. I haven't learned about the data center like everyone else. It's probably the first reaction is I really still have the agenda for today's meeting, but here we are. So, my name is Steve, principal of the development company, and also vice president of Schaefer Construction, affiliate of the development. So, local, we're in Brighton, we're here
Any other people would like to speak about this? Okay, seeing none. Now entertain a motion. Oh, sorry. Usually we're at the hall, there's 25 seats. So you see everybody.
I was just wondering how much property the current owners of the property is connected to is on. You said that the new property will take up, was it 12 acres?
That parcel was about 30, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, that parcel was about 30 acres. In the past couple of months, or I'm not sure when it was, there was a church that I believe has ownership of the property right now, of the 10 acres of that parcel.
Okay.
So to the south of that.
Okay, so it would be a double in size, it's just an add-on essentially of half of that, what you're saying?
Yeah, the request is actually taking about the remaining 20 acres of the lot and bringing it into the industrial center Trans West there and leaving the edge from Grand Riverside and F-59 side as zoning that it currently has. Is that all correct?
That's right. I think the previous site was 30 acres. 10 was split up there at the Agape Church, and then this is 11 acres of that was the main on the west side.
Okay, just curious, thank you.
Any other comments or questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none, are there any questions or comments or concerns from the members?
I do have a question for you.
Okay.
You can make it up here.
You should probably close the public hearing first.
Okay, yeah.
Support.
Okay, we have a motion and support to close the public hearing for this topic. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, public hearing is closed.
Just a couple quick questions. So you want to change the zoning back to industrial, which kind of matches what it's actually used in Trans West. It's a conditional rezone. There's no discussion about what the property may be used for.
Well, we would be fully compliant with the industrial zoning district, so what we would do, pending this approval, we've been approached by some users, tenants, that we know are compatible with this use, we would go through, and once this got approved, we would bring their use forward and go through the site plan approval process, just like any other project. So it would be, again, projects that are compatible with Trans West and the zoning district, should be approved.
Okay, and the only traffic on that parcel will exit into Trans West.
Correct, that's what we'll bring forward once we have plans, that's really what's driving it. Again, market demand over access, the desire to limit what we send to Grand River, we know that's a pinch point. And, if it's a Trans West type use to send traffic through the drain, that would be good for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Paul or the applicant?
I apologize, we did not mention the conditions that were offered. The conditions that were offered was that the rezoning would revert back to the existing zoning if the land division did not go through and if there wasn't a closing on the property. So you guys cannot add conditions, but you can, per the planning, the Zoning Enabling Act, put a time limit. So if you wanted to add to any motion, you could decide to move forward with this, you could place a time limit on when applications need to take place.
Well, the really only conditions that I see were who's going to be developing.
That they
And split.
the split what happens when I'm thinking about it.
And all those conditions, once they're satisfied, it's not going to get started with normal conditional zoning. It's something, it's already happens. The sale and the split. So if we approve this contingent upon with those conditions, once those conditions are met, it's really not conditional. So
And it's just straight industrial.
I see why the applicant is asking for this, for those conditions.
I'm struggling just a little bit, not knowing what's going in there. Some of the people that are living there have expressed concerns about wondering what's going to be pretty much in their neighborhood. And some of them kind of legitimate concerns about health and noise, and I'm struggling just a little bit to get an approval on it. We don't really know what we're approving in coming into some of the neighborhood.
So that was a concern of mine too. But looking at the parcel, the closest subdivision actually runs kind of along with Trans West. This parcel is actually further away than the Trans West complex itself. So, and I choose between the church and the way which we've dealt with. So it's an extension of the industrial to the east, but it doesn't seem to make it close.
But still, I'm thinking even about the church. You know, if you're talking about, I don't know, the equipment, trucks, or remember that was a little bit of a concern with the church, that we might, even though we don't want that to happen, that we're concerned about the parking. I don't know. Maybe it's-
The church parcel on the west, that's up to industrial, right?
That's true. It already does on one side, so.
And all the Patrick dividing adjacency, I think the ordinance calls for buffers, calls for landscape, calls for screening, and industrial adjacent, certain those things. We'll very much want to abide by this goes through.
That's typical time for site plan estimates. Yes. Expiration is the word I'm looking for. That's a the appropriate.
We are calling this a conditional zone.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, recommend conditional rezoning, Cassie Development LLC, vacant land on the corner of Gregor Avenue and 59, AC 2025-19, parcel number 4706, -28-400-016 on regional service commercial, industrial, based on the following two conditions. The requested rezone is conditional on SC Develop LLC owning the property. In the event SC Develop LLC does not vote on the purchase of the property, the rezone application shall no longer be valid and the underlying zoning shall remain. And number two, it is understood that in addition to closing on the property, SC Develop LLC will be required to complete a formal lot split into the rezone should it be approved by the Howell Township. And this additional rezoning would be valid for a period of 1 year.
We have a motion with a support on the floor. Any discussion? Mr. Chair?
On the last one, this is 016, but on the planning report, this is 012, the last. So I just want to clarify that.
I believe that the parcel number that I referenced was the older parcel number before it was split, before the church was split up. I believe this was which is what you said.
Yep. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I vote on that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. We are done with those. Okay. The next item on our agenda is we have two public hearings. I'm just going to summarize them for additionally rezoning parcels. And also zoning ordinance text amendment as well. I want to let you know that our attorney has said that anyone that had comments in the call to the public, we will have a public hearing and people can talk again. We're not going to deny anybody that right, but I do want to let you know that everything that was said at the call to the public, we are going to put in the public hearing notes for the following two items. So, did I see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna move to the next topic, and I believe you want to start call, then we'll have to open up the public hearing. Then when we open the public hearing, we're gonna open it up for both of those topics. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an application submitted by State Tech Consulting and Randy LLC. And as you indicated, there are two petitions that have been submitted. One is a map amendment to amend 19 different parcels from agricultural residential, single-family residential, neighborhood service to RT, research and technology, as well as a zoning ordinance text amendment to add a definition for data processing. So in the RT zoning district, data processing is the permitted use. So if this rezoning were to go through, that use would be permitted. However, the applicant has provided a definition of what that use entails, and I'll get to that in just a moment. Additionally, they've provided a list of other offering conditions limiting the use in the RT district to only data processing as defined in their application, with additional self-imposed limitations such as increased setbacks, increased landscape buffering, sound mitigation, light pollution protection, water efficiency, and particular, if it was just a straight rezoning to RT, there would be a number of uses that would be permitted under that zoning district, but they are limiting it to just data processing. The definition that they provided was a facility or facilities used to house in which are operated, maintained, and replaced from time to time computer systems and associated components, including but not limited to telecommunication and storage systems, cooling systems, power supply, and systems for managing property performance, including generators and mechanical and electrical yards, and equipment used for transformers, transmission, distribution, and management of electricity, including private substations, internet-related equipment, data communication connections, private communication towers, environmental controls and security devices, structures and site features, as well as certain accessory uses. Buildings and structures located on the same lot, such as utility buildings, offices, warehousing, cafeteria, guardhouses, diesel storage tanks, water storage tanks, security fencing, other similar structures and improvements and appurtenances. So, as I mentioned, these are two separate applications. You'll be taking action, or you can take action on both of them tonight. And again, this is a rezoning, so you'll be making a recommendation to the township board on both of those for the text amendment as well as the map amendment. I think you're all aware of the site location at this point. It's centered on the Grand River, with land on both sides, close to the Henry Township border. Currently, the majority of the site is used for farmland. There are some woodlands on the site and a number of single-family residences on large lots. The current zoning, did I already say that? The current zoning is ag residential with neighborhood service commercial as well as single-family residential. The future land use plan does indicate most of the land as agricultural preservation. But we do note that in the master plan, in addition to the future land use plan, there are other policies that may be applicable, like locating research and technology in close proximity to 96, M59, and along Grand River. A portion of this property fits within the Water and Sewer Service District, which any development on the site would require the extension of utilities into that area, and with all site plans, which would be a subsequent step, an applicant would be required to meet all of our standards in addition to paying for the extension of these utilities, which could then provide utilities to some of those other areas that are in the utility zone that they currently have not passed. Current zoning, as I mentioned, supports, the AR supports both large lot residential as well as agricultural uses. Single-family residential is just what it sounds, and the neighborhood service commercial allows for a number of different local commercial uses. Proposed zoning, research and technology with the conditions would only support the particular use that they are limited to. With zoning amendments, the procedures for going through your findings are in Article 23 of the zoning ordinance. There are a number of findings that we encourage you to go through with your deliberations. But I will note again that with the conditional rezoning, the only conditions are offered by the applicant. The planning commission cannot place additional conditions on the rezoning if they sought that to move forward with it. I'm not going to go through the detailed list of offers. I think it might be better for the applicant to do that. They have updated their list of offers that they provided this afternoon. And I don't know if you want me to go through these findings right now, or if you want to hear from the applicant, have your public hearing, and then go through those yourselves for your deliberation portion, or if you want me to go through each of those again. Similar findings are discussed in the last meeting.
Is the letter for the amended offer conditions of rezoning, is it in addition to what we also received earlier that was in the packet?
That is what you received earlier today.
What's that?
You received that earlier today, yes.
Okay, so the one that was in the packet, incorporate the two, or just use the one we received today?
I believe just the one we received.
Okay, the one we received, so we set down. Yeah, the one dated September 3rd is. Okay. Okay. So that was a 5-2. So we're just going to look at the amended offer conditions dated September 23rd. We can open up a public hearing.
If you want to hear from the applicant first, and then we can open the public hearing.
Applicant, would you like to address the commission?
Thank you, everyone, not just the planning commission, thank you everyone for being here tonight and for voicing your questions and your concerns. Thank you to the township for accommodating the large crowd we have here tonight and doing what had to be done to make it possible for everyone's voices to be heard here. I'll be fairly brief, but I want to introduce myself and the small team we have here with us tonight. My name is Mike Vogt. I'm zoning counsel for the project. I also have here with me Jack Hammerman with Stantec. He is a project engineering consultant. And we also have Dan Mahoney here from DT. And unfortunately, the way that the agenda worked out, we didn't get a chance to go first. So it's a double-edged sword. The upside is that we got to hear everyone's concerns and the questions, and now we get an opportunity to address them. The downside being that we probably could have really answered some questions ahead of time with some information that we have available both in our submission and here with us tonight. Just to kind of level set where we are procedurally, because there was a lot of questions and some confusion about this earlier. There is nothing technically up for approval tonight. The zoning is not up for approval tonight. It is up for a recommendation potentially from the planning commission. There's no specific project. There's no site plan that has been submitted. So concerns over lack of detail or lack of transparency, it's really no different than the last applicant who was up here for their public hearing, where they're seeking rezoning, but that did not yet have a site plan, actually did not yet have the buyer for the parcel. Here we're one step farther along, where we do have an end user for this parcel. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for.
We'll have time.
Understood. So that's where we are today. We don't have a site plan that's been submitted, and as you know, if you've seen when site plans come through, there's a great level of detail that goes into that. There's a high level of scrutiny. There's several layers of review that the township planning consultants and engineers have to do. And those are all just in a very preliminary stage with respect to this project, and those kind of details aren't out there yet. Ultimately, there will be more public meetings, and your township board members will ultimately take action on this request for rezoning and issue the final vote on it. If the property is conditionally rezoned, and I'll talk just briefly about what those conditions are, then we'd still have to come through your township and do a full site plan review. And at that point, all of the details, the specifics, the facts, the questions, they all get drilled down to the finest point, and the site plan doesn't get approved unless we've met all the standards of your zoning ordinance. And not only that, it's not just your township's zoning ordinance to be complied with, it's a whole level of county level regulations on stormwater, drains, roads, state level, for any impacted wetlands, or other environmental considerations that EGLE, our environmental oversight agency here in Michigan, will have full authority to regulate and permit. Tonight, we're here for the recommendation from this PC, this planning commission, not just on the rezoning, but also on the proposed text amendment, which, as the planner accurately described, is to add a definition for data processing. It's a term that's already used in the ordinance. It's a use that's already permitted in research and technology zoning district, but its use did not have its own definition. So we've offered a proposed definition as a text amendment.
moving back quickly to the rezoning, it's not just a straight rezoning, as planner indicated, it's what's known as a conditional rezoning. And that means a few different things, right? It means that the applicant, we are offering voluntarily conditions, and those conditions restrict not only the use of the property in the future, but also how the property can be developed and sited. And similar to the condition that was discussed with the last applicant, the ordinance provides that if after a certain number of months the use has not commenced and construction isn't underway, then the property simply reverts back to its original zoning designation. Another thing to note about these conditions is that they run with the land and they are binding on all successors. So one concern and fear I've heard is that, well, that's great. If we rezone this and you get your approval, great, these conditions are great. What if somebody sells this property down the road? Well, these conditions run with the land, they can never change. It doesn't matter who's in the operator's seat for this building. And these conditions, which you'll hear in just a second, were not chosen at random in any way. These conditions are specifically tailored not only to questions and concerns we've heard in development of other data centers throughout the country, but specifically tailored to questions and concerns that we've heard from this community, questions and concerns that were raised in Carlisle Water's planning report, and general concerns and comments that we've heard over the last several days on social media. So, to talk a little bit more specifically about the conditions that have been proposed here today. And Paul gave a brief overview of just kind of categorically, but I think these conditions are a lot of those specifics that people were looking for here. And to keep in mind the stage of this design for this site development. There is no site plan, so all these things being offered are before pen has hit paper on a specific site plan detail. On the issues concerned over just the impact on the area and the appearance, the applicant has offered voluntarily setbacks on all sides of a minimum of 100 feet. And that's on setbacks for any development on any side of the property at any property. And that's double, if not triple or quadruple, the code minimum for setbacks in the RT district. Noting that the developer may not have exact say in where essential public services are located, as that's at the discretion of the utility. We made that note in our offer condition. In addition, I think this is a very significant one that people need to hear and understand so that they understand a better idea of what's actually being proposed here. And that's the lot coverage restriction that's been offered by the applicant. And what's been offered is that the development cannot be constructed in a way that creates impervious surfaces, so buildings, parking lots, that occupy any more than 59% of the full site, the roughly, we'll call it 1,000-acre site. So of that roughly 1,000-acre site, at least 41% of it will remain undeveloped green space. So that's our initial setback offer. It's 100 feet all the way around. We have lot coverage that will remain 41% or greater in green space. We've also added a voluntary offer for landscape buffering. Landscape buffers around all parking areas of not less than 30 feet, and landscape buffers nearing any adjacent residential properties of 40 feet. And that's just a landscape buffer. That's the area that will have trees and shrubs and will be maintained. That doesn't mean that that's the setback. The setback is still at least 100, if not in several places, probably multiple hundreds of feet. That'll still be undeveloped land, just may not have full trees and shrubs. And by way of example, and it's going to be hard to see on this one poster board that's right here, but it's also in our packet, it's also in the materials that are available at the door, is that this gives a kind of model example of the type of site development we're talking about here. And even from far in the back of the room, you should be able to see on that board that the vast majority of that space is green and not red, like the color of the building. And that's what's being proposed here. We've heard a lot of issues about sound. And I should say these are all fair and reasonable questions about a use that is unfamiliar and potentially new to many of us. So for the issue of sound, in addition to applications, quieter equipment selection, operational adjustments, tree planting, and equipment orientation. Now, in addition to those measures that will be implemented with our design and construction, we've also went a step farther and said that this project will adhere to your newly adopted sound maximum thresholds that you've adopted in your renewable energy ordinance. This is not a renewable energy project, but we are willing to adhere to the guidelines that this township just adopted. And what those guidelines say is that you cannot be above 55 decibel reading at the property line. Now, we, by right, in the RT district next to residential, could be at 60. But we want to make sure that everyone is comfortable with the fact that that's not the type of project this is. This is not a sound nuisance generating project, and we're happy to comply with an extra 5 decibels off of what the code would actually allow. With respect to building height, we've already said every building structure will be set back at least 100 feet. Well, if it happens to be within 300 feet of a property line, that building will not exceed 50 feet in height. In the zoning district, the maximum building height will be 70 feet, and buildings may exceed 50 when they're beyond 300 feet or a full football field from the property line. But anything within that full football field from the property line, it'll be at least 100 feet back, and it'll be no taller than 50 feet. With respect to lighting, we're concerned about that. We've offered a voluntary condition to utilize specialized site lighting that's designed to minimize disturbance, with all lighting directed downward to shield and prevent glare. I don't want to miss one, so I think it's the last one. But the last one that's been offered here is a question that I'm concerned we heard a lot tonight. It's the reimbursement of expenses. What if infrastructure needs to be improved by way of the sewer, by way of the water, by way of roads? Regardless of the category of infrastructure, it is all to be borne by the applicant. And we are willing to put that into a condition of approval on rezoning, that what we offer is what it says on paper. It's been offered and submitted to the township. Developer will pay for or reimburse the township for all infrastructure costs necessary to support development of the data processing center, including roadway, water, sewer, wastewater, fiber, police, fire, emergency response, and electrical infrastructure. So that answers the question about where does this money come from? How do we pay for these things? What if our infrastructure isn't quite ready for this? That's all on us. That's not a process. That's not a burden or an expense to be borne by the township or its residents. So that's where we are here tonight. That's why we're here tonight. That's the very beginning of this process that we're at. And so it's not that there's been public conversations that you haven't been a part of about this. This is the start of the public conversation. And we are thrilled to be here and having this conversation. We came into tonight understanding that there will be a lot of questions, there will be some misunderstandings, and we're really happy to have the opportunity to clear all that up. So tonight we're here requesting a vote for a recommendation for rezoning, as it is just the initial recommendation. But with that, I'll turn it over to Jack. He'll speak first, and then Dan will come in for DT. And Jack can, with his experience with this end user and with the development of hyperscale data centers, I think he can add a lot of interesting facts and details that will help everybody as they evaluate this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for your time tonight. I tell you guys, I'm ready to go to bed, but I appreciate everybody hanging in there with me and with the rest of us hearing this out. Just a quick introduction. My name is Jack Ammerman with Stantec Consulting, Michigan. I am a licensed professional civil engineer in 7 states, including Michigan. I grew up in Gaines Township, just about 30 minutes over here. I was actually in Howell 3 weeks ago, training my dog at a hunt test that my father used to go to back in the 80s. I have a close tie to Howell. I have worked with this client, with this developer for 4 years now, and I've been begging them to bring a project to Michigan. I have worked on data center projects in over 20 states, including Texas, Nevada, New Mexico, all the way from Oregon to South Carolina. Our Texas project, about the same size. When we look at projects like this, we evaluate every site As I focus on all the questions here tonight, we make sure that we do our due diligence. As Megan just mentioned, we're just starting the process. We have a lot to work through on the design side, we have a lot to work through with the regulators. And my job, my team's job, as we continue to move forward in this process, is to make sure that every aspect of this project is designed to these stringent codes and regulations that we're looking at here in Michigan. And I'm proud of my home state because, I'll be honest, Michigan has more stringent codes than a lot of the other states around the U.S. If we can make projects like this work in the desert, we can make it work here in Michigan. As I mentioned, I've worked with this developer for quite a few years now, on quite a few projects. As stands, I have the privilege of being able to choose the clients that I work for, and I've worked with numerous data center developers. I would not be standing here today if I did not believe and trust in this developer and the direction that we are headed with this program. One of the reasons for the anonymity of this developer is that it's pretty standard in the industry. Every single client that I've worked with on the data center program, regardless of who they are, follows that same approach. Whether it's one of the big four, or a smaller user, or a colo, or an enterprise data center client, they are typically, every single one of them, anonymous until they get to the point to where they're ready to move forward with the project and its entirety. This is an industry standard, it's not special to this project. As Mike mentioned, a significant portion of this project will remain as green space. There are a number of factors into the reason why we do that, but one of the key points is that this developer cares about the final condition. They are the end user. This is not a for-profit project.
Please let the applicant speak. You will have to hear it. Please continue.
One of the reasons why that I'm passionate about these projects is because like a lot of the other developers that I used to work with back in my early career, they try to take these projects and add actual benefits to the community, to the spaces that they're in. One of their projects, I'm a big waterfall hunter. One of their projects, they were partnering with us Unlimited to expand wetlands adjacent to the site and bring back waterfall habitat. That is the type of client that I enjoy working for, and that's the type of economic developer and company that I'd like to see in the home state.
Your home state doesn't want it. Yeah,
Please, please.
no.
You'll have time to talk during the public hearing. It's not now.
We only got 3 minutes. 2 o'clock. How's that?
Yeah.
You tell me we're 3 minutes. We still got lots of 3 minutes. Everybody in 3 minutes. 3 minutes is up. You're on. Move it.
You don't
Move
understand.
it.
That's not the way it is. You will, if you want 3 minutes during the public hearing, you will have.
Only get 3. They get whatever. Yeah. Work for us, not as loud.
Keep on bullshit.
This is hurting our hearts. This
Ma'am,
is
I'm
our
going to
life.
ask you to leave if you want to continue talking.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Way it works. Get used to it.
You get to ask questions, man, it's just not right now. Shut up.
Please continue.
All the stuff you want to see, all the questions, everything.
With a project of this scale, it's impossible to take it down all at once. So we'll look to be built in phases. Typically, we move forward with doing overall any type of trunk utility or mass grading that is needed to support the overall project, and then each project will be constructed in phases after that. As far as jobs created, we have to do a full traffic impact analysis to make sure that the development doesn't create an undue burden on the transportation system. So with that, we have to count how many people are working there every day. There are hundreds of long-term jobs at these facilities, more than just your typical office jobs, jobs that would bring economic growth and allow for high usage, as you've heard today in the packets before you, there is sufficient capacity to handle this project in addition to any growth that would occur. And I say this after working on projects where there wasn't enough water, where there were serious concerns of drought, and I understand as a Michigander how precious water resources are here. We were able to make those projects work without impacting those communities in areas where the water was scarce. The reality of these projects is that in the climate we're in today, the water usage is not going to be consistent. We say these numbers because as engineers, we're conservative. We talk about what the peak is. We talk about what the hottest minute and the hottest day, what the total draw could be in that one day. But the reality is, all winter long, that cooling system is good to go, right? Because we're degrees, -10. They won't drink water all day, every day. Traffic. During construction, you're going to see a peak in traffic. However, the trips generated will be less than a typical multi-family housing complex or an Amazon distribution center. For those who always go, none of this but then that, you have to think about what are the alternatives. And if you think about development that occurred in neighborhood cities and the traffic that is generated from other uses, even at the peak of construction, we will have less vehicles than thousands upon thousands of trucks and vehicles a day from a large multi-family complex or neighborhood. Noise. As Mike mentioned, we're looking at meeting less than the code requirement for noise at the property line. And depending on the final design and what this product type is, there are always different strategies that can be made to make sure the noise is not an issue. Power. One of the reasons why this site was chosen among all the others that we looked at from a desktop feasibility perspective was the availability of power. And with that, my colleague Dan Coney will take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Appreciate your leadership on this issue. My name is Dan Mahoney. I'm Director of Policy and Regional Affairs for DTE Energy. I'm here to provide some comments that are in addition to the letter we submitted to the body just yesterday or this morning. Because data centers are very large energy users, DTE plays an important role in how data centers show up in the communities that we serve in our electric service territory. We do help data centers find locations, and we do the necessary planning to support their electricity usage. More importantly, though, is that we ensure that the data centers pay the full costs associated with connecting their facilities to the grid and powering their operations. I want to be crystal clear about this point. At no time will our existing customers subsidize the data centers in this township or any place else in DTE Electric service territory. And these data centers will pay the full cost to serve their load. Let me explain why. Michigan's regulated electric utility market and the laws that incentivize large data centers to locate here in Michigan, that sales and use tax exemption that was spoken to earlier, right? They protect our customers from the impacts that many may be reading about on the internet from other states, where some data centers may be increasing utility rates. Michigan's situation is special, and it gives us an enormous opportunity to capitalize on such major investments like the one before your body today without negatively impacting customer affordability. Our customers will actually benefit when a large data center locates in DTE's like service territory from an affordability standpoint. Utility infrastructure investments are a lot like investments in municipal infrastructure. When a large intensive energy user becomes part of DTE's customer base, our fixed costs, poles, the wires, the power plants, those fixed costs are spread more widely. And those benefits, those affordability benefits, reach all of our customers. Data centers, and specifically hyperscalers like the one before you today, can become major contributors to the investments that DT is already making in the distribution grid and the generation grid. To give you a sense of scale, of the positive impact, we can reasonably expect that the first 1,800 megawatts of new data center load in our system would offset $300 to $500 million of rate pressure, creating an affordability benefit for all of our customers. That affordability benefit would support $2 to $3 billion of our investment agenda into the grid, into improving reliability, into improving service on the folks that we heard from earlier this evening. Additionally, this data center can benefit from the excess generating capacity in DTE's electric fleet. Excuse me. My apologies. Let me just start that part again. I had a moment there. Additionally, this data center project can benefit from DTE's excess generating capacity, which exists because our fleet is built to meet peak demand. The hottest day in the summer, the coldest day in the winter. When we couple these projects with battery energy storage projects, which the data center will pay for and would not be sited here in the township or even in the county, right? DT can provide data centers with the electric load they require without jeopardizing the reliability that our customers expect and deserve. This data center will connect directly to those high power transmission lines that run through the property and not connect to the local distribution grid that our small business customers and residential customers know and think about when they think about the electric grid, right? So we wanted to make sure that these points were made publicly and made clear to you as you deliberate on the application. Again, we support the application and ask that you approve, or at least recommend to approve, the land use rezoning. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
We can talk to the applicant now, or we can...
You can ask qualifying questions right now.
Okay. No questions.
I have some questions.
We still need to do that. No, well, we can. You want to open it now? Or do you want to make this? Okay. Mr. Chair, I made a motion to open a public hearing for Sandtech Consulting, 2025-20. And also Sandtech Consulting, zoning ordinance text amendment, AC 2025. So we have a motion and support to open up the public hearings for the two matters with the conditional rezoning request as well as the zoning ordinance text amendment. And that motion, we have support. Any discussion? All of those in favor say yes by saying aye. 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 All those opposed, same sign. All right, we have the public hearing open.
Thank you for still giving your.
And I will say, you guys have every right to talk again, but everything that you've said is going to be public record and it will be put on the public hearings part. So, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll keep this brief because I did already speak, but I have a question for the commission after hearing from the consultants and the applicant. And that is, can you explain in plain English how the definition that is being proposed for data processing, which includes diesel generators, diesel storage, on-site electrical infrastructure, etc. I won't make you read the whole thing, but can you explain how that is different from heavy industrial or industrial zoning?
Okay, we are making notes of your questions.
Why can't you answer that?
How do you sleep at night? Any eggs?
All right, just to add to the litany of questions you're facing, just if I can ask the question, how many of you would be comfortable with a data center 100 feet from your house? That setback is pretty mean for those that live here. My land is a mile away, but 100 feet is pretty aggressive if you're the guy across the street from earlier. And then 767 acres, according to my rough math, could turn into data centers. I think once this passes, we're not going to stand up to saying Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google, whoever this, maybe it's not, whatever. We're not going to stand up to their lawyers and prevent them from continuing to build up to 767 acres of data centers. And I think that has a massive, massive cost, far greater than just this one data center. And so obviously the public's pretty rattled by one. Imagine having this conversation again. Another comment. So they said they'll go up to 50 decibels. Just a quick Google search on decibel levels. 50. That's 1 decibel away from the range. Next range at 51 to 60, which this range is considered loud and can significantly interfere with sleep. Something I wanted to kind of point out, 50 decibels is not that quiet. And then there's some vague language used around like helping the police and covering our own roads. What? Where's the dollars and cents? Where's we're going to give you 13 million. Where's the numbers? Just vague language used around how they're going to help the community as it pertains to roads and infrastructure for their own project. Well, yeah, I better. If I build a house, which I intend to still, without mistakes, I'm going to be honest, but I build a house on my land in Howell Township, I got to take care of my own. You're not going to come put my driveway in for me, so they're not doing us a service and presenting it as they're doing us a service. And that manner is just misleading. Also, it's misleading to say that this data center is not for profit. That's completely garbage. Maybe the project itself, like nobody spends $1 billion or whatever they're going to spend on the project to make money in that moment. But the data center is absolutely for profit. You don't spend $1 billion on a charity case. And if it is a charity case, I'd love to hear which charity is getting this great resource. There was another comment made about anonymity by all these data center projects that this gentleman has worked with, and making this claim that it's industry standard means it's okay. Well, if we all hop in our car right now and we drive 90 down to 59, we could all still get arrested. It doesn't make it okay. Right? So it's just this arbitrary language used around industry standard. It's kind of fun. That's all I got.
I also wanted to touch on some of the blatant lies that were shared or misrepresentations, to be generous. Hundreds of jobs. They once again this provide hundreds of jobs. All the examples out there that other people, the data centers that have been built, they don't provide hundreds of jobs. Some of the larger ones might provide a little more than 100 jobs, but on average it's less than 100 jobs. I really urge you guys to consider real people's experiences with allowing these data centers into their communities they've all been sold the same song and dance, these promises of rainbows and unicorns, and they all have suffered the ill effects, and they have huge regrets. And so, you know, don't listen to the car salesman, talk to people who have driven the vehicle and, you know, seen firsthand what this is going to do to us. And along those lines, DTE has a huge vested interest in this. And as an economics major, I find it interesting that the whole concept of the laws of economics seem to be defined by this project. Energy is a scarce resource, and when you increase demand for a scarce resource, the price must go up. Simple as. And there's no accountability for their promises for lower rates or whatever don't pan out. And I've heard also throughout the night from supporters of the project saying, well, if it's not this, then it's going to be something else. And I think that is disingenuous. You buy land that's zoned a certain way, you have no right to have an expectation to rezone it, to sell it for a higher amount of money than you would be able to sell it as its originally zoned purpose. I would if I asked to rezone my measly 10 acres so that I could make more money than if I sold it as it is. These people don't deserve special treatment just because they have more land and more money. I just want to reiterate, based on what I was saying earlier, about the master plan. Once again, even if all these promises about tax revenue, about all these benefits, all of these conditions that they're offering, it all works out beautifully. Ultimately, it doesn't fit with the master plan. They're trying to throw this, like my neighbor said, it sounds a lot like heavy industrial to me, not so much research and development, right in the middle of agricultural and residential zones. And again, it must be respectful of our, the neighboring persons, responsible and respectful of neighboring property owners, the environment, and the overall vision of the township. I think you heard a lot of points tonight that prove that this does not fit with that vision. And again, like I said, please consider the words of warning from the people who have major regrets about allowing projects like this to take place in their communities. Thank you.
Good evening, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. My main question is about the sound levels at the property. They claim 55 decibels. What scale in dBAs this is? dBA and dBc. These are two very different forms of measuring. The other question is, at what point on the property line? Are we going from the furthest point from the building itself, or are we going to the closest point? How long are we averaging this measurement for? Is this a quick 2-second measurement when everything is offline and it's just maybe transformers making noise versus fans being on, et cetera, et cetera? What is the actual dB level when the generators are running for their backup runs that will happen probably once a month? These are all things that need to be considered. I would also appreciate it if the gentleman from DT was playing Tetris on his phone.
Good evening again. I do this for a living. I've been a practicing attorney in Michigan for 29 years, and for the last 16, I go to communities in Michigan and lie to them and try to talk them into things they don't want in their communities. It's what I do. I'm in the middle of suing 3 cities right now. So listen to me when I tell you they're lying to you. Okay? I could drive a Mack truck through every single one of their conditions. None of it's binding. The words they are using are fuzzy. And none of it is going to happen. They will promise you the world. I also know something that everybody else here should know. Your job here is not to listen to the public, although I would not do so at your peril. Your job is to follow the master plan and the zoning ordinance and the zoning map. And at no So I went ahead and scrolled through their application and the agenda in the packet. They don't meet any of the conditions for rezoning this property. None of them. They're not even close. In no way is this rezoning consistent with your master plan, which was only updated 2 years ago. If the people of Howell Township wanted research and development or a ginormous data center there, they would have asked for it in the master plan. But it's not. In no way is this compatible with the surrounding uses. Agriculture, agricultural, preservation and residential. Nothing about that says hyper data center. It will absolutely adversely impact the surrounding community. And I'm not going to address all the conditions. I will tell you this. 55 decibels does not take into consideration the 24-hour low vibration that across the country is making people sick, that they do not acknowledge. They didn't even address water. They're like, yeah, we're using water. And finally, this is not a better use than any other use of this land. They didn't even address these conditions. So if for any reason you're up there this evening going, man, I would really like an excuse to deny this, you've got 4. They didn't meet any of the rezoning conditions that are required to rezone this property. They came here because they think we're stupid. We're a small community, lower education rates, maybe lower income, lots of cheap land. They think we're stupid, they think you're naive, they think that you are easily impressed with them, and they think you're too afraid to fight them. Please do not make them right. Don't make them right.
I'll be fast. Lauren from 930 Gully, Howell. I just wanted to address a comment made by one of the applicants, I think Mike was his name, about there's a lot of information, there's a lot of specifics lacking because this is just the start of the process. I will admit I'm not an expert on all of this. That's why you guys sit up there and I'm here. But I don't fully understand how you all can be expected to make a recommendation with so little information and so little data, a very clear plan and data. To me, the rezoning opens up the potential for other projects of this nature to more easily move into Howell, and even just making the recommendation to rezone without significant information and significant detail and an environmental impact study done by a third party. Without all that information, I don't understand how you could in any way recommend this. So I don't fully understand the comment of the gentleman saying, yeah, there's not a lot of information because it's early. I feel as if you all need that information to make an ethical decision that reflects the future of the residents that live here in Howell. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
So clearly this is my job to come up here and convince you guys that's their job. And they did a pretty good job. They first started when they came up here and they said, listen, this is exactly the same as the last guy who came up here. We're just rezoning it. That's all we're doing. That's like taking a penny and comparing it to freaking Mr. Scrooge's money pit. All right? Second, I'm not going to go over all the conditions. People talk about them. There was what, 7, 8? And they were all given to you today, brand new, today. That just states how bad they want you to do this. And again, the other guy gave some conditions. Again, kind of similar, right? He had 2. He was like, oh yeah, we'll make sure, and hey, if it doesn't go through, we'll give it back. Like, that's cool. We're just trying to, do it. He already has a little bit. It was already basically the same. We're just kind of changing it a little bit. Just going from farm to straight up, just industrial / with the research, right? So again, I just want to point out that that's how bad they want this, is they're willing to throw anything and everything they can think of. But again, like they said, they are vague and very like, oh yeah, it's great, you know, the lights, we'll point them down. You point them down? You're like, that's great, we'll have 24 hours lights pointed semi-down so you don't need glare. All right, awesome. You know, again, you know, oh, and one other comment. Oh yeah, you know, we're not going to use that much water. You know, it gets cold here. We don't need water. We won't use water all the time. That's great. I'll take my computer and I'll throw it outside in the winter so it cools it off. You know, you're just going to open the doors and, you know, let the wind come in and cool all your systems. That's awesome. Great, guys. And also, I'm glad that DT is on board for this, because let me tell you how many DTV has been on board for me.
Hello. Try not to shout too much this time. One thing that I found interesting is the developer, Stantec, who's petitioning you to rezone and allow this data center to be built, is offering you a definition of what a data center is for us to put in our local ordinance to then use in the future to make future decisions. The words that are in our local ordinances should be our own, not that of a developer that is trying to shape our local government. So I don't know if anybody else picked up on that, but the developer who wants this data center is providing their own definition of what we should put in our ordinance. The other thing I want to touch on, this is an important red flag. It should be for everybody, including you guys. They're offering, Stantec, the developer, is offering limited conditions attached to this rezoning. But they are requesting no further limitations be allowed to be made. They're going to tie the hands of the people who approve this. This is alarming language that is being offered up here, okay? I find the 100 to 150 foot setback off the property line grossly undersized. Remember that they said, based off of a 1,000 square foot facility, they're promising to only take up 50 to 51, 49%, somewhere in that range. 1,000 acre facility, and they're going to occupy 50% of it. That's 500 acres of buildings filled with machines and other machines that make noise to keep those servers cool. Those are fans, those are diesel generators. That's a lot of square footage of parking lot. I can see now why I was reading so much in my research about how it changes the climate in the zone around this area. That's a lot of blacktop, a lot of buildings, a lot of servers creating heat. So I'm a little alarmed at the 100-foot setback, especially when we're looking at about a 500-acre footprint of just buildings and parking lots. The 100 to 150 foot setback off the property line is also very concerning when it comes to noise. They touched on noise. Noise generated by these types of facilities, and others have touched on this a little bit, but it's low frequency sound. Low frequency sound waves travel farther, and they penetrate things like walls. They can even go around obstacles. So attempts to mitigate this sound are incredibly difficult. There are many data centers around our country that are currently being sued, and the townships who approve them are also being sued because of the noise impact that it has on the surrounding community. The noise impact is typically up to, audible to our ears, up to 2.5 miles around these facilities. They can also be up to 4 miles around these facilities. It depends on what type of noise mitigation these facilities have in place, and it depends on the size of the facility. It sounds like the one being proposed here is of massive size, maybe something that we don't even have anything else in Michigan to compare it to. So we have to understand that 55 decibel at the property line, this is low frequency sound. That's great that that's the decibel there, but our ears are still gonna pick this up from anywhere from 2.5 miles to 4 miles out from this. And it's low frequency noise. It's very important that everybody, I urge everybody on this board, you're gonna have to make a decision tonight, so you don't have time to, but the low frequency noise affects our health in ways that other noise doesn't affect us. Our brains aren't able to tune it out. It's 24/7. The residents around these other communities complain of migraines, insomnia, inability to focus. And remember, we have Fowlerville schools in this sound zone. There's also some concern over the research and technology rezoning, not just for data centers, you guys. This also opens the doors for research and development companies, testing facilities. We could be here in another year, maybe less, 6 months, having the same, like, please don't approve this, and the next horrible thing that's coming to our back door. Research and technology, once we go to it, we can't ever come back from that. We have to worry about more data centers, and if this one isn't in your guys' own backyard right now, the next one might be. This one happens to be in my own backyard right now, and I also don't want to deal with the research and testing facilities that are going to come next. So changing it from what's been designed as preserved agricultural and residential, that's what's in our master plan, changing that will permanently, irrevocably change what we all want and what we've been adhering to. I just urge you to please make the right decision tonight. We're all tired. We've all talked long enough. We just want you to do what's right and pass on our voice. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, he did say something about being 100 feet off on both sides, and that there would be plenty of green space. But we already have green space, which is the farmland, which is our agricultural, which is what we zoned ourselves to want to be. Having a data center coming all around us in our farmlands next to houses is not being the green space. A green space is keeping it the way that it is. And we have to remember also that we are electrical beings. So that humming noise that's hundreds of feet or even a mile to 5 miles away is felt by the body. And we might not be conscious of what's happening in the body, but be sure that there are negative things that are happening in the body when you have electrical waves being hit on an electrical beam. There is going to be problems with people's health. And I think we just need to go back to our roots and keep ourselves to be agricultural, to be the way that we are, and keep Howell agricultural the way that we all want it to be. And just pass on this and say no, like it's been said, this opens up to down the road more research and development. The plans are very vague and sketchy, and for a company that goes all over the states and does these plans, you would think that they would give us more details on what they are, when it's just in the early stages and we just don't have plans yet. It all seems kind of really sketchy, and I just hope that you will vote no and pass on this and keep us at our roots. Thank you.
Honestly, I just have lots of questions. I heard him say about these limited conditions that they're going to place upon themselves. I wonder if that's going to be in a contract and if the township can enforce them. They said they'll stay at 55 decibels, I believe it was. However, and I ask you this because I don't know, I thought I read that our ordinance states that, or for the township, that 70 is the max they could do. So if they exceed their own limits, can we enforce it if they don't exceed ours? And 70 is pretty high, to be honest, we go on 24/7. And then also, I know that they said they plan on using 1 million gallons of water per day. Will we have a cap in our contract of how much they can use per day? Because it says it's possible they can use more. Sorry, 1 minute. Also, I've heard that they're exempt from sales tax till 2050 in Michigan. Is that correct, or am I misreading that? Because I heard Michigan did pass something where they are tax exempt on sales tax for a while, but I don't know the length of time. And I don't know if that's something that's been researched on our end. And basically, yeah, just a lot of questions and how we would make it work. Also, how long will this process take? Like, if it does get approved here, which honestly I should probably tell, hope it doesn't. How long will it take before they can build this or start phase 1? And if it does get transferred or rezoned to RT, and they're talking about different phases, so does that mean they have to be approved for each phase, or do they kind of have leeway to do whatever they want and say that there's going to be 5 phases and those next phases are coming, kind of like they're doing now? We don't have a lot of information to go off of, so could they just give you a plan for phase 1 and then be like, oh yeah, phase 2 is coming, we'll see what happens, and then go from there. And I guess those are my main concerns. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Betsy Kier, I live in Hollywood. First of all, I'm just glad that none of you gentlemen actually live near one of your data centers. And I'm sure that you've probably ever had one built near any of your family members, probably for the same reasons that we're all expressing our concerns tonight. The 50-foot, you said the buildings within this facility would not be higher than 50 feet around the perimeter. 50 feet is 5 stories. The ones in the interior would be 70 feet maximum. That's a 7-story building standing up in the middle of our cornfields. The green spaces that you're talking about, those are great if you're within the walls, but none of us will be within those walls. So what we'll be seeing is a wall with 5-foot and 5-story and 7-story buildings sticking up out of it. I'm wondering too, the applicant stated that the conditions would stay with the land. To me, that sounds like really hollow, empty words, because what they're actually asking you to do is to basically ignore the conditions of the planning commission. I'm tired. Your own, somebody else answer the master plan. They're asking you to alter a master plan that you have promised would stay in effect, and they're asking you to alter it by saying that we won't alter ours. So that that sounds like a really empty, hollow promise to me. They're asking you to break a rule, and they're promising that they won't break a rule. But to me, them asking you to break a rule is breaking a rule. And we will be the ones paying the price of that. The applicant states that they can pay for and create all of the necessary infrastructure, but you can't create water. So yeah, you can create the ways of moving it, you can create power lines, you can create the roads, but you can't create the water that you're going to take. I'm also wondering if you're not willing to reveal who the corporation is, if it stays unnamed. How are we to know that this corporation is a U.S. corporation? Who owns this corporation? Who will be benefiting from it? As someone else previously said, obviously this is not a non-profit. Nobody puts out that kind of money for non-profit. For DTE to be willing to put out that kind of money while at the same time all of us, so people know how often our power goes out. My husband and I are currently have been in a 3-week argument with DTE, who has sent us 3 bills in 1 month, and each of them double the previous one, claiming that it's making up for mistakes in previous billing errors, that we have used more than what our meters say, which is inaccurate because we've been on vacation, camping all those 3 months. So what DTE says doesn't hold a lot of water with me either. Lastly, I can't help but wonder if this data center, we've got all to talk about it being called a data center. What is a data center? Is that data processing? Is that data mining? Are you collecting our local information that's already been stolen by us anyway? What are you processing? Yeah, okay, emails and phone calls and text. That seems like, what they say, there's already 59 of these, aren't any in Michigan? How many texts and emails need to be stored and why, and who is using this stored information? Thank you.
Hi, I am a Howell resident of 8 years with a small 22-acre farm off of Jewel and County Farm. Google, a quick Google search, tells us that 55 decibels is comparable to a normal conversation or background noise in a busy restaurant. And they're trying to convince us that a facility of this size is going to be at that level. I call BS. I was born at night, but I was not born last night. I am blatantly telling you that that's a lie. Secondly, consuming massive amounts of fresh water for cooling a facility like this has been documented to drain aquifers in other areas of the country where they're dependent on that kind of water source instead of city water. Personal experience on our farm, like about a year and a half ago, we had to have Keller Well Drilling come out, drill down deeper because they told us that our aquifer is already in the process of depleting. So I'd like for you to take that into consideration. If there's any research that you can get from the well drilling companies to find out what the health of our aquifers are now before we commit to millions of gallons being used to cool data center in our rural area. Thirdly, DTE promised that the residents would not experience a rate hike. However, a rate hike was recently approved in January of 2025. Personally, my DTE bill has gone up 2 times since this has happened. Our last bill was $500. So I called bluff again. It's always the residents that take the exponential increase in prices. The company's not going to agree to do that. Finally, there is a time and place for everything in life. And I do realize that data centers are needed in order to support our modern day life. But you do not put a lion into a birdcage. Here's what I propose to you gentlemen. There is currently sitting 30 city blocks of houses that have been abandoned in Detroit, Michigan that are laying vacant or burned down to the ground. Take that, resource that, use that area. It's already there, it's already zoned for things like this. A rural area like this is designed to be beautiful, and the people who live here, we commute. Our husbands commute over an hour to get to work, to be away from the city. We don't want it here. Also, there's a gentleman who lives in Jackson who offered his property, so you can take him up on that. Thank you.
Hello, John Paul. I introduced myself last time. If I need to do it again, I'd just like to give witness to some of the good things in agriculture that can be done with computing. Biology is a computer. I worked at Mayo Clinic on nucleic acids, some of the same nucleic acids that you saw in the COVID vaccines. And no one wants to do gain-of-function studies, where you make something better. And in the agricultural community, many people know Monsanto and the glyphosate that they use and the plants that they engineer to be resistant to that. Well, that's lacks effectiveness. And we don't want to discover it the same way we discovered last time, where we spewed a bunch of chemicals onto the land, whether it be arsenic or intermediates to make it, and then looked at the bacteria that we're resistant to. That's toxic to the land. Now, if you can do that in a computer, which some claim we can do today, you don't have to poison the land to discover cures for things that we need to be a good steward of it. You can find that in silico. My PhD project was on nucleic acids and trying to solve some problems in silico for cancer. One of the projects that I was associated with through my mentor was David Baker's lab, associated loosely, through the Rosetta project. They had this folded at home. And folded at home was, hey, we don't want to spend millions of dollars on a data center we'll just run the computation on everyone's computers at home. And the first exaflop computer was actually YouTube, where when you watch a video for an average of 4 minutes, in the background, it's using that computation at one point to fold molecules and try to discover these things. But you don't want to be running processes in the background of people's computers. You don't want a computer in your living room making a bunch of fan noise to fold proteins. Then maybe it's better to put it in a very secure location where it can be maintained well and more efficiently, where you can solve those problems. Another good thing, less agricultural, but still very relevant today, with AI, we're trying to mimic neural networks that are biological. Now, I don't believe that that's the most efficient way to artificial intelligence, but I think that it has the ability for us to understand how humans think. There's a psychological component. Now, if you don't want to be a psychological experiment, like many are through social media and past publications you can read, this allows people to experiment with psychological problems in silico. We're getting to that point, which is very impressive to me. And I think I don't want to be a lab rat for some social media giant to only show me depressive articles to make me depressed or change my state or manipulate my mood. So why don't they experiment in silico so that when someone is depressed or when we have veterans come home from war, they can be treated appropriately, respectfully. So I think there are good things that can be done. And, you know, many don't believe that someone will put $1 billion into a nonprofit to do those types of things. But I truly believe there are people who would spend that and more if they knew it was, no, they didn't need to know, but if they believed and had faith that it could be done. And it's very difficult to be an extremely rich man in this world and say, where do I put my money? And I think you don't want to be a burden, and you want to earn your wage in the town. So, you know, I think we talked about the master plan. I met John Mills, who was a farmer here, and we disagreed on what it means to be, you know, a master. And the farmers in this community, they don't hide their farms inside of a box. They don't protect it from the fungus and the birds and their neighbors. It's open for anybody to see. So if it is a nonprofit organization, now I believe that's how true masters move the wealth and heal the communities. It's open. And if the community says this isn't for us, well, they'll reward it. And you know, I think as a community, having visibility and understanding, you know, these projects aren't done to show greatness, but they're done to show the love that we have for each other. And that was from no one. It's not my words. He reminded me of that. There's some very good people in this community, and this community should know that there's very good people in other communities that are willing to help. Thank you.
Hi, again, I'm Evelyn Redwine, and I'm going to talk about three things really quickly. Water, noise, and profit. If we start with water, okay, when you get the water, it's not going to replenish as easily. However, they say that there's going to be chemicals in the water, anti-rust, things like that. A lot of it is going to evaporate. What chemicals are going with the evaporates? What's going up with the vapor? And how far is it going to go, and who's it going to affect? Is it going to end up laying on the land? Is it, you know, where is that going? That's a major question. What's going to happen with the waste products from that? Where are they putting it? Where's that going to go? You know, is that going to go out of our community, or is it going in our sewage system? That's big. Then you look at, okay, noise. People here, I live 2 blocks away from the railroad. It's a couple blocks away from me. We put in extra grade windows to block that out at night because I can't sleep with that. The horn going off, you know, is an annoyance. But if I were to walk out my door to a 55 decibel train, all the time, instead of hearing the crickets and the cheepers out in the backyard, when you've got our little lake in our backyard and you've got all the frogs and all the crickets, and you're not hearing them. And the light, so the people that are near that are going to lose all the beauty of why they bought here. They bought here so that they could be in community, which the community is amazing in this area. But they also did it because of where they are, out in the country, away from it all, and now it all is coming right into their backyard. They're going to go out to see the stars at night, and there's a glow right there. They're going to go out to hear the crickets, and there's this low hum. Always there. My spouse had bought one of those sound machines for our house so that we wouldn't hear the cats running around at night. My son, my youngest son, turns it on all damn day long. It drives me up a wall. It's always on. His fiance came in, she turns it off. It's like this moment of relief. They won't get it. They go out onto the porch to sit there, and there's that noise. Always there. Yes, it's not loud, but it's always there. Where do you get silence in the room? Out in the ground, in the farmlands, in Hollow, Follow, Livingston County. We get that. Don't take that away from me. Not for profit. Not for profit. I can understand saying that a data center is not for profit. Because, as somebody said, it could be better. Whether it is or not, let's use them as an example. Yeah, the data center itself is not for profit. The profit comes from their advertising. The data center is an expense. All of that goes into making it possible to make those profits. So it's disingenuous to say that it is not for profit venture. It may be, again, now, but you're making it so that you have more bandwidth, so you have more users, so that you can do more, AI. And if we move into AI more, that's just getting deeper into that whole thing. So, again, to say it's not for profit is disingenuous. Where does the waste go? Is it going into the air? And the noise, please don't do that to people. Please, I don't live right there. But I can tell you, when I go outside and I'm hearing the train, it's a minor annoyance to me. Sometimes I actually like it. But to go out there and hear it 24/7, no way. I wouldn't want to do that. Earl, who was up there talking earlier, Earl knows what he's talking about. Earl owned, I don't know if he still does, but he owned a company where we made websites for the biggest automotive dealerships in the world. And we made that out of Michigan. I've been in smaller data centers, and they're annoying. Earl said he's the 40 acres with the 5, him and his wife, Cindy, and their 4 kids, and having houses there. You're hitting him with that. He knows what he's talking about. And so do I. I've been there, a graphic designer and a web developer. I'm a social media person. And I know what generators sound like when they start up at Jiffy Mix and we lose power. You don't have to do that to people. Thank you. Thanks for staying.
I just have a few quick last points to make. On the note of sound, in addition to the annoyance, at levels lower than what they are suggesting they are capable of containing it to, such as low as 45 decibels, you start to see birds abandoning nests, insects stopping their mating calls, and mammals displaying distress and avoidance behaviors. This creates ecological dead zones. Just a reminder, this data center, this ecological dead zone would be smack in the middle of agricultural land. Agricultural land, farms, depend on the ecosystem. We grow. So again, in keeping with the master plan and the, being responsible and respectful of our neighbors, this is just fully incompatible. We also heard from the developer about having worked with this corporation before, and I believe it has been made known that it is actually Meta. However, Meta, we've talked a little bit about water in terms of the water consumption, and so we were assured, like, oh, they helped Meta develop these data centers, even in areas where there's far more, worry about the water supply in the areas that they made it work, no problem. Even if we believe that's true, Meta itself is currently involved with a situation in Georgia where local wells are running dry because the construction of the data center has stirred up sediment and it has clogged the wells with water. Who's going to be on the hook when that happens to the surrounding properties who are supplied by their wells? And beyond, it's easy enough maybe for us to run to Walmart to get bottled water to hydrate ourselves, but they're surrounded by agricultural with horse farms and livestock. You can't go to Walmart and buy bottled water to give your horses and your cows enough water. And lastly, I would really like to encourage you guys to look into Stantec, the developer. A quick Google search revealed that there are some concerning things to possibly be aware of and educate yourself on. I've seen that they have made some settlements related to falsely certifying compliance with safety specifications and making false claims to secure federal grants. So,
thank you guys for all being really patient with us tonight. I know what it's like to deal with the public, and this is a hot topic. The applicant brought up some points about infrastructure and how they said that they would pay for any infrastructure related to the project. My concerns are who decides what that infrastructure is and how much it is, because I'm certain they don't want to just write us a blank check. I wouldn't want to write you a blank check for something without proof. Other problem that I have is with that infrastructure, let's say we start building it and technology takes a giant leap, because 30 years ago this was Star Trek, right? All of a sudden, storage capacity, this is the data center all of a sudden, right? It happens. We've had a huge change in our society because of it. Data centers to be no longer needed. If they're not making money, they don't have the money to give us to pay for stuff that we've already started to build. And then we're stuck with it again. I also really, really urge with this infrastructure thing, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not even close to being good to handling making an ironclad deal. They have a lot of money, they have a lot of lawyers. We're a township of a few thousand people. We don't have that kind of money. Maybe we have a few great lawyers who are willing to help us. If we say something and they say no, at some point, we're going to have to mediate. And that may mean that we have to compromise some. It's not unheard of. It happens a lot in government. It happens a lot with businesses, business to business. You really need to think about that really, really carefully. We have no laws here on something like this. And they're presenting us with all the verbiage for this right now. We're not presenting them. The other thing I really want you guys to stress, that I really want to stress is, if this gets approved, this data center's happening. There's no way in heck that you guys have spent a lot of time on this. You spent a lot of your own personal time, your own personal energy, your they've been thinking about this a lot longer than us. And they have a lot more that they've built up on, and all of us here don't. This is day one for us. So please, please, really think about it before you just make a decision. Give it time. If they're unwilling to make time, maybe it's the wrong decision. Thanks for listening.
I'm Chandler John. I live at 5565 Monroe Road, right across the street from this property. And I heard a lot of fancy words and some empty promises, it sounds like. We all sounded pretty confident and reassuring that y'all said y'all can make this happen safely and efficiently. So if it doesn't happen, are y'all going to hold yourselves liable? I mean, we're talking about water damage, et cetera. If my well runs dry 6 months after you start the project, are you going to pay to fix that? Or is that on you? You know, y'all brought around saying you're going to have over 1,000 jobs for construction. It's probably going to span for a couple of years, just me guessing. I'm not sure. I don't know construction. So that's 1,000 more people on the roadway over there. You got a 2-lane road, and the rest of it's dirt roads. Those dirt roads already look like somebody sent an airstrike down every other month. You know, you got to dodge potholes going up and down. Now imagine that with another 1,000 people driving around. Are y'all going to hold yourselves responsible to take care of that with the increase in traffic, the increase in, you know, quality of life? That's what I'm worried about. Is how it's going to affect not only me, but my neighbors, everyone else around us. They start developing health issues that have been brought up during these discussions throughout this time. That y'all telling us, oh, don't worry about it, it'll be all right. It's not that bad. You know, there's one thing I've learned in life. When someone tells you it's not that bad, it's that bad. I mean, that's just that. But they tell you don't worry, that's when you start to worry. And I'm just a concerned citizen. I've only lived here for a little over 5 years now. But I've grown to call this place my home. I love it for its natural beauty, the people in it, and I just don't want to see something get destroyed and people get hurt off of a quick and rough decision. And, you know, we have to pay the price. Y'all believe it. I mean, if y'all are that, you know, confident in it, I'll sell you my house so you can look at it. You can live right across the street. I can see you from the driveway. Y'all can sit out there and look at it, it's beautiful. All day in and all day out. So, that's just what I'm worried about. Would y'all be willing to sign a contract stating that if everything we brought up, you know, worst case scenario wise happens, we all hold yourselves responsible for that and take care of these people? Take care of them and their families? Thank you.
John Benalla, 3531 Warner Road, now. I've been sitting 2 rows behind this group right here. One thing I want to say, from somebody that suffers with tinnitus, and to hear that there will be 55 decibels, well, if you're hearing 55 decibels consistently throughout the night and day, 24/7, it's not a good thing. It's not just a spurt like this, it's constant. And when I have it, just the ringing in my ear 24/7, and when things are quiet and it's just ringing, that's what people are experiencing. So that being said, so all these people here in the front row and here all have something financially to gain. We got attorneys here that are billing, I don't know how much money they're getting per hour, engineers, construction companies, all these people are represented, and they're getting billed, you know, they're billing right now, hourly billing right now. Why? There's no profit in it, this is not for profit. Believe me, you're not sitting here getting $200 an hour right now, or more, sitting here for not-for-profit corporation. They have something to gain for construction, for engineering. They all have financial stuff to benefit for. They're going to be done with all their stuff, and in 2 years, they're going to be out of the picture. They're going to be gone to their communities, wherever they may be, and we're going to be stuck with it. You 11 people up there are going to have to deal with all these people when you're standing in line at Walmart, Meijer, Fiji's, Kroger, wherever you shop. If you're standing in line and you're seeing your fellow residents of Powell Township, are you going to be able to hold your head up? Are you going to have a conversation with them? Or are you going to put your head down because you're ashamed for what you did to the community? I want you to think about that when you're standing in line at Walmart next time and say, do I want to face these people after I go for this? Thank you.
I just have a couple quick questions, and I'm hoping they said it's the same for them as the last guy, that maybe they'll come up and answer my question afterwards. But you put out in the packets about the visit to Ohio, and there were a couple paragraphs in there about the visit to New Albany and the data center there. And in one paragraph, they touted how the noise and the traffic are really only bad during the construction. Like, short period of time, once that's done, it's gone. And then in the very next paragraph, they almost patted themselves on the back that they have provided over 1,000 construction jobs since 2019. This is 2025. 6 years and going of construction. So you guys aren't allowed to put a limit in there, but how long will it be construction? Nobody wants to listen to beep, beep, beep for 6 years, 10 years, 20 years. How long will all of these phases take? And on top of that, we went to the concert on the farm this weekend, it was a great concert, and as we're pulling in, we're stopped at the corner. There's a family in that house there. Their kids were playing in the front yard, swinging in the hammock, and all I could think was, oh my gosh, those kids can't play in the front yard anymore. No one's going to let their kids play in the front yard with 1,000 strangers driving around that corner every day for 10 years of construction. Those kids cannot play outside anymore. That won't be safe. It kind of broke my heart. I raised my kids here. We've been in the Wilbur Farms 1,000 times, the corn maze, the bonfires, the football teams. I was hoping my grandkids would have that. I don't blame the Van Gilders for selling their farm. They have a right to sell. I would just love to see it stay a farm. That's how it's owned. Sell it that way. So that's it. Oh, and one more thing. If my well goes dry, I'm not on the MHOG. I'm not allowed to replace my well because of the last Van Gilder development thing on Warner Road. Would you please pay for it? It'll cost me $20,000 to tie in. Doesn't make sense, so please. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Greg Zumian. I thought somebody would answer some questions, which I haven't got a question answered yet. I know that they came up and said that there's going to be 200 jobs. Well, good jobs first, they say that at first there's 1 million construction jobs. 1 million of them. But once it's done, there's 50 jobs or so. But yet they're telling us 200 jobs. The Wall Street Journal says, once they're done with the data system, all they need is a few workers to run the plants. So why are we being promised 200 jobs today by the person who said it, when there's not going to be 200 jobs, permanent jobs? That is a fact. I mean, so Wall Street Journal can tell me he's lying. Or you're saying the good jobs first company is lying. I believe them, I don't believe you. I mean, what is your incentive package that you're getting from the state? I heard, 25 years you're not going to pay taxes? Or something? What is it? Well, you know what? How's this? When I look at Well, we all want to know why. I mean, I know there's a Senate program, there's packages that you're getting. You just don't come here and build and not make money. That's a fact. This is how business works. I understand. You know, that's how business always get incentives. But you're going to get incentives. I didn't get incentives buying my house. I don't get no breaks on my taxes. I don't get breaks on nothing. I mean, seriously, this is a joke. You know, most of us probably here make $40 a year, maybe $50 a year. And I looked at the jobs that they're saying on these websites, on data centers, that they make about $30 an hour. That's what it says here. But now I don't think they could be wrong. Yeah, that's right. Because IEA takes over. And I got that. That's your job. IEA and stuff. Yes. Yes. Isn't that something? I mean, I understand Van Gelder's want to sell their land. You know, they're already rich. Why don't they give the domain plan to the Powerville, city of Powerville, and say, hey, put sports, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, put all these teams under that everybody play here for free. Put some lights up. Put a nice concession stand. How can come? Oh my gosh, what a nice place it would be for the community. But no, they're too greedy. I hate to say it, they're too greedy. I mean, we're all rich. We already know that. If I had the money, I probably wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't care. But I'm not. I'm a poor person. That's why I'm here to talking. I have 8 grandkids that live around here. There's some of them follow those schools. I don't want any of the pollution to go that way. I don't want the pollution to go in my well. But no one here gives us schnapps, I can tell you that right now. None of you care. And if you did, you would say, you know, this is not the place to put this. Sir, I thought my job was I can talk to them. I can't. That's fine. I can't talk to you.
We're being a little bit liberal with time, so.
Okay, all right. Well, they can speak forever. That's fine. I'm done. I'm just letting you know that this is a bunch of garbage. That you allow them to speak forever and not give us any answers. And I still don't know when I'm going to get answers from these people, or the rest of us people here are going to get what we want to hear. Answers. I mean, this is terrible. But you want to answer me when I don't pay my taxes. I get a letter the next day saying, you're late on your taxes. We're going to charge you interest. Isn't that something? But I didn't get a letter that say, come here today. I wasn't notified. Again, I wasn't notified when you guys built behind Kroger's. I wasn't notified. I live about 0.2 from the township hall. Nope. I'm a nobody. I'm nobody.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Woodham, Howell Township resident, lived in and around Howell for nearly 40 years now. Own a home in Howell Township, bought some property in Howell Township that I hoped to be my retirement property. Turns out it's about a half mile from the site. I'll keep it short. Even if the corporation had our best interest at heart, which I absolutely do not believe is the case, there's some unavoidable collateral damage here. The noise pollution, the light pollution, the water contamination, it's all a reality. It's going to be there, no matter what we want. With that said, and the fact that the overwhelming majority of the residents don't want this, and that this rezoning would absolutely be contrary to the master plan, there's only one choice here. Deny the request, we can all go home.
Of course, I got 5 pages of questions, but I just have one, and it's how much are you paying for legal representation at the township? And how much do you think a company that puts a multi-billion-dollar capital investment into our community is paying for legal representation? What will you do if they don't do everything that they promised, they will bankrupt us. They will do whatever they want. So please remember that. Thank you.
Spending your time here listening to all this tonight. What a thankless job that you're certainly serving our community. A couple of you guys on the board, I grew up here, we grew up together, we came through the schools from the elementary to this high school, this auditorium. At first blush, I looked at this and thought, man, that's a pretty neat idea, right? Aaron Curry, 6888 Chase Lake Road. I don't want to come as an NIMBY, although this is directly in my backyard. I'm familiar with the engineering and surveying, drainage, MHOG, TIS studies, all those types of things. This has to be tabled tonight, if not tonight. And it's for one simple reason. We have litigation within the township. We have other people that we've turned down, that we fought in court. We have litigation currently pending. And it's not up to us to choose winners or losers. In this zoning request, at no fault of their own, we're doing exactly that. So we need a full legal analysis from our township attorneys before a decision could be made. Thank you for your time tonight, and I appreciate each and every one of you for your service to the township.
Does anyone else wish to speak tonight during the public hearing? Seeing none, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Support.
We have a motion and a support to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. As part of the process, we've closed the public hearing. Planning Commission will now begin deliberation on the matter. We can ask the applicant or anybody else questions. You can ask the planner questions and discuss this amongst ourselves. I'm sure we have a lot of questions. Who would like to go first?
I'd like to go first.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the community outreach action plan that we got. I have a question. So it is under your water resource management. I'm not sure who's going to answer my question. Do I just ask it and then one of you guys will take the microphone? Is that correct? Okay. So it talks about the project and the connection, but it talks about a potential treatment plan. So who's ever an expert, is one of these data centers had to have a treatment plan for the water?
Thank you. That's an understandable question. So it totally depends on the quality of the water. As we look at the cooling needs and the different types of water that we find throughout the U.S., different levels of treatment are required. So we have had projects where there are full-scale water treatment systems that are designed at a municipal level to service the facility, and other sites where it's a much lower system, you can see through the filter or your RBI filter.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit difficulty hearing you. So my question is, do you guys determine after you find a problem that you have to have a water treatment?
No,
plan?
absolutely not. No.
Okay.
They look at the water quality well in advance, and as part of the project design to ensure that the water that is used is up to the standard of the facility.
No, I didn't treatment is my question. You have that for you. I'm sure somebody else has other ones. Okay, so still working from the same community outreach action plan. Under the energy considerations, when I read while the company cannot control utility actions, it sounds to me that there must have been a problem. That you have it down here, but you're still implying that, hey, we can't control it, but that sounds like a problem.
No, happy to clarify. So the sales and use tax exemption the state of Michigan passed at the end of 2024 has a provision included in that legislation that prohibits existing utility customers from subsidizing the cost to connect and power the facility. That is different and separate from the investments that DTE specifically is making in our electric distribution system or our power grid to serve our existing customers. We will continue to make investments on behalf of our customers, so we feel like it's the right thing to do. This project will actually, as I spoke earlier, will actually make those investments more affordable and help us go faster. I hope that clarifies your question. I'm happy to continue to answer them as they come up.
No, that's fine. You guys want to else? Okay. Okay, so on the environmental stewardship and compliance, talks about mitigation measures may include adjusting site layout. What does that mean? So I mean, there's no site plan, so adjusting site layout, what does that mean?
So when we look at mitigation measures regarding, or was it specific to a noise item or another item? Is that specific to noise? And at the end of the day, the goal of this project is to meet or exceed all applicable codes for both the township, county, state, federal. And if through the process of the design and review of the applicable HJs, we find that there's an issue or concern, we will redesign this site to make it compliant and see those compliance where we can to the extent practical. So if by adjusting the site layout means that we can exceed the noise requirement to a certain degree and have the space and the design capacity to do so, we absolutely will.
Okay. And my last question is the water restoration project. Explain that. How does that work?
Water restoration for.
It says implementing water restoration projects locally with the project is state. I don't understand what a water restoration project is.
So as we look at stormwater management on a facility, in areas where we can infiltrate the water on site, to be able to treat it and replenish aquifers, we absolutely will, if soil conditions will allow for it. As far as the cooling water on the site, if that can be reused in fashion and the cooling system that is designed for the project allows for that, then the project will move forward in that fashion as well. So restoration, as far as ensuring that no contaminated water is discharged from the site, and it is all treated on the site prior to discharge as well, as part of that process.
Done.
Commissioners, I have a question. I have had the opportunity to go down to New Albany, and I was able to see the data sites, see the construction of some of these facilities. And what I saw was, in some of these areas, I saw clusters. Is my microphone on? Can people hear me? Can someone turn my microphone on, please? Okay. So what I saw was a cluster of different data centers, different companies within a large area. My question is this, and this is something that hasn't been asked or hasn't been brought up tonight by anybody. understanding, or is that?
That was my number. There we go.
But by the time the build-out is done,
By the time the bill is done, we are currently looking at 10 buildings on the site.
okay. So with that 10 buildings on the site, it's also been stated that if that total build-out will encompass 51%, is that correct? Of the total 1,077 acres that's proposed to be rezoned?
So the statement made earlier about the 59% impervious area was for all parking, building, impervious coverage of the site.
That includes parking?
Absolutely, but the data center buildings themselves will be far less than that 59%.
Now, this is the one question that hasn't been answered. If we're given this footprint of 10 buildings and lot coverage and everything in the 51%, what's to say that down the road, once this whole 1,077 acres is rezoned, what's to say that whoever this company isn't going to want to sell that so-called green space and develop it and give it to another company, split the parcel, give it, because to me this doesn't make sense. Why would a corporation pay for 1,077 acres and pay, now I know you're getting IFTs and sales and use tax abatements and things like that, but why would a company, you are going to be paying real estate, real property taxes, which will contribute to the schools and things like that, but why would you pay on that green space? Wouldn't it make more sense to split that, sell it to another corporation? Now we're not looking at 51% green space. And we're also looking at continued construction that's going to go way beyond what was projected for this particular project. So that has not been answered, and I don't think that's been questioned by anybody. But to me, it just makes business sense. Why would you keep that space, green space, and pay real estate property taxes on that? It doesn't make financial sense to me. But if you can enlighten me on that, answer my question, that might help.
And I need a couple of approaches to answer this question. So number one, the additional green space that we're saying is going to be done at the project is for other infrastructure for the site, so water management, right? For instance, that is not an impervious area. We are looking at meeting and exceeding all applicable stormwater codes, and so there's additional acreage on the parcel that we can't put a building on, otherwise we're not going to meet the code requirements to manage the stormwater on the site. So that's part of it. Looking at underground utilities, we can't put buildings over top of underground utility corridors. As you can imagine, these buildings have a lot of fiber that interact between them, and so those areas we bury that fiber, concrete duct banks on the top, make sure that we have that pervious, native pervious type surfacing, and do it in a way that from the surface it is pervious and infiltrate water if the soil allows it. As far as my engagement with this developer over my career, I have never seen them sell land to a competitor. They have always retained that land and worked with the community to make sure that it could be preserved in a way that worked for the overall campus site.
I know in the visit that I did to New Albany and also to Bowling Green, Ohio, I saw clusters of hyperscalers all in a specific area. And my guess is because it was previously rezoned RT and from agricultural, because these areas were in agricultural areas.
two different answers there. One, with the case of Uvalde, I'm not from there, my understanding is that there are so many hyperscale data centers close together because that municipality went all in on it. They wanted to become the hub of data centers, you know, data center alley type of development in the community. And that's what they've accomplished. I think that's what you're referring to when you're seeing it down there. Though I think, well, his answers were probably more technical and maybe required more analysis than mine. I think that the short answer to your question is that this conditions that are offered, and at this point they're just, you know, preliminary. They can be tightened up and fine-tuned the way that the township might like to see them. But those run with the land. So nothing this developer could do, selling the land, subdividing this 1,000 acres, would ever change that 59% maximum threshold of development. So if the user, if he's correct, they would not want to sell their property off. But if they did sell it off, the only thing they could do would be develop impervious surfaces up until they got to that 59%. And once you got to that, it doesn't matter who you are, what corner of the property it is, what's already there, that's it. It's done. What those conditions say is that it can and should be recorded against the land. So when I said it runs with the land, that sounds like an empty promise. I know it's a legal term of art, but it's not an empty promise. It means it's enforceable. It means it becomes part of your zoning code. And if anyone violates any of these offered conditions, they basically have now created a nuisance per se, or a violation of your zoning ordinance. So I think that maybe I went a little too long, but I think that's the answer, is that we could not go beyond 59 no matter who was in the chair.
I've not seen a preliminary site plan, so a lot of this is pretty vague. I guess my comment that I might want to make regarding all of this is I feel like the lack of transparency and can anybody hear me?
Very, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
The comment I would make is this. We, all of us here on this planning commission, are first and foremost residents of this township. We are not elected. None of us here are elected. We are appointed by your board, the board of trustees that you have elected. And they've entrusted to us as a planning commission. So I just want to make that clear. There were some inferences, that this is a cushy job, or this is, all this stuff, and under the table, back room talk and this kind of stuff. I just want to clarify that, I'm a resident. I'm a person. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather of 9. I live and breathe and work, and I'm a part, and every one of us is a part of this community. We have the exact same concerns that you do. And we've been entrusted and appointed by your elected board to make these decisions. And I just want to clarify that, because there's been a lot, and I get it. I totally get it. This is a very big issue, probably one of the biggest in the county that we've ever had to deal with, and I get it. And we want to try and do everything that we can
to do our due diligence. I don't like the fact that we didn't have a chance to talk. We were really, literally rushed at every aspect of our visit to New Albany to these data centers. We never saw the inside of a data center. We saw construction sites. That's it. We got off the bus a couple of times, once to have lunch, and 2 other times to look at, and people came on the bus, they gave us presentations and told us what they wanted us to hear. There's 2 sides to everything, okay? There's 2 sides to everything. I've been told that I've been promised, and all of us have been told things, but what I don't appreciate is being told. I feel there's been a lack of transparency. I feel like I haven't had a chance. My wife can tell you, she's sitting right there. I haven't slept for 2 weeks. I have been doing research upon research, as well as many of these other commissioners, trying to do our due diligence, trying to look at all the research out there. And there's research that goes into, from the Ford study at U of M to, companies that developers that build all the things that are good about a data center, all the things that are bad about a data center. It's pretty ironic. It's pretty difficult to disseminate and take all this information and make a calculated, unbiased, conscious decision about this rezoning when we've been given such a short amount of time to do it. I went through so many of your letters and emails and read them, and I just got an addendum today with, I don't know how many was in there. I tried reading them as I could, trying to get through as many as I could, but I still couldn't get through all of them. I haven't had the time to do my due diligence, and I don't like that. I don't like feeling rushed. When we did our solar thing, I'll make this quick, Rob, but when we did our solar, when we looked at our solar, we preemptively made a point to plan for industrial scale solar. We knew there were we knew the Van Gilders. I know Rick, because I've leased land from him in the past. That's to the extent of my knowing him. But he's a great guy. Him and his sons are great people. They're farmers and they work hard. And they care about this community as well. But the fact that we're having to go through this so quickly without being able to do our due diligence really bothers me. And I don't like making a decision on something that will affect my neighbors, on such a grand scale. But what I will say is this. I've had many of the questions answered, and I've had, some apprehension about some of the answers I've gotten. But I've also tried to be open. I understand the need for personal property rights. I understand that Rick has a right to do with his land and sell it if he wants to do that. But I also feel that, backing up, and I didn't go into this, but backing up about our solar, I just feel like we worked so hard on that to try and put our ordinances in place so that if something like that did come to the township, we would have a place to do it. And it's kind of ironic, but our overlay district that we had put in place was on this particular parcel that's now being debated about for a data center. So, I mean, we're doing we're trying our best to make a conscious decision about, number one, our job is to maintain the health, safety, and general welfare of our community. That's what I pledge to do. And I'm sure that a lot of everybody else on this panel and commission, I've worked with them for a long time, and I know that they're committed as well. So I really appreciate everybody coming, speaking, saying whatever you had to say, your opinions, whether it was for or against, obviously mostly against. I appreciate that, so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
I just have a question about decommissioning. Is there any kind of decommissioning plan for these plants? So say if something were to happen in the future, it ceases to be a data center, is there any plan in place for what would happen to the building and the property?
Based on my current understanding of the business plan, the goal is to retrofit these buildings to continue to use in perpetuity. They plan on being a long-standing and contributing member of the communities that they live in.
So yeah, I guess that's really, we've asked that before. Some sort of plan in place, if something did happen, what would happen to that?
Yeah, so I'm sure that the developer would be willing to work with the township on that if that ever did come into the
I can speak out of turn at the Fort Woodson plant. I just looked it up, 319 acres total. This is 3 times that amount. Just for comparison.
So I had a whole list of questions, but I sat and listened, and I respect personal property rights. My hang out, I can't get past the master plan. So I read it, obviously a lot of people out there, other people have too. It does say there is some development along Grand River. However, my interpretation of that is closer to the airport or maybe closer to Grand River itself and not such a huge parcel. That end of the township is zoned agricultural preservation. And without going into a bunch of the whole RT classification, which was an ordinance or a classification that we added, now we're trying to add a data center to it. I think that takes a lot more work than what we're being able to do here. So that's my position. I can't get past the master plan, and I think the people have spoken. I just want to make one clarification. All these ladies are appointed. I am elected because I am the township board representative. So take your shot.
Did have one question regarding the capturing the recycled water in that through the cooling systems. How much water are you guys able to recapture?
At 2 in the morning, I can't give you an exact.
Okay, we'll just ballpark.
I will tell you about these projects, sustainability is a number one in mind. Right, this company doesn't want to be in the shotgun sites of water misuse. And so every opportunity, and that's typically from what I've seen, it's a one-story building with parapet up top.
Okay.
And exact building height may vary, but the height limitations that you're saying earlier were conditions that we were looking, or volunteering for the property.
Okay.
So it could be short.
I have two questions. A few things, a few things to kind of address some of the resident questions or concerns. Paul, we don't have a definite, do we have a definition of data processing in our ordinance?
We do not.
We do not, even though data processing is an allowed use in RT.
It's listed as a permitted use in RT.
Okay.
There's no definition.
So at a minimum, adding this into our ordinance would be helpful, since we have a use in there that has not a definition.
There are many uses that aren't specifically defined, but that is the developer's intent.
Their language though, not our, it says including but not limited to, so including.
As far as enforcing the 55 decibels, if it's conditionally rezoned, and that's one of the conditions, if they are in violation of that, our township, our ordinance officer, that would be a violation from an enforceable one. Phases, how many phases would you be proposing for this site? And what would the time frame be for total build-up in construction?
So currently we'd be looking at 5 phases. Total timeline, I can tell you that they're building these faster and faster to try to reduce that construction time. Typical expectation for one building is from breaking ground completion is about 18 months.
18 months?
For one building.
For all of them, for one building.
And someone else has made a comment about notification, why weren't you notified? Someone can correct me if I'm not 100% correct, but public hearings, and we have to notify people within 300 feet of the affected parcels. So the other notification that the township has to have is publishing it in the paper. So, you probably are seeing things that our township is doing probably about the same time I see it in the paper, way before we get our packets. We got all this information, about a week ago. Our packets are published on Thursday, so we haven't had a whole lot of time to look at it. I think most of us here have been inundated with, our research and all of that. Chuck put it very eloquently. So notification is, everything was done the way it was supposed to be on this. We're not, Jonathan or anybody in the township is not going to knock on your door and tell you anything. It's all on the website. You should check. Public hearings have to be published on that. So I understand frustration on that, and it seems like people have heard about this very quickly. A question that Chuck had asked, but I think I want a better answer. You guys are seeking to rezone 1,077 acres, and you're proposing to only develop, if I'm doing the math right, 635 acres of it. Is there a reason why you're going to have all this extra property?
When we look at a development like this, or accessory structures like the guard check, right, for that entrance drive coming into the site, there's an office building. When we look at grading out of site, to make sure that we meet applicable, safe topography and proposed condition, You can't just touch a portion of a site when you're looking at a project this size. We would be looking at grading large portions of it to make sure that the stormwater management meets the required ordinances, that the buildings are at the right elevations. If we are looking at adjusting building elevation from the existing condition of the ground, that grade design and that construction, that slope stretches out and impacts it a little bit further. In addition to that, as I mentioned previously, the underground utility infrastructure to support the entire development is beyond the impervious surface of the buildings itself. And so the additional acreage is necessary to make the entire site function from an operational perspective and a design perspective. The grading on the large site, from the guy who sat in the trenches doing that design my entire career, is a lot more straightforward and ends up as a better product, better design, safer design than when you try to shoehorn something into a tight site.
Wastewater, when you're using water in quite large amounts to cool anything, are you adding anything to the water, or are you just using it as water?
So as I mentioned before, they take a look at the existing water quality and provide the necessary treatment to meet the standards of the facility. And so typically that is, either, as I mentioned, either full-scale municipal level type treatment or simple type treatment stuff. Nothing that is added, to my knowledge, is different than what a standard municipal wastewater system can handle.
Are you adding alcohol, refrigerants in the water?
Refrigerants or stuff like that would not be discharged, right? That's illegal. I mean, you can't dump antifreeze down your drinking the street.
Yeah, and you would have you'd have concerns that you have to address with the municipalities and with them on those. Building heights, you're saying that you're not going to build anything bigger than 50 feet in height within 300 feet of the property line. Our ordinance gives you the ability to build something 70 feet tall. Is the intention, as long as you're not within 300 feet of the property line, to utilize that 70-foot building?
No, I have not seen a design to date that is to that full extent.
What's the tallest building that you would put in there?
So these building designs are constantly being updated as technology progresses. Tallest that I have seen to date is anywhere in that upper 50 range.
Okay. And
I have a question. Go ahead, if you
I don't want to put him on the spot. I don't know if he's still awake though. Of just the capacity. We received a letter from Enron for justification of if there's enough capacity to fulfill what you would need at your cost. I didn't say anything about wastewater coming back into our treatment plant. Is a million gallons going out there and a million gallons going to come back? What's it look like from what you'd be discharging into our sewer system?
So that will depend on ultimately what the cooling design of the project is and the climate conditions. Those analysis have not been run yet and not designed yet. I can tell you that we work hand in hand with municipality and ensure that there's capacity available. I can tell you that through our initial due diligence of wastewater capacity, we believe that there is sufficient capacity to handle the site. And as that design progresses, it will be constantly reevaluated. If there's any need for additional upgrades to the system to handle the project, of course that would be taken care of with the developer's expense.
do you have any, you know you're gonna have 10 buildings out there. Do you have any idea what kind of capacity you're gonna need in our sewer system?
So it depends on what that ultimate cooling approach ends up being. You know, go for an evaporative cooling system, you know, they typically look at 30% discharge, 30 to 50% from intake water to wastewater, closed loop system, far less.
Does anybody, Mr. Takara, Dr. Takara is here from MOC, and Alex is here that runs the water system. If we have any questions of them in regards to this project.
So, sorry, I am fixated on this water issue. Water is peppered liberally through this document. So, going to the preliminary water and wastewater demand scenarios, it's talking about there could be high capacity options that could require more significant volumes over time. How can you guys guarantee that there's enough water to take care of this when it sounds like it's kind of vague if we're low water, medium water, high water? As it progresses, how do we even know that? Are we starting out low, medium, high? I hope we're starting out high because water is very concerning. We have to have water.
So I will note, at this early stage in the game, engineers are conservative, risk-averse type people. Every estimate and number that we can give at this time is very, very conservative. So these are high estimates, and we only hope to see them use.
Yeah, I guess I appreciate your answer, but I'll be honest, I don't see how, it does, it sounds to me like you're not going to know until this thing's built. If you're going to need more water.
When we move forward to the next phase of the process, your site requirements are some of the most stringent that I've seen in the entire country. And they require full 60% design plans with full supporting calculations. At that time, the township will have all of the information dialed into a T.
You're a salesman.
So, let's jump from Amazon address it. What was in the letter about the anticipated usage versus the capacity, and my layman understanding of the letter was there was several million gallons per day of capacity, even when with our most maximum forecasted conservative estimate, it would still be several million. If that is my interpretation of this letter, then I will speak for itself.
So as part of the due diligence for the project is that we were asked, you know, what's your well field capacity and what's your current demand on the system. So when it was designed in 1998, it originally was designed at 6 million gallons of well capacity. In 2006, the site was expanded to 12 million gallons a day capacity. Currently with the Eagle, we are permitted for 13.4 million gallons of withdrawal from our wells, which means we could add another well or two. Ultimately, the site is designed to be able to extract 16 million gallons of water a day to serve the regional area. So our current demands are 4.5 million gallons a day in the summer, is what we see. So, and in the winter time, we're about 1.5 million to 2 million gallons a day. And then in the summertime, when the turns irrigation system is on, we're pulling out 4 million gallons a day.
One question I had, how, and thanks for being here, Greg, so late. We're looking at potential, and maybe somebody can clarify this for me, one of the developers. The total build out with all 5 phases, 10 buildings, a conservative estimate is 3 million gallons per day. Is that correct? No, not per building, for the entire build-out, for all 10 buildings. I'm looking at, I don't want to know what the original, or what the first building, or the first campus, which would be 2 buildings, what's the total build-out conservative estimate?
3 million gallons
3 million gallons, okay.
at peak usage,
At peak usage.
which in this climate is not all once a year.
Okay. So, that, Greg, in your opinion, that takes us to roughly, and this isn't allowing for any other development, any other
Right,
subdivision.
there's going to be other growth in all other towns.
This is for all 4 townships, Genoa, Osceola, Howell, and Marion, right?
Yes.
So, total capacity, not allowing for any more growth in the township or in any of the other townships, would be, if you add what the data center is projected to use and what we're using currently at 4.5 million gallons per day, we're looking at roughly 7.5 million gallons per day.
Right, and that's going to go slowly over time.
Okay, slowly over time.
Well, yeah, as more developments keep coming on.
Yeah, as they keep coming online.
Right. It should be, I'd like to know that MWOG has a master operating agreement where all 4 townships agree, to certain ways that developments will occur. So this is very, from our standpoint, this is very preliminary, right? Normally, when a development comes to a township, we don't even see it until it reaches a site plan process. But when it does reach a site plan process, we put mechanisms in place that anything that's over 100 REUs, so MWOG defines an REU as 218 gallons a day, so anything's over 100, so anything that's over 2,100 gallons a day of demand, we do an impact determination on that site. And what we do with that impact determination is we put it into our hydraulic water model that we have, and we make sure that it's not going to cause detrimental effects on other parts of the system, right? So there's 2 parts to a water system. There's your production, which is what we commented on in this letter. We've strictly commented on our production. We have not commented, nor have any ability at this point, to comment on our distribution capabilities. So we still have to design distribution, which would be the piping network, towers, whatever's booster stations, whatever's necessary to be able to have water reach that, that target area. Those have not been, that's an engineering study that we have not done yet because everything's been so preliminary. So from a production standpoint, we have those numbers. I don't have numbers for you from distribution, but we do have that process in place where every development goes through an impact determination, and we look and say, what other improvements are going to be necessary, and we make sure those are funded by the developments and not by the residents in our system.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone else have questions of Greg while he's out there? Okay, thanks, Greg.
I have a question. I have a question about, this has not been asked or addressed by anyone either, is the dewatering process during construction. And the concerns that I have about dewatering, if anybody isn't familiar with the process, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the research that I've done about dewatering basically is a process in which you're removing groundwater to complete an area to make it buildable, in other words, in layman's terms. Can you explain to everybody about the dewatering process during construction? Because although the data center itself is getting their water from the Marshall bedrock, which is, MHOG's what, it's 450 feet or something like that, right? Somewhere in there, 400, pardon me?
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, but that's where they're pulling from the municipal water. And the dewatering process removes groundwater, which some of the research that I've seen has shown sometimes in certain areas, wells in the area can temporarily dry up, or they can, there's problems with surrounding wells because of the dewatering process. And so I'd like you to maybe address that, because in looking at a 5-phase, 18-month per building, 10 buildings, that's a lot of months of construction, and explain how that dewatering process works for construction.
Sure. So when we look at geotechnical strata right underneath ground surface elevation, we have groundwater at a certain point. Depending on the soil layers, you may have confining layers of clay soils with potentially perched groundwater above that deeper aquifer that Hemlock is pulling from. If that higher level groundwater is within the construction limits of buried utilities, footings, etc., and we have to dewater that in order to make the site condition dry for those utilities to go in, for the footings to go in, for that ground to be compacted to the code requirement to a safe compaction from a building code perspective to make sure that things don't collapse in the future. Once the infrastructure is built, the soil is put back in, and then that water can, that groundwater can go back to its original state. The water that is pumped out from the dewatering process, the state has strict requirements on how that is discharged. Typically, it's discharged on the site to a temporary sediment basin where it can then infiltrate back down into that same aquifer. As part of the design process, we would look at the geotechnical borings. We do an initial phase of geotech borings at this preliminary phase where we just kind of shotgun the entire site to see what's out there. And then with each project, we look at phase 2 with more specific borings that are going to be used for the detailed design of the building. As we identify that groundwater elevation surface within the site, and we get that final design elevation of the buildings, understand the depth of the infrastructure, we can take a real hard look at, all right, are we going to be getting into that groundwater or not? Are there opportunities for us to maybe lift the building up a couple feet because that dewatering process is timely, cost-consuming, slows us down? And then if we are unable to get out of that groundwater, we have to dewater, there is an opportunity for us to retain that on site, infiltrate it back down into that same aquifer. It's a very common thing that I will say I've dealt with on almost every single project I've had.
Right. And I understand the dewatering process as well, but I just want for people to understand so that you can clarify for them and see, so that they can understand that as well. What are the plans for the hollow drain that runs through the property? Hollow drain, is that drain 2? 1?
So the Handy Hill drain number 1 on the west side of the property?
Yeah.
If the site ends up impacting that in any way, we would work with the Drainage Commission to relocate it and improve it to the Drainage Commission satisfaction. With this, I've already been in discussions with the Drainage Commission. We are doing an engineering analysis on what the existing capacity of that drain is. The Commission has already identified some of the concerns to us that by any type of development of the property, we can actually improve upon as well. So our goal here with those drains is to work hand in hand with the Drainage Commission, ensure that the final design of the site will add capacity to that drain, and there will be no change or improved, or there will be no negative impact, or there will be an improved condition to the drain from existing to proposed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question I do with my colleagues here. I'd like to, I pulled sample ordinances from different data centers locations and compared them to ours, and I find ours compared them to our RT ordinance or classification, and I find it very lacking.
Our ordinances?
Yeah. Compared to what's out there.
Gotcha.
I went to jurisdictions that already have data centers, and they have a lot more requirements than what we have in our tree ordinance. Obviously, our definitions need to be, I mean, when we go to change an ordinance, we usually spend a lot of time going back and forth and researching it. So some of their setbacks are over 500 feet, depending on the size of the building.
So ours are very conservative, or very liberal.
That's how you look at it. Also, they go on to specify, and these are just some examples. I'm not saying that, but any water cooling must be closed loop to recycled water system. It designates when the generators can be ran. Then it also talks about noise. And it's just, these are just some examples of different ordinances. And what we're trying to do is put a definition that was just supplied to us and attach it to something that I don't think was ever written with a data center in mind. Because especially hyperscale data center, because when our ordinance was written, it wasn't there. Right? So I just think there needs to be a lot more research as far as updating our definitions and ordinances is concerned. I just thought of that.
Anyone else have anything to say?
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that has stuck it out. This has been grueling, but it's been, it's important, very important. So thank you.
If there's no further discussion, I think we can possibly entertain a motion from someone. I don't know if we want to do the text amendment first. Or
Do you want to address any of the questions from the matter? Specifically regarding this? Or,
Is it all the same? The rezoning and the text amendment is on the same.
They're two separate applications, you take two separate motions. And again, I would encourage you to make your motions based on findings.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Make your motions based on findings that are done by the design board.
Chuck, do you have questions on Paul's report?
Yeah, I've got some question marks on it. Just some of the verbiage. The applicant has stated that the data processing facility will set back far enough to maintain the rural character of the area. I don't see that. The future land use strategy and master plan recognizes and encourages the continued use of the agricultural residential zoning pattern in most of the township, while focusing on higher density residential, commercial, and industrial development around 59 Grand River, the airport, I-96. The subject site is located along Grand River. I have a tendency, I agree with what Tim said earlier. I'm having a huge problem with the master plan, that this does not meet our master plan, but we can discuss that. answer your question on the lot size and that kind of thing, as far as the they have, the applicant has offered in everything they've offered, increased setbacks, buffers, being greater than our code minimum. And as Tim just mentioned, maybe we need to look at our code, our zoning code a little bit more. I've got a lot of stuff highlighted, but 3 o'clock in the morning or so. And some of my questions have already been answered on these 2 issues.
I would agree with Chuck. It just doesn't seem to fit with our master plan.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to recommend to the Township Board denial of rezoning application number 308-2512, parcel numbers. They're all going to start with 4706, and I will read the last. They all have to be read. The parcel numbers listed in the petition, to rezone from agricultural residential, single-family residential, neighborhood service commercial to research and technology based on the following findings pursuant to section 2302 of the Howell Township zoning ordinance. A, the rezoning is not consistent with the policies and uses proposed for that area in the township's master land use plan. B, all the uses allowed under the proposed rezoning would not be compatible with other zones and uses in the surrounding area. C, public services and facilities would be significantly adversely impacted by development or use allowed under the requested rezoning. And D, the uses allowed under the proposed rezoning would not be equally or better suited to the area than uses allowed under the current zoning of the land.
We have a motion.
I seconded it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. And we have time right now to discuss anything in that motion. I think it's a pretty clear motion. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so the motion is to deny the rezoning request. Hearing no other discussion, we need to vote. We need to roll call. Yes. Okay. So, Secretary?
No.
No.
Right, it's a recommendation to deny, correct?
Oh, recommended to deny.
Yes.
Okay. Start with roll call.
Say it again.
Yes.
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 Motion passes. We also have text amendments. I don't, I mean, do we really, did we need to act on it?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to deny, to recommend to the township board to deny the text amendment and the definitions for the RT zone.
Does that motion have support?
Support.
Supported by Nuisance. We have a motion to deny recommending the text, proposed text amendment to RT zoning. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes. The agenda, any other matters to be reviewed by the planning commission? Seeing none, I would like to move to excuse Chairman Williams of tonight's meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any old business that we have? We move the new business up to the joint old business. We do have one final call to the public.
Thank you.
Is there anybody who wants to speak to us? Come up to the mic. Thank you. Okay, seeing no,
just so people understand, regardless of how we acted on this evening, we've got a recommendation to the board. It's still up to the board. Am I correct in that? So it doesn't end here. It doesn't end here. So the Livingston County Planning Commission will make a recommendation. Is that right, Chris? Okay. And then they'll make a recommendation to the township board. And the township board, the people that you elected, we elected them because we live here too. They'll ultimately make the decision as to whether or not there's going to be a data center.
Can you say that again? The board will make the final decision? I mean.
Yeah, the township board will make, your trustees will make the final decision on whether there's going to be a data center or not. I just wanted to clarify that, Travis.
There will be another meeting.
Now, all those people, their names will be on that, right? Voting for or against?
Yeah.
Yeah, any meeting we have,
Any meeting.
you know how we're voting.
Well, you have to update it on your website, so we're already voting on it.
Yeah, so just go to do you want to respond to that, Jonathan, how that works? Chris?
So after the planning commission makes a recommendation, since there are legislative changes, there's a period, a 30-day period that it goes to the county. They have an opportunity to provide comment, and then that gets assembled with the recommendation from this commission, any feedback that we receive from the county within that 30-day period, and then it would end up getting scheduled before the township board. And the public hearing was this evening. That's the one that's published with the 300-foot notice, so it can end up on a regular or special meeting of the township board, which is why the planning commission chair was indicating to the website, watch the regular meeting. And I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the township board would meet, regular meeting is the second Tuesday, second Monday in October. You're welcome.